Anime-style card design. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 251, Zui Palace. Following Russell's order, 2 controlled card makers of the Gii sect were soon brought to Russell. It's not that he didn't want to keep the demon and the limb-jointing demon, but there were unknown restrictions on both of them, and it was really difficult to ask them anything. Unfortunately, after revealing the locations of several Gii sect bases, the 2 card makers of the Gii sect did not provide Russell and his team with any useful information. After watching LV Yen's flying zombie crush the heads of the 2 people, Russell sighed, "I was careless this time, otherwise the city would not have fallen into such a situation." Hearing this, LV Yen shook his head slightly. That kind of teleportation ability has never been exposed in the Gii sect before, and it is normal for you, the president, to be unprepared. LV Yen was telling the truth. You can't ask everyone to be prepared for methods they have never seen before, right? It's like when primitive people see guns, they only regard them as firewood sticks, not terrifying killing weapons that can take people's lives from a long distance. Russell was silent. In fact, if Spider-Man was around at the time, he would not have been hit. After all, Spider-Man has the detection skill. That level of spatial fluctuations cannot be concealed at all. After taking a look at the terrible situation around him, Russell took the initiative to change the subject. The aftermath still requires the 3 of you to pay more attention. Although it seems that the high-end combat power of the association has no casualties today, before Russell rushed back to Donglei, many low-level card makers were still lost. Not to mention the ordinary civilians near the battlefield. Yes, it has been a few days since the previous attack by the Gii sect, and Donglei has returned to peace again. However, Russell has always been a little uneasy these days. It is mainly because of the words left by Li Shuo before he ran away, which made him feel that the purpose of the Gii sect is not only to kill the high-end combat power of the Donglei Card Master Association. It is more of a cover-up. However, without more information, Russell cannot make a specific judgment. After clearing out several Gii sect strongholds that were previously tortured, the association did not find more. In addition, Russell still remembered that in the information identified by Spider-Man, Li Shuo had more than 2 cards, but according to the subsequent reports submitted by Lu Yen and others, the other party only used Dangan and True Spiritual Lord until he ran away. You know, if there is one more high-quality gold-level card, Lu Yen and others may not be able to hold on until Russell returns to Donglei. Tisk. Now the Gii sect in Donglei City is like a monster hidden in the fog, and the occasional claws make Russell feel a little irritated. In order to divert his attention, Russell put his mind on the venue material he obtained in the secret realm before. Taking out Land of Disorder, Russell summoned the card belonging to Nilu. As he wrapped his mental power around the 2, a bright light suddenly shone in the room. Russell quietly waited for the generation of the venue card, and began to guess what the effect of this venue card would be. After a moment, the light dissipated, and a card with a giant pale palace painted on the card appeared in front of Russell. Kayakuya Palace, rank, gold diamond quality, red category, field effect, throne room, activated when holding, Lord of Hueco Mundo, Azome. Loneliness room, activated when holding, Quote, Stark. Decline room, activated when holding, Byrigan, Luisenben. Sacrifice room, activated when holding, Neelir, Du, Odshvank, and Tia, Harible. Activated, number 3, in the familiar palace, the strength of Nell and Harible will be greatly improved. Sacrifice, when Kayakuya Palace reaches emerald level, after Nell and Harible die in battle, the card holder will inherit most of their strength. Banned, another possibility, when Kayakuya Palace reaches diamond level, Nell will gain a new attitude, the end of sorrow, and Harible will gain a new attitude, the price of rest. Banned, between nothingness, activated when holding, Ulquiara Cipher. Between despair, activated when holding, Noitra Jilga. Between destruction, activated when holding, Grimjow Jagajek, and Ruby Antenor. Between intoxication, activated when holding, Zamali Lulu. Between madness, activated when holding, Sarapalo Grands. Between greed, activated when holding Aranilo Iluluili. Between rage, activated when holding Yami Ryalgo. 3 realms, when holding the field cards, Saridari, Kuroi Amagu, and, at the same time, and the 3 field cards have reached the upper limit, the effect, Soul King Resurrection, can be activated. Note, the effect of Soul King Resurrection lasts for 10 minutes. Note, after activating the effect of Soul King Resurrection, the 3 field cards will enter a cooldown period of 30 natural days. After checking the information behind the card, Russell was stunned for a while by the dense information. The main reason is that the effect of Kyakutai is very different from Suridai. Because many effects of Kyakutai require holding related cards to trigger, unlike Suridai, which can be triggered as long as the field card reaches the corresponding level. But does the prison blue actually need to be emerald level to activate the effect? But thinking that the Aizen he has is still just a serious god of death, Russell was relieved. No wonder Nell and this material have a connection, but what are the end of sorrow and the price of rest? After thinking carefully, Russell did not find the relevant information in his memory, so he could only suppress it temporarily. Just when he was about to put away Kyakutai, a sudden fluctuation made him stop his action. Aizen generated a new prop card. Unstable Collapse Jade, experimental, 1 time, rank, gold quality? Category, item effect, incomplete or rancor. Using this card on the Espada series will produce some unexpected effects. Hengayu. When Russell first saw the name of the new item card, he felt like a pie in the sky. He was dizzy. But when he suppressed his excitement and checked the card information, he calmed down instantly as if a bucket of cold water was poured on him. Unstable Hengayu. And it has a limited target. Russell knew that this would not be a good thing. If it was really Hengayu, then the Giai sect in Donglai City would be nothing. Just let Aizen kill them one by one. But that is indeed unrealistic. After all, Heavenly Throne, Aizen, is a diamond level card. Russell was not surprised that the target of Unstable Hengayu was the Espada card, because in the original work, the rancor was caused by Hengayu. Should I use it on Nell? Russell fell into thought. After a long time, he still did not choose to use it. Firstly, he was not sure what effect it would have after using it. Secondly, after all, the Nell he held at the moment was only a silver level card, and it would be a bit of a waste to use the gold level, Unstable Collapse Jade. After making the decision, Russell put the 2 cards back into his mind. But he immediately thought of another thing. Speaking of which, what is the use of Soul Foreign Body Extraction Medium? If it weren't for the fact that Aizen's characteristics generated another prop card today, Russell would have almost forgotten about it. Because nothing that could use this prop card happened during this period of time. Wait, it won't be used to extract Jinping's contract, right? If so, why didn't it generate it as soon as I made Aizen? Russell touched his chin, a little confused for a while. How about finding someone to try? After thinking for a moment, he decided to give it a try. After all, if it was, wouldn't it mean that he already had a countermeasure to Jinping's method of controlling the spirit beggars? Although Russell was not originally controlled by Jinping. But people like Mo and Zengbo are different. If the contract can be broken, these 2 people will definitely be willing to be his dogs. Russell immediately took out the submachine and found a social worker who had just joined the Qi Ling Society not long ago. Why did he find this kind of minion instead of Zengbo and others? The main reason is that if there is any mistake, the minion will die. But Zengbo and Mo are different. After being together for so long, Russell still has some feelings. Besides, these 2 people work hard. Soon, a black iron level card maker came to the hidden underground study. Sir? The social worker looked at the young man in front of him with fear and trepidation. Before joining the Qi Ling Society, he was just an ordinary person, so he naturally couldn't feel the strength of the young man. But after joining, the gap between black iron and gold was like a natural chasm that scared him to death. Not to mention the contract suppression. Don't be nervous, it will be over soon. Russell was too lazy to talk nonsense with this person and directly took out the Soul Foreign Object Extraction Medium. But nothing happened. Soul Foreign Body Extraction Medium was like broken, no reaction. Russell was stunned. This was different from what he expected. Did I guess wrong? The social worker swallowed his saliva and called softly, Sir? Russell stopped thinking and waved his hand. Go away. Yes. The social worker wanted to leave here immediately. Plop. Spider-Girl looked at the corpse in front of him and couldn't help but complain. Wow, Russell, you are so bad. Russell pulled the corner of his mouth, once. No, Sir Russell, little spider, I know I was wrong, don't deduct my food. Ignoring the funny Spider-Girl, Russell looked at the prop card in his hand with some confusion. Since it is not used to break the contract of the Begging Spirit Society, what is it used for? After thinking for a long time without thinking about it, he could only put the card away helplessly. As for the social worker, Russell didn't intend to let him walk out alive. After all, he was just a scum, so he killed him, and it was considered a contribution to society. In the early morning, Duanlin opened his eyes a little tiredly, and muttered softly, "Why do I feel so tired recently? I'm not that old at this time." His roommate returned to the dormitory, looked at the young man who was getting dressed and asked, "Duanlin, did I see it wrong? Why do I feel that you look a little different from some time ago?" Duanlin put on his clothes and touched his face in confusion. Is it? Then he looked in the mirror. He was the same as usual in the mirror. If I had to say, it was that there were some pimples on his forehead due to staying up late, and it was a little red and swollen. Touching some protruding lumps, the slight sting made Duanlin grin. However, it was not without this situation before. It is better to say that for young people who like to stay up late, it is too normal to have pimples on their faces. Cheeks and forehead are all hard-hit areas. He usually likes to use an idiom to describe the pimples on his forehead. To be outstanding. Chapter 252, No Ghosts, Some Priest Jokes. The days passed in a seemingly calm but actually turbulent atmosphere. Russell sat outside the president's office, looked at the orange sunset outside the window, stretched his body and said, "It's time to get off work." Although he knew that the Gyai sect must have been hiding something, he had no choice for the time being because the other party had not revealed their tracks. In this case, he had to get on with his life. He could only ask his men to strengthen patrols to see if they could find any clues. It's easy to block an open spear, but it's hard to guard against an arrow from the dark. This is also the pain point of the association's large family and business. Knock, knock, knock. However, just as Russell was about to get off work, a knock on the door suddenly sounded. Russell was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that someone would come to look for him at this time. Come in. But when he saw the person coming, Russell was stunned. The person who came in was Lao Wang, a clerk in the Human Resources Management Department. "Where's Director Yu?" He was a little surprised at this time. According to reason, even if the Human Resources Management Department had something to find him, it should be Yu Hengru who came in personally. Did he slack off again? Russell thought to himself. Thinking of the injured middle-aged man who often left early, he could only think of this reason for a while. Obviously, Lao Wang also knew the good style of his director. At this time, he just smiled awkwardly and handed a document to Russell. "Director Yu has recently taken sick leave and has not come to the headquarters for several days. This is the attendance record of the association headquarters this month. You, the president, need to approve it." Russell was stunned and took the document subconsciously. A gold-level card maker can also get sick. Although the middle-aged man who is the director of the Human Resources Management Department has indeed been injured, it is still difficult to make a gold-level card maker sick. If this was before he traveled through time, it would be reasonable to say that he had caught a cold in the autumn. Russell just thought that Yu Hengru was looking for an excuse to slack off. But no matter what, not coming to work for several days in a row is a bit too much. He decided to visit the other party later to see what the situation was. As for Lao Wang coming to see him, he could understand it now. After all, Yu Hengru was not around, and only he and Lu Yan were left to make the decision. After looking through the documents in his hand, Russell signed his name on them, but did not hand them to Lao Wang immediately. Instead, he asked him curiously, "Is the sick leave rate of the logistics department a bit high this month?" The logistics department is the department in the association responsible for miscellaneous work, and the staff are basically ordinary people and black iron level card makers. Russell just found out from the data that this month, or more precisely, the number of absentees in the logistics department in the recent period has increased significantly compared to before. Hearing this, Lao Wang scratched his head and said, "Maybe they didn't pay attention to the temperature recently in autumn and caught a cold." He was only responsible for statistics, and he didn't know the specific reason. because most of the reasons given by the absentees were just because they were not feeling well. Russell pulled the corner of his mouth, not expecting Lao Wang to directly say what he had just said about Yu Hengru. He handed the document back to Lao Wang with a headache. "Okay, you go back first." Looking at Lao Wang, who hurried out of the president's office, he couldn't help but sigh. The upper beam is not straight, the lower beam is crooked. It would be better if Liu Yu took over the Human Resources Management Department. Russell always felt that the entire Human Resources Management Department had been led astray by Yu Hengru. After Lao Wang left, no one else stopped Russell from leaving get off work. He packed up his clothes and prepared to visit Yu Hengru, who had not been seen for several days. There was no need to prepare flower baskets or anything like that, just use Spider-Man's rations. Although Spider-Man might protest if he knew. Ding dong. Looking at the quiet villa in front of him, Russell rang the doorbell. Not long after, the door of the villa was opened from the inside. President. However, when Russell saw the person who opened the door, he couldn't help but be shocked. "Director Yu, why are you like this?" At this time, Yu Hengru appeared in Russell's eyes with a haggard face and a shriveled body, as if he was about to die. Yu Hengru smiled bitterly and stepped aside. "President, come in and talk." Arriving in the living room, Russell saw that the middle-aged man wanted to pour him a glass of water, so he quickly stopped him. He was afraid that the other party would just pout. Soon, several ghost soldiers were busy around the two of them. After a while, Yu Hengru took a sip of the hot tea in his hand and said, "President, I'm sorry to embarrass you." Russell frowned and stretched out his hand to stop him from talking. "Don't say hello. What's wrong with you?" Hearing this, Yu Hengru was silent for a moment, and then pretended to be relaxed and said, "It's an old problem. There is such a period of time every year." The fact that Yu Hengru was seriously injured was no secret in the East Lake Association, but Russell only knew now that he would become like this. "Have you been to the hospital?" Hearing Russell's question, Yu Hengru laughed dumbly. "Of course, President, do you think I am not afraid of death? But the doctors didn't find anything, they just said it was the same as in previous years." The doctor that Yu Hengru found must not be an ordinary person, but a card maker with medical cards. After the examination, the doctor didn't find anything unusual, and just told him to have a good rest. But he knew his condition very well, and there was only one possibility for his condition to suddenly deteriorate. "I may be running out of time." His calm voice reached Russell's ears. The teacup in Russell's hand trembled slightly, and he opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. In fact, he and the middle-aged man next to him were not very familiar with each other. This time he came to visit him just to warn him and let him not be so excessive. But who would have thought that it would be like this? Russell drank the tea in the cup and then prepared to say goodbye. At this time, he caught a glimpse of a family portrait hanging on the wall. Yu Hengru in the photo had a very bright smile, which was completely opposite to the middle-aged man Russell remembered. "Director Yu, have a good rest, don't think too much. I will let Lao Wang take care of the Personnel Management Department's affairs first, don't feel burdened." After saying that, he put down the teacup in his hand and left the villa. Outside the villa, Russell looked at the dark night sky and couldn't help muttering, "That seems to be my teacup." Shaking his head, losing a few teacups was not a big deal to him, and Russell didn't take it to heart. What he was thinking now was that Yu Hengru's current cliff-like decline was a bit wrong. After all, he was a gold-level card maker. And you have to know that during the time Russell came to Donglei, Yu Hengru basically didn't do any heavy work. The only time he led a team was the night Sima Wai was assassinated, but in fact he didn't encounter an enemy. Russell always had a vague feeling of weirdness, but he couldn't find the specific source. He kicked the stone at his feet in annoyance. Looking back at the quiet villa, Russell left the place in an instant. In the underground space, Li Shuo stood in front of the blood pool and looked at the young man who had completely lost his human form in the air. He couldn't help but show a satisfied smile on his face. "Son, don't blame me then." He looked at Cliff standing beside him. "When can the next sacrifice be made?" Cliff looked down at the tablet instrument in his hand expressionlessly. "Don't worry, you can make the last sacrifice after it is fully hatched. But don't go out during this period of time, after all, your combat power is currently limited. I'm afraid you will be killed by Russell directly." Hearing this, the middle-aged man in the red robe couldn't help but twitch his cheeks. Although he knew that Cliff was telling the truth, and he was indeed a little embarrassed when he came back last time, it was too hard to hear. As if to take care of his emotions, Cliff immediately added, but when the plan is completed, let alone Russell, even those MasterCard makers may not be your opponents. As a scientific researcher, drawing big cakes is a skill that must be possessed. After all, a researcher who can't make a PPT is not a good researcher. You can't even draw a big picture, and you still expect your boss to invest in you? Hearing this, Li Shuo's face lightened up a little, but he also knew that Cliff was just drawing a big picture, and he sneered, "You don't have to coax me, I know it in my heart. But what about Russell? Wait until the plan is completed. If I meet him, I will kill him. Forget it if I don't meet him." Li Shuo is not a fool. He knows that based on the noise he might make in the end, if he doesn't run fast enough, he may have to face the high-level card makers of the association. The high-level card makers here refer to those above the diamond level. But Russell is just a gold level ant. When the plan is completed, he can kill him with a flip of his hand. Glancing at the middle-aged man next to him, Cliff curled his lips. "Just know it in your heart." Li Shuo did not reply, but after taking a few glances at the monster in the air, he turned around and left the place under the leadership of Dangan. After returning home, Russell took out the submachine as usual. He would check every day whether Jinping had issued any orders. 5. Come here. 5. Address. Russell could not help but be stunned when he saw the message. He did not expect that Gu Wu would actually contact him. 6. I will be there soon. After a simple reply, Russell frowned and put away the submachine, and rushed to the address sent by Gu Wu. After the beginning of autumn, the sea breeze gradually brought a little chill to the beach. In the darkness, a little fire flickered. The fire suddenly went out, and a faint voice came, "Why haven't you arrived yet?" The next moment, a figure suddenly appeared on the beach. Fifth brother. It was Russell. After receiving the message from Gu Wu, he rushed to the coordinates sent by the other party without stopping. Finally, he found the figure of the man in the black suit on a small island, far away from the coastline. Fortunately, Spider-Girl and Furlillian can use space magic to travel, otherwise Russell would probably take some time to arrive. After hearing Russell's voice, Gu Wu didn't say anything, but just put his hand on his shoulder. "Relax, I'll take you to see the adults." As his voice fell, Russell came to a luxurious study in a trance. Gu Wu bowed his head and said respectfully, "My lord, I brought Xia Aliu." Russell also bowed his head and greeted, "President." At the same time, a hoarse voice sounded in the room, "Long time no see, Xia Aliu. You made a big fuss in Donglei some time ago." Hearing this, Russell's heart shuddered. I wonder what the president is talking about. This is not that Russell is playing dumb, mainly because he has been doing a lot of work in Donglei recently, so for a while he didn't know what Jinping was referring to. Jinping seemed to be swallowed at this time, and then he said with interest, "Didn't you assassinate the president of Donglei with your men before? Well done, keep working hard and strive to reach a high position in the association as soon as possible." Russell was stunned. He didn't expect that this matter would be heard by Jinping, and this MasterCard maker seemed to think that he was doing it to seize power. "It's all thanks to you, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to eliminate Sima Y so easily." But now that Jinping had said so, Russell naturally couldn't refute it, and immediately followed his words. Then, Russell asked, "I wonder why the master called me here today." But just as he asked this, Gu Wu on the side cast a death stare. Russell frowned slightly, not knowing where he had said the wrong thing. "Madman!" he cursed in his heart. Russell suspected that it might be because he took the initiative to ask. After a long time, Jinping said, "Okay, Xia Aliu's attitude is normal. After all, he is also a busy man in the association now." Hearing this, Russell didn't know for a moment whether the old man with the hook nose was helping him out or being sarcastic. Fortunately, the other party didn't continue the topic. "The main reason I called you here today is that it's almost time for you to meet our partners in the Qi Ling Association. Remember not to use this face, I will also help you cover it up." Partner? It was the first time Russell knew that the Qi Ling Association also had partners. You know, in the Ming Dynasty, this group of lunatics and the Gye sect, which is also an illegal organization, are incompatible. While thinking so, Russell changed his face to look like Lu's eye. At this time, Jinping stood up and came to Russell, patted him on the shoulder. "Don't worry, it won't take much time, and it will definitely not delay the affairs of your association." Yes. What else can Russell say at this time? Sighing in his heart, he followed Jinping out of the room. As soon as he left the room, He saw a city that was not prosperous. Where is this? Russell stared blankly at the blonde and blue-eyed human who passed by. Obviously, this is no longer the Ming dynasty. At this time, Gu Wu whispered beside him, "This is Luasus." "Where is Luasus?" Russell didn't think of where this place name was for a while. But then Gu Wu's words made him suddenly realize, those foreigners like to call Tuao. After hearing this name, Russell looked at Gu Wu in shock for the first time. "Fifth brother, can you teleport so far?" But unlike what he said, what really shocked him was that there was actually a gathering camp of illegal card makers in Tuao. But thinking that this place was originally a place of exile, it didn't seem strange. Gu Wu glanced at the young man beside him speechlessly. He really wanted to open his head to see what he was thinking. The president's room has a built-in teleportation ability. We will be here when we open the door. I just took you to the president's room. While talking, the three of them had already arrived in front of a city within a city. A castle built of stone. Jinping walked to the front of the castle and knocked on the wooden door slowly. The next moment, a huge human face suddenly appeared on the gate. Who? After seeing the appearance of the old man with a hooked nose in front of the door, the human face was stuck in words for a moment, and then said flatteringly, "Master Jin, the other two masters have been waiting for you for a long time." Then, the wooden door slowly opened, revealing a wide corridor. Russell hurriedly followed Jinping into the castle. Gu Wu whispered at this time, "Don't talk later, the adults will handle anything. Also, this castle is prohibited from moving except walking, you have to remember this." Hearing this, Russell nodded slightly to indicate that he already knew. Soon, the three of them came to a huge metal door inlaid with countless gems. Jinping pushed open the heavy door without changing his expression and walked in first. Russell and the other two followed closely behind. "You are finally here, Jin Laogao." As soon as he entered the door, Russell was shocked by the words that came into his ears. Which warrior is so brave that he dares to jump directly into the face of this old madman Jinping? Following the sound, I saw a little boy with a delicate face looking at Jinping, who had just entered the door with a bad smile on his face. There were several white men and women around the little boy looking at the three people coldly. However, Jinping's performance was different from what Russell expected. He just laughed strangely. "Chris, was your mouth also blessed by the priest when you were a child? Why is it so smelly?" The little boy called Chris's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot in an instant, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Old dog Jin." At this time, Russell looked at Gu Wu beside him with an inquiring look. Gu Wu nodded silently, confirming his guess. Do the priests in this world also like to bless little boys? Russell was a little speechless. Seeing that the two were about to fight, a somewhat helpless voice sounded on the side. "This side can't stand the two of you tossing. Just let it go from my face, okay?" Russell turned his head and saw that the person who spoke was a brown-skinned woman with a feather crown on her head. "Since you said so." Skinner Chris saw that someone had handed over the way, and glared at Jinping fiercely and stopped talking. The brown-skinned woman named Skinner continued, "What's the matter with President Jin this time? You're in a hurry to call us together. Would you like to introduce us to the new kid?" Jinping brought Russell and Gu Wu to a long table and sat down on the main seat. "Luzai, our spirit-begging society has just recruited a new genius. This time, I brought him to meet you, so that the Dragon King Temple won't be washed away by the flood." Russell also found his nameplate at this time. If you ask why he could find it, it's because the energy nameplate floating in the air has a 6 written in Ming language, English, and Indian. He sat down honestly. Russell had already discovered that Chris and Skinner had the same aura as Jinping. They were all master card makers. In this situation, he naturally pretended to be an ostrich. Anyway, Gu Wu had just told him not to speak. As for why there was no obstacle in communication between people who were obviously not from the same country, Russell thought it was because of the cards. He secretly glanced around the presence and found that there were several card makers with unknown auras sitting next to the other two master card makers. Of course, there were many empty seats. Just like seats 1, 2, 3, and 4 on Russell's side were all empty. Of course, the most outrageous thing was that there was no one behind a long table. Chris curled his lips at this time, staring at Russell, making him feel cold, just for this. But before Jinping spoke, the Skinner looked at Chris helplessly. "Okay. President Jin must have other things to do." As she finished speaking, the pressure on Russell suddenly decreased. Jinping continued to speak at this time, "And that's Several master-level secret realms appeared in Antarctica at the same time, and even a hall-level secret realm was incubated. As far as I know, Bai Yuming and Wei Zheng have been stuck there, and they may not be able to get out in a short time. In addition, the hall-level secret realm suppressed by Yu Zhou in the Daming territory should be almost gone. The words of the hook-nosed old man instantly made the scene fall into dead silence. After a while, the Skinner said thoughtfully, I was wondering why I didn't send Sudley's Supreme Mecha recently. It seems that he has also gone to Antarctica. Chris frowned and said, there's nothing wrong with me. Wait. Then he seemed to realize something and suddenly looked at the only empty table present. No wonder Marcus didn't come. He also went to Antarctica. Russell was in a daze at this time. He didn't expect to hear his teacher's name here. But at this time he also realized why his teacher didn't reply to his message. It was not because he was tripped by the secret realm in the Daming territory, but because something happened in Antarctica. But does the teacher need to rush over from Daming for the Antarctic? In addition to wondering where his teacher was going, Russell also realized another thing at this time. That is, Jinping might have another reason to bring him along, which was to use this to knock him. Maybe Russell's growth rate has exceeded the other party's expectations, or maybe he just wants to give him a beating. In short, his mood is definitely not good now. At this time, a smile appeared on the Skinner's face. Thank you for the news from President Jin. Hearing this, Jinping stood up. Since you have no other news, we will go ahead. But Chris snorted coldly, old dog Jin, have you forgotten the rules? That kid hasn't passed the test yet. Seeing that Chris not far away seemed to be pointing at him, Russell looked at Jinping beside him in confusion. Hearing this, Jinping glanced at Russell beside him. I'm just going to take him for the test. Why are you in a hurry? It's good that you haven't forgotten it. After hearing what Jinping said, Chris stopped talking. A moment later, Russell stood on a huge battlefield with a question mark on his head. In front of him were 3 cards under the identity of the Spirit Begging Society. In the distance, a demon was floating. Name, none, title, test subject, level, gold, drop materials, soul of nothingness. Looking around at the figures watching the battle on the high platforms, Russell looked at the identification message sent by Spider-Man and couldn't understand why the situation had turned out like this. Chapter 253 Where is my huge batch of materials? Although Russell couldn't figure out why he had to fight when he just followed Kingpin to see the world. But since he was already here, it wouldn't take much effort to kill a gold-level demon. Maybe he could even make some extra money. Quick fight, quick decision. Thinking that he had to go to work in the morning, Russell breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to let Zoro and the others quickly resolve the battle. It's just a demon, so it shouldn't be that difficult, right? In the stands, Kingpin's 3 master card makers were fighting together, while low-level card makers like Gu Wu stood quietly behind the 3. The Skinner still had the same calm expression as before. With a faint smile on his face, he asked, where did President Jin find such a good seedling? The strength of this card. Jinping laughed twice, and then asked meaningfully, as long as you abandon the so-called principles, there are plenty of good seedlings for you to choose from in the Indo-American Federation. As an ally, Jinping naturally understood the brown-skinned woman beside him. Although she looked kind on the surface, what kind of devil was hidden under that approachable face? Ridiculous persistence. He sneered in his heart. After hearing Jinping's words, the Skinner's smile remained unchanged, but the atmosphere at the scene instantly dropped to the extreme, and the card makers behind her did not dare to breathe. Oh, just relying on that group of white ghosts and bastards. They are worthy. The Skinner stared at Russell off the field and continued, do you really think I don't know what they were going to do back then? Reward for scalps. They only cooperated with us out of helplessness. At this time Chris said with some dissatisfaction, hey, Skinner, you scolded me too. The Skinner turned to look at Chris, with a little apology on his face. Sorry, I'm not targeting you. Seeing this, Chris was not going to provoke this crazy woman, but said to Jinping with a hint of sarcasm, old dog Jin, you must have told the kid down there the information, right? Otherwise, how could he let this monster out? But who would have thought that Jinping showed a strange smile on his face at this time? No, I didn't tell him anything. If you told him, would it still be considered a test? Chris was stunned, then shook his head. This is crazy. Aren't you afraid that he will die with this kind of talent? Or, are you so confident in him? The delicate little boy did not ask the last question, but looked at the young man below with some regret. But who is not a madman here? Compared with the two madmen beside him who are obsessed with power and extreme MZ, he is just not that crazy. Not to mention that there is a monster who likes to eat the internal organs of the same kind. Kingpin did not care about the opinion of Chris beside him. He just stared at Russell below quietly, thinking with a little malice in his heart, "Let me see your tricks." At this time, Kingpin not only wanted to knock the young man's thoughts, but also had some inexplicable fear. But thinking that the other party had signed the contract, the old man couldn't help but laugh at his own thoughts. As for whether Russell could be promoted to the master level and get rid of control, there has always been and only one master card maker in the Spirit Beggar Association for so many years. In the field, as the armed color domineering gradually spread to Zoro's hands, the battle officially started. Fulilian, as a long-range support character, took the lead, and the dark beam instantly pierced the body of the demon floating in the air. However, the unknown demon named Wu in the identification information just lowered his head and stared blankly at his huge empty body, without any other reaction. Zoro looked at Wu with a serious face. Although he didn't know why the other party didn't fight back, he was already close to Wu under the cover of Spider-Man and Fulilian. As Zoro's black long knife slashed across Wu's body, Russell couldn't help but feel a little confused. What's going on? Sandbag? He always felt that it shouldn't be so simple, otherwise the master card maker who looked like a little boy wouldn't have mentioned this test specifically. Just as Russell was thinking so, a piercing scream suddenly came. Ah! The sharp sound almost broke the eardrum. Russell covered his ears with a slightly uncomfortable look on his face, staring at Wu in the distance. At this time, in his eyes, the first person affected by the scream was Zoro, who was closest to the other party. The green-haired swordsman stared blankly at Wu in front of him. The next moment, tingling, 3 long swords fell to the ground one after another, and then Zoro sat there with his hands on his knees, motionless. The sudden change made Russell a little at a loss for a moment. No. In his perception, Zoro was in good condition at this time, obviously not hurt, but he had lost his will to fight. The next to be affected was Fulilian. The performance of the white-haired elf at this moment was even more heavyweight than Zoro. She fell asleep directly leaning on the staff. Russell was about to wake her up when he suddenly felt an inexplicable fatigue. He was in an ORZ state, muttering, "I'm so tired. I don't want to go to work." Seeing that the creatures in the field seemed to have lost their will to fight at this time, they slowly floated towards Russell. Jin Ping on the high platform was watching the scene below with great interest. "Come on, let me see." Beside him, Chris hesitated to speak. "Hey, aren't you going to intervene? No matter what, this experiment is still a little unstable. If you ask me, just change to a simpler one. Anyway, your vision is definitely good, Jin old dog." However, Jin Ping just ignored it. Seeing this, Chris stopped trying to dissuade him, just shook his head slightly, and looked at the young man below with sympathy. At this time, the Skinner just smiled and watched the scene in front of him, saying nothing. Just when everyone present had different thoughts, a terrifying hissing sound suddenly interrupted their thoughts. But in their ears it was a hissing sound, and in Russell's ears it was fairy music. Ironed by. What did you do to Russell and the others? Take my meteor impact. The one who spoke was Spider-Man, and for some reason she was not affected. As for the so-called meteor impact, she just randomly picked it up, and it was actually a headbutt attack. Why? The main reason was that Spider-Man saw that Zoro had to say a long name of his moves every time he made a move, which effectively increased the power of his moves, which made her feel itchy. What that green algae-headed man could do, she, Spider-Girl, could do as well. But it was obvious that she did not have the talent for naming like Zoro. Although the name was very similar to the move used by a big brother who drove a spaceship when facing a bald monster, it was just a simple headbutt after all. Bang! As Wu was knocked away by Spider-Man's headbutt, Russell and the other two also regained consciousness. Seeing this, Chris in the stands looked down, and with a twitching eye, he looked at Kingpin beside him. "As long as you're happy." He just believed what the old dog said about not revealing information. There are even cards for this, and he said that he did not reveal information? Next time he believes this old dog, he will eat a ton of food. Hearing Chris' words, Kingpin's expression did not change, but he felt a little regretful. "I didn't expect such a coincidence." As one of the few card makers who knew the characteristics of the demon below, he knew that after the young man below had the corresponding means of restraint, the demon would no longer cause any trouble. and the subsequent development was just as Kingpin thought. As Zoro and Frillian returned to normal, Wu soon lost his ability to resist. Russell also reacted to what happened at this time. The main reason was that only Spider-Man was not affected, which was too easy to guess. The outward invalidation effect brought by Spider-Man's Dominator endurance can make her immune to soul damage of gold level and below. Just from the description, it can be seen that the effect is undoubtedly the best in the gold level. Almost flipped over. Wu's unknown ability is obviously one of the top ones in the gold level. If it weren't for Spider-Man, Russell might have flipped over today. Jinping. The face of the old man with the hooked nose flashed through Russell's mind. There was no doubt that this was definitely not a normal test. Russell did not believe that a normal gold level card maker could survive in the hands of Wu. At this moment, he was extremely sure that the old man with the hooked nose had become wary of him. But there was no way, because he was promoted too quickly, and he joined the Qi Ling Society at the beginning because of Gu Wu's pressure. Tisk, it seems that I need to ask in advance what the specific matter is in the future. Russell did not want to lose his life in an unclear way. What if Jinping came to kill him one day? He felt that the old man might really do this. But thinking about the fact that the Qi Ling Society had invested a lot in him, at least he had no worries about his life before Jinping launched the hidden plan, which made Russell feel a little calmer. Just when he was in a state of confusion, the battle in the field had come to an end. Plop. As Zoro slowly put away his sword, Wu floating in the air instantly dissipated, but then a human body fell out of it. Seeing this, Russell immediately stepped forward and prepared to collect the materials, but at this time he was shocked to find that there were no materials at all. How is it possible? Russell was stunned for a moment. You know, Spider-Man had previously identified that the material called Soul of Nothingness would be dropped. At this time, he began to carefully look at the corpse on the ground, and found that it was not a demon corpse at all, but rather a human. Russell immediately thought of the demonized card maker he met in the first secret realm when he entered the third year of high school. The two were very similar, except that the materials were dropped. Just as Russell was puzzled, a hoarse voice sounded in his ears, "Don't look, there will be no materials." It was Jinping. Hearing this, Russell responded calmly, "President." He wanted to ask what was going on at this time, but it seemed that the other party had no intention of answering. Jinping continued, "Let's go, the test is completed." After speaking, he stopped talking, turned around and took Russell back to the high platform. At this time, only Gu Wu was left on the podium. Chris and the Skinner had already left when Russell passed the test. Although the young man's cards surprised them, that was all. After all, he was just a gold-level card maker. And even if they wanted to win him over, they couldn't do it in front of Jinping. No one wanted to mess with this old lunatic. Not to mention that they are allies now. Seeing that only his group was left, Jinping was not surprised. He just waved his hand and asked Russell and the others to follow. Today's goal was to inform the others about Antarctica. It was time to go back. As for the test, it was just a test. If you couldn't pass it, you could die directly. If you passed it, there would be no reward. However, just after leaving the castle, Russell suddenly looked at the bustling people on the street and said, "President, I have some gold-level materials on hand that I want to exchange. There should be such a place here, right?" Chapter 254 What? I am the villain? Exclamation mark. Russell had a sudden idea, because before he came, he saw some illegal card makers setting up stalls along the way. They were selling all kinds of things. Although Jinping was a little surprised, he didn't say much, just glanced at Gu Wu. Gu Wu immediately understood what the old man meant, and then summoned 2 cards. Keep them. If you need to come here again in the future, use these cards to come. Hearing this, Russell took the cards and checked the information. Blood sacrifice ritual array, teleport, rank, gold, diamond, quality, blue category, item skill, teleport. The holder can use blood sacrifice to teleport himself back and forth between the marked location and the anchor point. Current marked location: 120.911900, 38.398197. Current anchor point: 126.708402, minus 24.514157. Note: to use this card, the holder needs to use human blood to draw the relevant array. Russell could tell from this card that the Skinner was definitely not a good guy. Whose card of a good guy needs a blood sacrifice before it can be used? At this time, Guwu's voice sounded again. This card is a sub-card generated from the Skinner's card. From now on, Xia Liu, you will use this card to travel between the two places. The marked location is the island where we met before. If you are not satisfied, you can change it later. Russell always had an inexplicable sense of déjà vu when looking at the card in his hand at this time, and couldn't help muttering in his heart, "What is this? The Lord of the Bathroom. But isn't mine a little bloody?" The problem is that every time he does it, it's not suitable to do it in the bathroom. Although this amount of bleeding is nothing for his vitality at the moment. That's right, Russell is going to use his own blood. I'm afraid that the card makers under the Skinner will give a thumbs up when they know it, ruthless man. But he doesn't plan to change the address, because under normal circumstances, he won't come here. After responding, Russell checked the second card. Beggar's spiritual robe rank, black iron quality, white category, item description, an ordinary card used to prove that the holder is a member of the Beggar's Spiritual Society. The second card has no special use, and it seems to be used only to prove Russell's identity as a member of the Beggar's Spiritual Society. Jinping's voice sounded at the right time. It's up to you whether to wear this robe or not. By the way, if you see anyone wearing this black robe in the city, just kill them. Only a few of you in the society can come here. After saying that, he left here with Guwu without waiting for Russell's reaction. Russell looked at the empty space in front of him and felt a little confused for a while. No, are they really just leaving him here? After secretly criticizing Jinping, the moody old madman, Russell finally chose to wear the black robe of the Beggar's Spiritual Society. Less trouble is worse than more trouble. Judging from what Jinping specifically said, no one in the city should dare to provoke the Beggar's Spiritual Society. No one should dare to provoke the several forces that appeared in the city within the city. But what did the old man mean by the last sentence? Only we can come from 1 to 6. Thinking about it, Jinping seemed to have never regarded the members of the Beggars Association as human beings, so Russell was not so surprised for a while. After getting dressed, he roughly estimated the time. It should be some time before dawn in Donglei. It was not too late when Russell first met Guwu. Although some time was wasted now, it should be about 4 or 5 hours before dawn in Donglei. With a little peace of mind, he immediately began to walk around the city. Perhaps because they are all illegal card makers, the area of the entire city is not large. But it is also true that it is a bit difficult for this group of desperados to settle in one place. They can gather together at this time, but there are still several major forces behind this city. Strangely, Russell saw mostly white and black people along the way. People with his skin color are rare, and he can't understand what a few of them say. Occasionally, there are few people with strings of small human heads all over their bodies. It turns out that only the Qi Ling Society and the Gyi sect are causing trouble in the Ming dynasty. From the current situation, he can already infer the general situation of this world. As the president of a local association in the Ming dynasty, Russell is naturally clear about it. Due to the control of both the court and the association, ordinary people basically have no chance to become illegal card makers unless the Qi Ling Society or the Gyi sect comes to them. As for other countries, it is hard to say. Perhaps there is no concept of illegal card makers in their country. After all, the human settlements that Russell encountered in Korea some time ago have been kept in captivity by demons. Who cares if they are illegal card makers at this time? Thinking about it this way, Russell actually felt it was very reasonable. Putting aside the strange thoughts in his mind, he focused his attention on the stalls on both sides of the road. After walking around for a while, he stopped in front of a white stall owner's stall. The white man couldn't help but shudder when he saw the black robe representing the spirit beggars. Sir, if it was English, Russell might be able to communicate with him for a few words, but it was obviously not. He didn't know which language it was, but based on the geographical location, it was probably Castilian, Spanish. After all, the Castilians were the first to discover this continent. So he stretched out his hand to stop the other person from speaking, and then pointed to a piece of material displayed on the electronic device in front of the white man, and then took out the material. Feast of Pirates, read. The white man immediately understood what he meant, and hurriedly took out the material that Russell needed from his storage props. In such a chaotic place, no one dared to put the material directly on the stall. Generally, the items placed directly on the stall were not very precious items such as books. The white man stuffed the material into Russell's hand with fear and trepidation, and he didn't even want Feast of Pirates, red. Seeing this, Russell silently threw the Feast of Pirates on the stall, turned around and left with the materials he needed. He also understood at this time that the white man might really want to give it away for free because of his status as a member of the Spirit Begging Society. But he couldn't do that. The main reason was that if he set a precedent, it would break the rules, and other card makers who were selling stolen goods here might not come again. The main reason was that your managers were so blatantly swallowing up their materials, so why would they trade? Every time they come, they can just supply all the materials to the city in the city. But to be honest, Russell had already taken advantage. After all, Feast of Pirates may not meet the needs of the white man. If it was a normal transaction, he would need to add 2 other materials as a bonus. Looking at the gold level, Void Walker, red, in his hand, Russell smiled with satisfaction. It's not a loss. Originally, when he saw the drop materials of Wu, he thought he could save 1 material, but he never expected that Wu didn't drop any materials. Fortunately, he had exchanged the materials he needed at the moment. Then there's still 1 missing. Thinking of this, Russell continued to walk around the city. Unfortunately, the materials in the hands of these illegal card makers are definitely not as complete as those in the association. Until Russell was about to leave, he did not find the second material that suits him. However, he bought a few books. For example, Card-Making Tips of the French legendary card maker Alexandre Dumas, which was the originator of the cool novel The Count of Monte Cristo before Russell crossed over. Russell bought a Ming language version. In this world, the other party has become a famous card maker. There is also The Legendary Life of Hardcore Card Maker Hemingway. These are all strange books that Russell has never seen in Ming Dynasty. It's time to go back. After shopping, Russell was satisfied and prepared to return to Donglei. At this time, in addition to the 2 materials he was going to use, he also had a Pirate Master Craftsman, gold, and several low-quality gold-level pirate cotters that he didn't use. Those books were also exchanged by him with materials. After all, materials are now considered a universal currency. Arriving outside the city, Russell turned his finger into a knife and cut a big gash on his hand, and told Kuang Wang not to heal it yet. Then he followed the instructions for the use of Blood Sacrifice Array, teleportation, to draw a magic circle on the ground. Soon, an inverted triangle-shaped bloody magic circle appeared on the ground. With a flashing of scarlet light, Russell suddenly disappeared from the spot. In just a moment, the young man had appeared on the beach where he had met Gu Wu before, so fast. After sighing at the speed, Russell couldn't help scratching his head. I thought someone would be blind and stare at me, and then kill and rob me. That's what I read in the novels before I traveled through time. Then he looked down and saw the black robe on his body. Hey, it turns out that I am the villain. That's okay. Russell quickly put away the black robe, identified the direction, and rushed towards Donglei. In the early morning, Russell came to the association to work as usual, as if nothing had happened last night. But for him now, just not sleeping for 1 night is really nothing, not even as much as the physical strength consumed in Pokemon battles with his sister cards. Russell propped up his head and watched his cards busy in the president's office. Of course, it was mainly Aizen, Unhanaritsu, and Fubuki who were working. Among all his cards, these 3 were the most skilled in handling official business. Russell was stunned when his eyes swept across the gentle beauty with pigtails hanging on her chest, and then stood up abruptly. He seemed to know where the vague sense of weirdness came from after meeting Yu Hangry yesterday. Russell dialed the internal phone. Let Lao Wang come to the president's office now. Soon, Lao Wang, the clerk who came to submit the attendance report yesterday evening, came to the president's office again. Feeling the alluring aura of the cards beside Russell, old Wang didn't dare to breathe. Fortunately, the young man immediately spoke to relieve his pressure. Director Yu is not feeling well. You will have to take care of the personnel management department for a while. Old Wang was stunned, and then quickly replied, It's not hard, leave it to me. He was not very happy. After all, he was not strong enough. Even if Russell wanted him to take over as the director of the personnel management department, it would not work. But Russell didn't call him here for this. Do you have the home address of Xiao Su and Xiao Chen? I saw that they were absent the most yesterday, so I planned to visit them. Hearing this, old Wang was stunned at first, and prayed for these members of the logistics department in his heart. You are finished, the president is actually going to come to your door in person. Although he thought so in his heart, the middle-aged man still answered honestly, Yes, I will send you their home addresses when I go back. Well, you can go down. Looking at the back of old Wang leaving, Russell touched his chin. After visiting Yuhengru yesterday, he felt something was wrong. Today, after seeing the captain of the medical team, Hanaritsu, he suddenly thought of the large number of absence records in the logistics department. Basically, they started at the same time as Yuhengru's absence. Although he didn't know if there was any connection between the two, Russell decided to check the situation. Even if there was no connection, that was perfect. Let Hanaritsu treat him and come back to work as soon as he was well. Today was the unkind and evil leader, Russell. Chapter 255, Black-Winged Demon Ulquiorasifa. Ding dong. In a luxurious apartment, Russell rang the doorbell and waited quietly for the owner to open the door. Generally, members of the logistics department who can work at the association headquarters, even if they are not card makers, will have a high salary on weekdays. So Russell was not surprised that the first visitor, Ziosu, lived in a luxurious apartment. Moreover, Ziosu was not a local of Dongle, so it was more likely that he rented a house. Speaking of which, when he just wanted to enter the community, he was stopped by the 5-star general at the door. Fortunately, after he showed his ID, the other party also slid at the speed of light and asked you if he could help him find a property manager, but Russell politely refused. After all, no one knows what will happen later. If something related to the Gye sect is really found, letting these ordinary people know is just harming them. After waiting for a while, seeing that no one opened the door, Russell frowned slightly and released his mental power. Just now, out of respect for the privacy of others, he did not use mental power to scan the situation in the house. However, as soon as he released his mental power, he found that there was a very weak breath of life in the house. With a flash, Russell entered the house from the shadow under his feet under the guidance of the ghost soldier. At this time, he naturally didn't care about privacy. Feeling the breath of mental feedback, Russell pushed open a door. The furnishings in the room were obviously a bedroom. His target was lying on the bed with a weak breath and unconscious. Sure enough, it's almost the same as Lao Yu. As soon as he saw Ziosu, Russell knew that he had come to the right place this time. Because the young man lying on the bed at this moment looked exactly like Yuhengru, with a haggard face and a shriveled body. However, Yuhengru could still move, but Ziosu in front of him had completely lost his ability to move. Sister Lai, please take a look. Nodding to Anahana Lai who appeared beside him, Russell quietly watched the woman wearing the 4th squad captain's feathered robe come forward to check on Ziosu's situation. By the way, he also asked the ghost soldier to clean up at home and prepare some hot water and hot porridge. In other words, Ziosu lives alone and has no family, otherwise he would not have to worry about these. Fortunately, he didn't have to do it. The ghost soldier might have learned it while taking care of Ziosu, and he was very good at it since he was made. After a long time, Hanaritsu turned to Russell with a little doubt on his face. I didn't find anything wrong. Hearing this, Russell's heart sank. He remembered that when he visited Yuhengru before, he also said that the doctor said that there was nothing wrong with his body, just an old illness. But now Ziosu is dying, he doesn't believe that there is really no problem. Try Hudeo. With the attitude of trying everything possible, Russell asked Hanaritsu to treat Ziosu with Hudeo, maybe a miracle would happen. A faint light flashed in the room, and Ziosu still looked shriveled. But Russell and Hanaritsu stared at him, because they both saw each other's eyelids move. Unfortunately, after a long time, Ziosu still didn't open his eyes. After thinking for a while, Russell prepared to have an expert consultation. He summoned all 3 of his gold level cards. Misaka Mikoto can provide CPR and electrotherapy, and as a great scientist, Aizen might be able to find some unusual problems. As for Luffy, Luffy can go and have fun. Let's start now. Misaka Mikoto put her left hand in the pocket of her frog sweater, and a flash of electric arc flashed across her right hand, looking eager to try. Russell pulled the corner of his mouth and held the girl down. She's not dead yet, don't worry. Then he turned his head and looked at Aizen. Do you have any clues? Aizen had an interested smile on his face, carefully looking at Ziosu on the bed, and then looked at Hanaritsu beside him. Can Captain Unohana use Kato again? Hanaritsu glanced at the brown-haired man when he heard this, and a faint light flashed across his hand again. As Ziosu's eyelids moved, Aizen touched his chin thoughtfully. After a while, he seemed to have thought of something, and said aloud, Captain Unohana, please use Kato a few more times. Unohana did not hesitate, but used Kato several times in a row. As several Kato fell on him in succession, Ziosu's eyelids began to tremble violently. Seeing this, Aizen turned to Unohana and said, "You should have noticed it too, right?" Unohana frowned and said, "The Kato seems to have been absorbed by something and it didn't work on this child." Hearing the two people's words, Russell raised his eyebrows slightly, and then summoned a prop card. Soul Foreign Body Extraction Medium. You should know that the essence of Kato is a healing ghost way to repair soul injuries. Although it has become a universal healing ability under the interference of the mysterious space, it does not mean that this ability has been lost. In addition to the reactions of Unohana and Aizen. Cough cough. A weak cough sounded in the room, but Russell did not care, but stared at the thing that appeared in the center of his palm at this time. A wisp of scarlet blood? Russell finally knew why Aizen suddenly generated a Soul Foreign Body Extraction Medium prop card some time ago. It turned out that he was waiting here. No, it should be said that there should have been relevant anomalies in the city as early as that time. He carefully put the blood into the teacup brought by the ghost soldier, and kept it in the Black Shadow Kingdom before turning his attention to the bed. Awake. At this moment, Ziosu heard the voice in his ear, and after struggling to open his eyes, he found that there were many figures in the bedroom looking at him quietly. Before he could react to what happened, a ghost soldier came forward and helped his upper body to lean against the head of the bed. President. Ziosu only then found Russell standing behind a man and a woman by the bed, as well as the bored girl and straw hat youth at the door. His first reaction was that he had asked for leave for too long, which made the president angry and came to expel him personally. However, before he could say anything, Russell seemed to have seen through his thoughts and said, "I'm not here today because of your leave. Think carefully about whether there have been any strange things recently." Ziosu was stunned, and then he saw his slightly withered palm. As a member of the logistics department who can work at the association headquarters, he is naturally not a fool. He immediately realized that he was probably not simply sick, and immediately frowned and began to recall. After a long time, he hesitated and said, "It seems there is nothing strange." Hearing this, Russell couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. He sighed and patted the other party's shoulder. "Then you have a good rest. I will approve your leave. There is some hot porridge in the kitchen. You can eat first." After saying that, he put away his cards and left the apartment. Ziosu stared blankly at the bedroom that was empty in an instant, and scratched his head for a long time. The president is a very good person. Outside the house, Russell stood quietly for a while, and only left after making sure that Ziosu was not abnormal. In the report submitted by Lao Wang before, Ziosu was not the only one who was absent so frequently. There is nothing wrong with him. Under the dark night, Russell muttered to himself with some doubts. Just now, he had visited the absent members of the association one by one. Some of them simply asked for leave due to physical discomfort, while others were in the same situation as Ziosu. Fortunately, with previous experience, the disease was cured easily. But the strange thing was that no one remembered anything wrong. Fortunately, since they were all members of the association headquarters, the distance between their addresses was not far. Forget it, I still have to go to see old Yu anyway. I hope he can find something wrong. Since there is already a treatment method, Russell naturally has to go to Yu Hengru. If it was caused by the Gye sect, then there is naturally nothing to say, but if the other party's body is really about to fail, then Russell also needs to report it, and he must let the Killucard Master Association prepare to send a new director of the Personnel Management Department to Donglei in advance. In other words, Donglei has not had a silver-level card maker break through to the gold level in recent days, otherwise there would be no need to go through so much trouble. As Russell rang the doorbell, Yu Hengru opened the door with a surprised look on his face. "President." Russell didn't waste any words and said straight to the point, "I roughly know what's wrong with you." As he said that, he took out the Soul Foreign Object Extraction Medium. Yu Hengru looked at the young man in front of him with a confused look on his face as he started to operate. The next moment, in the middle-aged man's horrified eyes, a wooden arm suddenly stabbed into his chest. "Russell." Yu Hengru looked at the chest with a look of astonishment as the arm was pulled out, but it was still intact. Huh? He now felt that his whole body suddenly relaxed a lot. However, a strand of scarlet blood floated in the palm of the young man opposite. Yuhengru also realized at this time that his physical problem was definitely not caused by the recurrence of old injuries. His expression suddenly became serious. "President, come in and talk." Russell followed him all the way to the living room, sat on the sofa without any hesitation and asked, "Director Yu, did you find anything unusual in the past few days?" Yuhengru lowered his head and pondered after hearing this. After a long time, he said uncertainly, "If you want to say what's wrong. My physical condition deteriorated only after President Simo was assassinated that day. I'm afraid it was the trick that day. Let me think about the places I went that day." Just as he was thinking, Russell provided another piece of information. "Not only Director Yu are affected, many people are affected." Hearing this, Yuhengru frowned even more tightly. After a long time, he let out a long breath, took a sip of the hot tea that the ghost soldier had just brewed. "No. It seems." Cough. Yuhengru suddenly looked at the teacup in his hand in surprise, then turned his head to look at Russell and said blankly, "My body. It's back to that." Hearing Yuhengru's words, Russell took out the soul foreign body extraction medium, again without any hesitation. The next moment, the two gold-level card makers stared at the tiny and imperceptible blood thread in Russell's hand. "Director Yu, does your water come from the water plant in this area?" At this moment, Russell felt that he had grasped the thread and asked in a deep voice. Although he didn't know why he drank the same water but was not affected, it didn't stop him from targeting the water plant. "Because I'm not injured? Or for some other reason?" Russell couldn't figure it out for a while, but he didn't intend to dwell on this question. Is it just a random impact? He remembered several members of the logistics department he visited before. Some of them were not alone, but lived with their families, but their families didn't have any problems. After hearing Russell's question, Yuhengru nodded heavily. "Yes." Russell nodded slightly. "I see. Director Yu will come to the headquarters tomorrow, so don't alert the enemy tonight." Yuhengru was stunned. He felt that the best option was to launch a surprise attack now. But since Russell, as the president, said so, he wouldn't refute it. "Okay." Underground, in front of the blood pool. Li Shuo looked at the huge monster that had gradually occupied the entire blood pool in front of him, and asked Cliff beside him, "It shouldn't take long, right?" But who would have thought that? Cliff frowned and looked at the instrument in his hand. "Normally it will take 2 days. But several eggs just disappeared. I have obviously said it so that it won't harm lives before activation." Li Shuo couldn't help but pull the corner of his mouth when he heard it. "With that kind of suction, I think it's normal for an old thing to lose its life." After hearing Li Shuo's words, although Cliff was still a little confused, he felt that what the middle-aged man next to him said made some sense. However, for the sake of safety, he decided to speed up the progress a little, but the price would be to increase the chance of being discovered. After setting the parameters, Cliff breathed a sigh of relief, a smile appeared on his face, and he said to Li Shuo, "In 2 days, your long-cherished wish will be fulfilled. Don't forget the agreement with us when the time comes." Li Shuo glanced at the researcher and said casually, "Don't worry, I won't forget it." Although he wanted to regret it in his heart, he thought it would be better to fulfill the contract honestly when he thought of the consequences of offending the demon army. Seeing that he got a satisfactory answer, Cliff stopped talking, just folded his hands and looked at the treasure created by their demon army in front of him quietly. Russell, who returned home, actually knew that the best choice at the moment was to raid the water plant directly, but he always felt a little uneasy in his heart, so he planned to convert the materials on his body into combat power first. "I originally wanted to save up points first." Russell sighed with some regret, and then took out his mobile phone and opened the points platform. Looking at his 9,050 points balance, he couldn't help but feel a little fortunate in his heart. Fortunately, he had some left when he made Luffy last time. "I hope I can get a golden material, otherwise I can only make do with purple." Russell's eyes flashed with materials, and suddenly, he stopped his fingertips. Heartless soul, gold, priced at 8,900 points. Without any hesitation, he took a picture of the material in an instant. While waiting for the material to arrive, Russell made sure that there was no one around and called Spider Chi out. He wanted Spider Chi to identify the origin of the blood, blood of, level, quality, category. Introduction: my body will no longer be a burden to me, and my spirit will no longer be a shackle to me. I will become a dragon. Russell was a little confused for a while. Except for an introduction, Spider Kai's identification information had no other important content. This was the first time he encountered such a situation. Usually, Spider Chi could at least identify a name. Is Li Shuo going to be a limb-removing demon? Based on the introduction, Russell muttered to himself with some doubt. But it's impossible. You know, becoming a limb-replacing monster will definitely reduce the combat effectiveness compared to card makers. Even if you can become an emerald-level limb-replacing monster, it's not worth it in Russell's opinion. Tisk, there's still too little information. He rubbed his eyebrows with a headache. Just when Russell was thinking about what Li Shuo wanted to do, the last batch of materials was delivered to his residence. Fortunately, the allocation location of this batch of materials is not far from Donglei, and the gold-level card makers used by the association to escort the materials are all speed and defense specialists. After all, they don't have to beat others, as long as others can't kill them or catch up with them. After successfully signing for the materials, Russell took the materials to the second floor. Looking at the Hollow Demon Bat, red, Void Walker, red, and Heartless Soul, gold, placed in front of him, he took a deep breath, picked up the pen and started drawing on the blank card. Soon, a man with short black hair, pale skin, and 2 dark green tear marks on his face appeared on the card. Please start compiling your story. In Hueco Mundo, a long time ago, a pure white hollow named El Quiara Cipher was born, who only had vision. Because he was excluded by his companions, El Quiara wandered alone in Hueco Mundo, and on the way he saw a white bush. El Quiara, who had been thinking about the ultimate philosophical question of who I am, decided to bury himself in this bush. But just as he approached the bush, the white mask that originally covered his face gradually broke, gradually revealing his original appearance. And after experiencing evolution, El Quiara embarked on a journey again. Although he did not like to kill his own kind, when facing his own kind who only had the primitive devouring instinct, he had no choice but to take action. After all, this is the law of survival in Hueco Mundo. As the battles became more and more, he became stronger and stronger. He heard that there was a force called the Palace of the Night in this desert, which was ruled by a powerful hollow. But he was not interested in joining the other party, let alone competing with the other party. Until that day, a powerful being named Azim came to him after defeating the Lord of the Palace of the Night. The brown-haired man turned him into an Arankor through the Hajioku, mastered the power called the Returned Blade, and became the 4th of the 10 Espada. Looking at the ordinary hollow trembling under his Returned Blade, the black-winged great demon, he touched the hollow hole on his chest and couldn't help asking himself, what exactly is the heart? Since Russell already has a lot of Death God cards, this time the card is much smoother than other cards. No wonder everyone likes to play with the same lineup until death. At this time, he also understood why most card makers like to make cards from the same series as before. In addition to the possibility of a bond, the difficulty of making cards will be much lower. He put the floating card in front of him into his mind and began to check the information. Black-winged great demon, El Quiara Cipher rank, gold quality, red category, biological skills, resonance, the high-speed displacement ability used by the Arankor to move. Hollow Flash, a common skill for all hollows, and as an Espada, El Quiara also possesses the derived skills of the Grand Hollow, such as Flash. Returned Blade, Dark-Winged Demon, a powerful ability possessed by the Arankor, which can release their own power and unlock a more powerful form. Features: Espada, Steel Skin, Super Speed Regeneration, Heart of Nothingness. As an Espada whose representative way of death is nothingness, El Quiara has been pondering a philosophical question throughout his life, that is, what exactly is the heart? Because he has no heart, he is not affected by emotional effects when in battle. Introduction: Heart, what is that? Advancement: Gold, Black-Winged Demon, El Quiara Cipher, Emerald, number 4, El Quiara Cipher. Bond, when appearing at the same time with Stark and other series, the effect, Vertex of Hueco Mundo, can be activated. Sure enough, there is no way to generate the ability of the second stage of the Return to the Sword. Although the gold-level Zioku did not generate the second stage of the Return to the Sword, Russell was not disappointed. After all, when he was making up the story, he only made up that Zioku had just become a 10 Espadas under the control of the Blue, and he was not the only terrifying existence that could perform the second stage of the Return to the Sword in the future. Most of the abilities are the same as Nell, but the strength should be much higher. Although Nell also has characteristics such as Steel Skin and Super Speed Regeneration, The strength is definitely not as good as that of the gold level Zyoku. By the way, the ability of Zyoku should have been unlocked by the Curia Palace. Thinking of this, Russell immediately checked the information of Curia Palace, between the void, activated when holding Ulquiara Cipher. Number 4, in the familiar palace, Ulquiara Cipher's strength will be greatly improved. Void, when Kyakuya reaches the emerald level, Ulquiara Cipher in battle will gradually affect the surrounding enemies, making them confused. Band, another possibility, when Kyakuya reaches the diamond level, Ulquiara Cipher will gain a new posture, World of Void. Band, it's like this again. What exactly is the new posture? Russell scratched his head. He was sure that he had never seen the relevant content in the original work before he traveled through time. The key point is that Kyakuya must reach the diamond level to unlock it, which makes him very itchy, but there is nothing he can do. Putting away the 2 cards, Russell immediately began to think about another thing. He was thinking about whether to try the item card, Unstable Collapse, experimental, one time. But after thinking for a long time, he chose to give up. It was mainly a one-time thing, and it was too much of a loss just for an experiment. Seeing that there was still some time before sunrise outside the window, Russell prepared to enter meditation to recover his mental strength. In the early morning, Russell called several gold-level card makers from the headquarters to the president's office with a serious face. With Yu Hengru's explanation, Lu Yan and the other 2 soon understood the situation. After a moment of silence, Zengbo took the lead in asking, "Then will I go to organize people now?" But Russell waved his hand. "If it is really the nest of Gye sect, too many people will only alert the snake. Let's go together." But Director Zhang remembered to tell the people below to be on standby at any time. As for Director Yu, you will coordinate at the headquarters, and your body is not suitable for following us to risk your life. After arranging things, the 4 soon came to the water plant with great suspicion. After arriving, Russell and his friends did not alarm anyone, but secretly explored whether there was anything unusual in the water plant. After a long time, Lu Yan frowned and said, "Strange. How come everything is normal?" Russell thought for a moment and decided to let Luffy come out to search with his observation haki. After a few breaths, Luffy scratched his head and said, "I didn't find anything, Russell." Hearing this, just when Russell and others were about to find another way, the young man wearing a straw hat continued, "But I heard a sound underground. Someone kept shouting, 'Why, it hurts.'" Hearing this, Russell and the other 4 looked at each other. You know, in their mental power, there is nothing underground. There is no doubt that the group of Gye sect has the means to shield and explore. No wonder it hasn't been discovered for so long. If it weren't for Luffy's, listen to the voice of all things, working again, the 4 people might have really made a wasted trip today. Russell said to Zhangbo calmly, "Director Zhang, go and notify the factory director here and ask him to evacuate the people in the factory as soon as possible." The next movement. It won't be small. Chapter 256, Playing House ends here. Underground, next to the blood pool. Li Shuo was admiring the masterpiece in front of him, but suddenly frowned, and then his expression changed drastically. "Oh no, those association lackeys are here." As a gold-level card maker, Li Shuo naturally couldn't be unaware of the water plant employees who were evacuating on the ground. Cliff was stunned at first, and then hurriedly operated the instrument in his hand. Why is there no alarm? For the sake of caution, Cliff hacked the nearby electronic equipment, and with the shielding equipment he brought from the demon army, it can basically ensure that their sacrificial site is extremely secret. Not to mention that Li Shuo's card also has the ability to hide. As for having someone monitor the water plant above, that would increase the risk of exposure. But soon, the 2 realized what happened. It was Russell's tea-haired girl card. Since the other party had previously demonstrated the ability to manipulate electromagnetic force, it naturally had the corresponding ability to manipulate electronic equipment, but it had never been demonstrated before, so they didn't think about it at all. But at this moment, the plan has reached the last moment, and they can't just abandon this place and make other plans. Although he couldn't figure out how the group of association lackeys found this place, Cliff said without hesitation, "Give up the wedges that have not been recovered outside, and go directly to the final process. I will take people up to hold them back." No time to hesitate. The first-level researcher began to operate the instrument in his hand. Hearing this, Li Shuo's face was extremely ugly. "You know, It has not yet reached the most perfect incubation stage. No one knows what will happen if it is forced into the next stage. Damn it. Association lackeys. More importantly, without those wedges outside, the final result will definitely be greatly discounted. However, Li Shuo is still somewhat decisive. Taking a deep breath, he immediately summoned his last card, Dangan. As the middle-aged man in the red dragon robe gradually walked into the blood pool, Dangan also slowly drifted away and merged into it. As Cliff said, at this time, in Li Shuo's mind, even if the next process is completely uncontrollable, it is better than being destroyed by the group of association lackeys above. How can years of planning go to waste today? Russell, I swear to kill you. Li Shuo roared with anger, and his eyes were bloodshot. The next moment, a huge wave of blood surged up, and the giant dragon in the air instantly swallowed Li Shuo. At this time, the employees of the water plant above had basically evacuated. Thanks to mechanization, the number of employees in the factory was not that large. Seeing that there were only 4 gold-level card makers left in the factory, Russell took a deep breath and said calmly, "Do it." After saying that, the cards of several people were ready to destroy the ground. But the next moment, before they could make a move, the ground collapsed instantly, and a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from it. Russell and his 4 people retreated with solemn faces, leaving the battlefield to their own cards. In the blink of an eye, dozens of figures fell steadily from the air to the ground, led by Cliff, who had met Russell and his friends once. But at this moment, Cliff's face looked as ugly as if he had eaten. It was like those agricultural college students' graduation works before Russell crossed over and found that they were not by animals. Anyone who encounters an emergency at the end of a project will have the same expression. Taking a deep breath, Cliff forced himself to calm down and asked in a deep voice, "How did you find out?" However, Russell was not prepared to answer. Not to mention that there is no benefit in answering the other party's doubts. Secondly, anyone who is not a fool knows that the demon on the opposite side is stalling for time. It seems that the things below are very important to you. As Russell's voice fell, his cards suddenly launched a fierce offensive. Seeing that he was not fooled, Cliff's face sank and he signaled to the members of the Gyi sect around him with his eyes. He already knew the details of the conflict with the young man on the opposite side last time, so the members of the Gyi sect around him at this time were not lower than the gold level. The low-level demons came just to give Luffy an ace in a head. Soon, the gold-level limb-jointing demons, and card makers belonging to the Gyi sect faced Lu Yan and the other 2. Seeing this, Cliff's face gradually calmed down, and he said indifferently, "So what? And your initiative to come to us today is the biggest mistake. If we had successfully completed the plan, I think Donglei would not have been so damaged." Russell was not prepared to refute the other party's shameless remarks, because the demon on the other side was just trying to use moral kidnapping to disturb his mind. Seeing that the young man did not react, Cliff curled his lips in boredom. He dodged a coin sideways, and magic tools gradually appeared around him, books, staffs, crystal balls. "I am not like that wastelandite. Do you really think you can beat me?" The transparent defense array was instantly generated, blocking the black giant fist attacking from the side. Cliff chuckled and flew into the air, fighting and escaping away from the water plant. Finally, seeing that only himself and the young man opposite him, as well as the young man's cards, were left around, he said with a slightly cold face and mocking, "In the cage, watch the destruction." As Cliff's voice sounded, a huge barrier suddenly covered the battlefield where the 2 fought. Space barrier. Seeing this, Russell frowned slightly. He remembered that when he fought with Lanide before, the other party also showed similar means. However, looking at the barrier in front of him that seemed to be real, Russell immediately asked Misaka Mikado to use the super electromagnetic cannon to test it. Unlike Lanide's barrier, the barrier cast by Cliff did not move after resisting the super electromagnetic cannon. At this time, the demon researcher in a white coat said mockingly, "It's useless. Even if you kill me, you can't get out. This is a method specially developed by our demon army to deal with freaks like you." After so many years of confrontation with Daming in the north, the demon army had already suffered from all kinds of geniuses. You have to know that there is a gap between people of the same level. The destructive power caused by geniuses is much stronger than that of ordinary card makers. And the binding barrier he has now can completely trap the existence of the top of the gold level, which is not comparable to that of a half-baked person like Lanide. unless the young man in the distance can temporarily break through to the emerald level. But when he thought that the other party, as a card maker, would not have an emerald level card for a while even if he broke through to the emerald level, Cliff's face became more malicious. However, at this moment, a huge black coffin instantly enveloped him. Aizen said indifferently, "The 99th black coffin of the broken path." Bang! The next moment, the coffin was broken, and Cliff, who only had a little damage to the corner of his clothes, appeared on the scene. "No wonder Lana died in your hands, and no wonder Li Shuo was beaten like a dead dog by you. Russell, you are really strong. But it's a pity. Everything you do is just a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Even the things you protect will eventually be crushed by us." Hearing this, Russell sighed. Then a pale figure appeared beside him. Seeing this, Cliff, who was floating in the air, was a little surprised. "I didn't expect you to have another card." But then he laughed dumbly. "But it's just one more gold level card." Boom. The emerald green flash suddenly hit the defensive magic circle in front of him, raising a puff of smoke. "You still can't get out." The smoke dissipated, and Cliff was still calm. However, Russell ignored him, just looked at the pale figure beside him. "Leave it to you, Xiao Wu." Hearing this, Ulquiorra nodded slightly. "Yes, Lord Russell." Then, he drew out the long sword hanging from his waist and pointed it at Cliff in the air. "Seal it, Black-Winged Demon." In an instant, the black and green spiritual pressure soared into the sky, and then the black and green spiritual pressure raindrops fell majestically in the barrier. Cliff didn't know that the Death God type cards were considered normal combat power only after they were released, and he had never seen Russell's silver level Nelu. Therefore, when he felt Ulquiorra's aura suddenly surge, he couldn't help but feel cold in his heart. Sure enough, using Binding Barrier is the right choice. However, just as he was rejoicing, a figure with black wings on his back and holding a green spiritual spear came in front of him. "If this is all your strength, it's really boring." Although Ulquiorra looks cold, he speaks a lot in battle. In Cliff's constricted pupils, the green spiritual spear has already slashed fiercely at the defensive magic circle in front of him. Bang! The demon researcher was instantly smashed and flew out, leaving a long trace in the air and finally hitting the barrier. Russell in the distance frowned slightly as he looked at the barrier that did not move at all. The smoke dissipated, and Cliff's face was gloomy at this time, but before he could say anything, a phantom of a pale palace flashed behind Ulquiorra. Venue card. At this time, Xiao Wu in midair extended his right index finger with an indifferent expression. "If you want to say something, just survive this attack first." The dark energy instantly gathered at the tip of the index finger, and then suddenly shot towards Cliff, and arrived in front of him in an instant. This is the Black Void Flash that can only be used after the 10 blades have returned to the blades under the blessing of Zui Palace. Boom. The earth-shaking explosion sounded all around, but Russell's face sank. "Run away." At this moment, Cliff, who appeared outside the barrier, patted his chest with lingering fear. He just faced a black void flash and felt that the sharp weapon called death was already against his throat. Fortunately, for him, Binding Barrier can come and go freely. After calming down, he turned to Russell, who was still in the barrier, and said, "New cards, and field cards." Fortunately, I was prepared, otherwise I would have to follow the footsteps of that idiot Lanite. But now, you'd better wait to die in the barrier. After saying that, he flew straight towards the water plant without even looking at Russell's reaction. Cliff was not a fool. He knew the principle of running away if he couldn't win. After all, he couldn't expect a scientific researcher like him to fight with the combatants. Russell in the barrier looked gloomy. He had just used his 4 cards to attack the barrier with the strongest means, but the barrier remained motionless. Or at this time, a certain prop card appeared in his hand. Looking at the cards who were in a bitter battle with the members of the Yoriichi sect, Lu Yan's face was solemn. Turning to look at Russell, he found that his president was getting further and further away from the leading demon. The middle-aged man knew that they could only rely on themselves now. However, before he could give any order, the movement from afar attracted his attention. A huge barrier was formed out of thin air, covering Russell and the demon. "Have you been prepared?" Seeing this, Lu Yan did not feel panic. After all, the last time the young man was teleported to some secret realm by the Yoriichi sect, he was unharmed, not to mention that this time it was just a barrier. But unfortunately, the middle-aged man did not know that this barrier was just to trap Russell. Under the gaze of Lu Yan and the other two, The demon that was originally entangled with Russell appeared outside the barrier in a panic, obviously suffering a great loss. Only after seeing that the other party came out and Russell still did not move, the three gradually realized something. However, before they could make any move, the members of the Yoriichi sect who were originally fighting with them suddenly launched a more violent offensive. In desperation, they could only deal with a group of lunatics in front of them first. After escaping the barrier, Cliff ignored the association card makers present, but flew underground. The data at the last moment of the experiment is particularly important. He was already distressed that he had wasted some time dealing with Russell. When he came to the blood pool, he looked at the dry blood pool and the red dragon hovering above the blood pool with its eyes closed. He was a little surprised for a moment. It actually succeeded. Cliff did not expect Li Shuo to actually do this. You know, without the eggs outside, the red dragon in front of him is equivalent to a premature baby. No, it is more serious than a premature baby. To be precise, it is the placenta. As if sensing the arrival of the demon researcher, the dragon suddenly opened its copper bell-like eyes, and Li Shuo's voice came from its mouth. Cliff, I have shed the ordinary. The sound like a huge bell was stuck for a moment, and then Li Shuo's voice switched to the voice of a young man. Father. For before the words were finished, the voice switched to Li Shuo's voice again. At this time, the red dragon closed his eyes a little tiredly. Cliff, you also saw it. The sublimation was not successful, and my sons will still exist. Although I can suppress his consciousness, it is not perfect after all. And this power did not meet expectations. Cliff touched his chin after hearing this. I can't do anything about your son's problem for the time being. Let's think of a solution later. As for the power, there is a way to solve it. As he said this, he showed a malicious smile on his face. Although the wedge has not been recovered, as long as you can swallow those carriers, you can still get most of the power in the plan. This is also a disguised recovery. After speaking, Cliff stopped talking, just quietly waiting for the dragon in front of him to make a choice. The choice he gave actually concealed evil intentions. If Li Shuo really chose to swallow those carriers in Donglei, he might not be able to return to Korea alive. Do you really think the association is blind? He said this just to collect more data for his experiment. After hearing what Cliff said, Li Shuo suddenly became irritable. Yes. As long as I can swallow those wedges, I can still sublimate perfectly. And the association, and Russell. Ha, I have shed my mortal body, who can stop me? Looking at Li Shuo, who was gradually falling into madness in front of him, Cliff's eyes flickered slightly, and he thought to himself, sure enough, it's not just that the original body's consciousness has not been cleaned up. This Li Shuo's spirit has obviously been affected. Sure enough, this project still has a lot of loopholes. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh. However, Li Shuo didn't know what the demon in front of him was thinking. At this moment, his huge body suddenly climbed up, broke through the ground and flew into the air. Roar! The terrifying roar instantly blew away the clouds for several kilometers around. And Lu Yan and the other two were staring blankly at the red dragon surging in the sky. Emerald level. Before the three of them could react, the red dragon in their eyes had already lowered its head and rushed towards the city. The three people's faces changed drastically. Although they didn't know what the red dragon was going to do, it was obvious that the other party was the trump card of Yoriichi sect. If it really rushed into the city, I'm afraid Donglei would be removed from the Ming dynasty today. However, at this time, the members of Yoriichi sect who were originally entangled with them took the initiative to stop fighting and retreated together. This was naturally an order issued by Cliff. Now that the plan has been completed, there is no need for them to waste their strength here. It's just right for the association to test the difference between Li Shuo's combat effectiveness and the normal emerald level. As for Li Shuo, in Cliff's eyes, the middle-aged man is no longer useful. With the data in hand, it is not difficult for their demon army to replicate such a low-quality experimental product. Although they didn't understand what happened, Lu Yan and the other two were not prepared to continue the stalemate, and immediately turned and rushed towards the direction of the dragon. Xiao Liu, go and see if you can help the president get out of trouble. Director Zheng and I will go back to the city for support. Yes. At this time, in the enchantment, Russell was looking anxiously at Xiao, who was wrapped in a pale cocoon in front of him. No one told me that I would have to wait so long after using it. He originally thought that even if he gave it to Xiao, he would only evolve step by step like Aizen. But who would have thought that Xiao would stop moving after being wrapped in the pale giant cocoon? No wonder it's an imperfect Hagioku. He now knew why this Hagioku was only at the gold level despite a lot of restrictions. Russell was not sealed in the prison gate like the prison master, so he could still see the big commotion outside just now. I hope I can catch up. Although he still didn't know what Ziowu would become, the breath emitted by the giant cocoon had already made him a little scared. At the headquarters of the Donglei Cardmaster Association, Yu Hengru was sitting in front of a large group of card makers with his eyes closed. Russell and the other four went out, and now he was the only one who could make the decision at the headquarters. The card makers below couldn't help but feel a little confused. Don't they know what the director in front of the crowd is like on weekdays? I didn't expect that he would be willing to take the lead at this time. I don't know how the president and the others are doing. Yu Hengru couldn't help but sigh in his heart. However, the next moment, the middle-aged man's face changed drastically. He sensed an extremely powerful breath falling from the sky. Alert! Evacuate! Boom! Yu Hengru only had time to utter 2 short words before he was instantly thrown out by the violent shock wave. Cough cough. Wow! The huge impact force affected the middle-aged man's old injury, causing him to spit out a large mouthful of blood. He struggled to get up, looking at the scene in front of him in a daze. At this time, the association's headquarters had turned into ruins. A giant red dragon was rummaging around in the ruins. Yu Hengru widened his eyes in disbelief, and words like a dream came out of his mouth. Emerald level. The next moment, he woke up instantly, and cold sweat involuntarily covered his back. The president and the others won't. The director of the Human Resources Management Department, who was suffering from an old injury, wanted to escape immediately, but he stopped after turning around and taking a few steps. Where else could he escape to? Day and night, he could dream of that nightmare-like night every night. Thinking of this, Yu Hengru gritted his teeth, turned around, and roared, "Damn it, you and me." Before he finished speaking, the red dragon had arrived in front of him, and the huge dragon claws pressed him to the ground. Strange. You smell so good, but why don't you have a wedge? The dragon's somewhat puzzled voice reached Yu Hengru's ears. However, before the middle-aged man could understand the meaning, the dragon swung its tail angrily. Why not? Why not? It was like an earthquake, and the ground couldn't stop shaking under the beating of the dragon's tail. Just when Yu Hengru felt that he was about to die, the red dragon suddenly stopped. Founded after saying that, it dropped the middle-aged man in its claws and instantly soared into the sky. Looking at the direction where the dragon left, Yu Hengru felt cold all over. That was the direction of the hospital. In the hospital, Duanlin was leaning against the bedside tiredly. Just yesterday morning, he suddenly received a message from the association asking him to go to the hospital because of his increasingly poor health. At this time, there were several patients lying on the beds next to him who were no different from him, all with haggard faces and shriveled bodies. Obviously, they all had the same problem. A patient asked weakly at this time, "So does the association have a way to treat it?" Duanlin replied casually, "It should be, otherwise we wouldn't have gathered together." However, as soon as he finished speaking, his heart suddenly stopped for a moment. At this time in his eyes, a huge eyeball was staring at them through the window of the ward. Found what? Before Duanlin could wonder, the wall had disappeared. As the wall disappeared, he realized that the outside of the hospital had already been in chaos. At this time, most of the residents in this area had seen the giant dragon that was raging in the air before, and saw the city that was in ruins under the destruction of the giant dragon. However, the dragon ignored the cries everywhere, but stretched out its claws towards the hospital with scarlet eyes. Just as the patients gathered in the hospital were despairing, a calm voice reached the ears of everyone present. "Let's stop playing house." The next moment, a pale palm was imprinted on the head of the red dragon. Boom! The dragon flew backwards in an instant, leaving a long scar in the city. At this moment, everyone present, whether it was the card makers who came to evacuate the crowd or the chaotic residents, stared blankly at the black and white figure in the air. Duanlin stared blankly at the black and green feathers falling into his palm. Looking up again, 2 pairs of black wings appeared in his eyes, stretching out wantonly to show their existence. The world of nothingness, incomplete, Ulquiara, fused with collapsed jade. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 257, The World of Nothingness. Ulquiorra. Roar. The roar resounded through the fields. The red dragon that was knocked away by the black and white figure in the air appeared intact in front of everyone. Russell. There was no doubt that Li Shuo had already recognized who the card maker who attacked him was. It's you every time, it's you every time. Hearing the roar from afar, Russell stood on the broken ground with a calm expression. Has he gone crazy? Based on the information identified by Spider-Man earlier, he could determine that the red dragon in the sky should be Li Shuo. Forget it. Xiao Wu, drive him out first. The young man naturally couldn't let his card and the red dragon on the opposite side fight wantonly in the city. In the battle between the two emerald-level cards, it was questionable whether Donglei would still exist in the end. Yes, Lord Russell. As Xiao Wu received Russell's order in the air, he appeared in front of the red dragon the next moment. Bang! A dull sound of hitting sounded, and the red dragon was hit hard towards the coastline. However, Xiao Wu did not stop, but used Xiang's Huan to catch up with the flying body of the dragon and continued to bombard it. At this time, Lu Yan and the other two had already arrived beside Russell. Looking at the scene in the air, the three of them swallowed their saliva. Then Lu Yan seemed to have noticed something, turned his head to look at Russell beside him with wide eyes, and asked in disbelief, "Meet the president. You are emerald level." Hearing this, Russell nodded slightly and acknowledged Lu Yan's judgment. Just after Xiao Wu evolved into the emerald level, world of nothingness, incomplete, Ulquiorra, broken jade fusion, form, he was brought from gold level to emerald level. You know, although he had vaguely touched the threshold of emerald level before, he was still a long way from a real breakthrough. I didn't expect that this time he would be brought up directly by the emerald level card. The three of them looked at each other in surprise. You know, it wasn't long before the young man next to them broke through to gold level, and the current promotion speed was probably faster than the legendary hall level card maker Yi Zhou. More importantly, he is not a blank emerald level card. The black and white figure in the distant sky is undoubtedly an emerald level card. Otherwise, he would not be able to suppress the emerald level red dragon. President Liu, arrange for your men to evacuate the crowd as soon as possible. Russell casually ordered, and was ready to leave here and head to the coast. But Lu Yan's words made him stop. President, the headquarters was destroyed by that monster. Director Yu was seriously injured. I'm afraid that there won't be many people in the city at present. Russell didn't know the situation of the headquarters. After letting Xiao Wu break the barrier, he went straight to find Li Shuo. Let other areas squeeze some people out. The battle will be over soon. After speaking, Russell disappeared from the spot in an instant. Although Zhengbo had a blank expression on his face at this time, there was a storm in his heart. As a member of the Qi Ling Society, he naturally hoped that the Qi Ling Society would be as powerful as possible, but the appearance of Russell severely shattered his fantasy. We must inform the adults immediately. This was his only thought at the moment, so he didn't even hear Lu Yan calling him. He didn't come back to his senses until he patted his shoulder. Ah. Sorry, President Liu, I was a little distracted. Hearing this, Lu Yan shook his head slightly, thinking that the middle-aged man with a paralyzed face was distracted for a moment because of the president's power. But wasn't he the same? Fortunately, this powerful monster was a card maker from their association. Bang! The huge dragon body fell from the sky and slammed into the sea, splashing water all over the sky. The originally calm sea surface instantly became turbulent. Xiao Wu in the air looked at the sea expressionlessly, and casually threw the green spiritual spear in his hand. Swoosh, boom. Compared with the sea, the green spear, which was not even a toothpick, instantly pierced a terrifying hole in the sea water. Unfortunately, it did not hit the target, and the giant dragon that was supposed to be here was now nowhere to be seen. Russell, who had already arrived at the coast, frowned slightly when he saw this situation, because even with his emerald-level mental scan, he still couldn't find the other party. Aizen beside him was looking at the broken jade embedded in Xiao's virtual cave in the distant sky, thinking. The next moment, a red beam of light suddenly shot out from the sea behind Xiao. Xiao didn't change his expression when he noticed the attack from behind, but just stretched out his right index finger and sent out a black virtual flash. The two attacks collided fiercely in an instant, and the scattered wine spread out circles of waves on the surrounding sea surface. The terrifying energy gradually entangled together, until the black and red intertwined, and the energy explosion formed, spread and swallowed everything around. At this time, the red dragon rushed out of the sea. It first looked at Xiao in the air with fear, and then looked at Russell on the shore fiercely. "Russell, you really gave me a surprise." Seeing that Li Shuo seemed to have regained his sanity in Xiao's beating, Russell had no desire to communicate at all. Sensing that the black and white figures in the distance wanted to continue the fight, the middle-aged man who had transformed into a dragon hurriedly said, "If you let me go today, I will definitely repay you in the future. There is no benefit in you continuing to fight with me." Li Shuo looked like he wanted to reconcile. He knew that even if he could win if he continued to fight, it would be a miserable victory. Not to mention that if he was dragged here, he would not be able to escape when the support of the subsequent association arrived. Hearing this, Russell laughed dumbly, then pointed to the Donglei city behind him with flames rising to the sky, and said word by word, "Do you think it can be peaceful now? There will only be one result today, that is, you die here." He said this with confidence. Because after Xiao reached the emerald level, in addition to the enhancement of the original skills and characteristics, and the addition of a skill, Thunder Spear, a new characteristic was also generated. Thunder Lance, Ulquiara generates a spear-shaped spirit body in his hand, which is extremely powerful. However, due to its overpowering power and the fact that it is not used often, Thunder Lance is not easy to control, and it is likely to miss when facing small enemies, but the range can effectively make up for this shortcoming. Hengyu Fusion, incomplete. The strength of the 10 blades that have been fused with the imperfect Hengyu will be gradually strengthened until it reaches the peak of the emerald level. At the same time, under the infusion of Hengyu energy, the holder can invest a material to transform Ulquiara into the emerald level number 4, Ulquiara Cipher. After the transformation is successful, this feature disappears, but the strengthening effect will be retained. It was only after seeing this feature that Russell knew why it was imperfect Hengyu. Because unlike the perfect Hengyu that Leolin later fused, the imperfect Hengyu he used this time directly set the growth limit. As compensation, he can use far less materials than the normal advancement to advance Ulquiara to number 4, Ulquiara Cipher. If you think so, then Xiao Wu's advancement from the current form and the use of the second stage of return to the blade should be stronger than the second stage of return to the blade under normal advancement. After all, the normal advancement is not strengthened by the fusion of broken jade. But it's good, at least I don't have to worry about what to make for the first card after advancing to the emerald level. Just as Russell was thinking about the future plan, Li Shuo in the distance heard Russell's previous words and knew that today could not end well. However, thinking that the other party had obstructed him everywhere after implementing his plan, and almost made him fail at the last moment, he couldn't help but get angry for a while. "Russell, I originally wanted to let you go. Since you are seeking death, then go and die." As he said, he spit out a hot breath at Russell. But faster than the breath, it was Xiao Wu's action. The huge dragon head was hid and leaned back, and the breath that was supposed to spray to the shore was crookedly shot towards the sky. However, Li Shuo, who had regained his sanity, was no pushover. He swung his dragon tail with great force and lashed at Xiao Wu. The black and white figure was swept away in an instant, crashing into the sea and exploding with huge splashes. But the next moment, Xiao Wu rushed out of the sea and fought with Li Shuo again. At this time, in the dark, where no one noticed, Cliff was carefully observing the battle above the sea, recording something on the instrument in his hand from time to time. Why is there only breath and physical strength? Will the lack of those wedges cause such a serious defect? He frowned and muttered to himself. Li Shuo's performance now is completely inconsistent with the expected combat effectiveness. After silently recording this matter, he looked at the black and white figure who was fighting the red dragon. "How did you do this?" Cliff naturally still remembered this card that had threatened him not long ago, but it was clearly still gold level at that time. How could it have advanced to emerald level after a while? Could it be that he had prepared for this? The demon researcher's eyes swept towards Russell in the distance, but he quickly denied this guess. After all, the other party could not advance to the emerald level on time. Or, he stared at the broken jade in the hollow hole on Xiao Wu's chest. The card can actually be operated like this. Cliff could naturally sense that Xiao Wu's aura was rising at this moment, and he could also realize that it was the inconspicuous bead in the hollow hole on his chest that caused all this. He has been in the demon army for so long, and he has seen many strange cards in the north, but this type of card is the first time he has seen it. Fortunately, Russell didn't use this card at the beginning, otherwise I'm afraid. Thinking of this, Cliff's heart couldn't help but feel a little cold. He forced himself to calm down the fear in his heart and recorded the information in front of him. At this moment, the battle in the air has gradually entered a white-hot stage, and the surging seawater is constantly spreading with the fight between the two emerald levels, forming huge waves hitting the coast. And Li Shuo gradually noticed something wrong in the battle. Why is the strength of the card on the other side getting stronger and stronger? Exclamation mark. He exhaled and forced Xiao Wu to retreat, then stared at Russell on the shore. Very good, it seems that I underestimated you. But if you think you can defeat me like this, dream on. As soon as the voice fell, dozens of tiny figures appeared beside the giant dragon in an instant. It was the ability of Dangan. Chapter 258 Death by Thunder. Successful. Cliff blurted out in surprise when he saw this scene. You know, Li Shuo had not used it before, so he thought the experiment had failed. He didn't expect that the other party was hiding his weakness. Then, the demon researcher's tone gradually became excited. I didn't expect this project to be successful. Then we should be able to apply for more funds from the department. At this point, he couldn't help but look at the young man on the coast in the distance with sympathy. He originally thought that Li Shuo had already lost. But now it's hard to say. Retracting his gaze, Cliff hurriedly recorded the information and disappeared immediately. For him, it was no longer important who won or lost a battle on the coast at this time. After all, the most critical experimental data was in hand, and he needed to rush back to the demon army as soon as possible to submit it. On the other side, Russell saw the scene in front of him, and his pupils shrank. How is this possible? He had fought with Li Shuo several times before, so he could naturally see that this was the copycat version of the king's army of Dangan. But what shocked the young man was that there was no trace of Dangan on the battlefield now. This ability was activated by Li Shuo himself. No wonder. Russell finally understood why the other party gave up the identity of a card maker, and finally understood what Spider-Man meant by the spirit will no longer be my shackles. At this moment, Li Shuo was like a demon and a card maker. No, a mixture of a demon and a card. Can you actually do this? Russell had never heard of such a method. Taking a deep breath, he calmed his mind and continued to observe the situation on the field. What relieved the young man was that although the current emerald level Li Shuo directly activated the copycat version of the king's army, compared with the previous, Dangan, it was just an increase in quantity, and the quality was not improved. However, the king's army was originally a skill to clear miscellaneous things. If the strength of the summoned personnel would increase with the strength of the ability initiator itself, it would be a bit outrageous. But since Li Shuo can use the copycat version of the king's army, it means that he can also use other card abilities. Under Russell's gaze, Xiao Wu's dark flash bombarded the huge dragon body but did not cause any damage. Instead, many of the card phantoms summoned on the side suddenly disappeared. Damage transfer. Where did the knockoff version of Blood River come from? Seeing this scene, the young man's eyes twitched. The ability that Li Shuo showed now was very consistent with the other party's identity as a Korean. In the air, Xiao Wu held the dragon's tail with his left hand. The airflow stirred by the dragon's tail messed up his white hair, but he just handed over the spiritual spear in his right hand with an expressionless face. I didn't expect you to have such a method. But it is Lord Russell's mission to kill you, so please die. Hearing this, Li Shuo roared, arrogant. Then the dragon's body was suddenly covered with a layer of golden light. The next moment, the red dragon was like a small sun, constantly scattering golden beams of light in all directions. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Just a slight contact with the golden beams, the seawater was evaporated in large areas. Fortunately, the battle site was far away from Donglei in the sea, otherwise, with just this one strike, a small area in the city would have disappeared from this world. Seeing this, Xiao Wu instantly moved away from Li Shuo, but was still hit by a golden beam of light on his legs. Glancing at his legs that were recovering quickly under super speed regeneration, he decided to change his battle strategy. Not far from the coast, Lu Yan and the other two were rushing to the battle site. They had basically arranged the aftermath of the city. However, when they saw the small sun emitting endless brilliance in the distant sky, the three of them still looked grim. Emerald level the president is really. Taking a deep breath, they continued to rush to the coast. However, as soon as they arrived at the coast, Russell appeared and stopped them. What are you doing here? Run quickly. As he said, he led the three away from the coast. Seeing this, Lu Yan and the others were confused and couldn't help asking, "President, is it because your card can't hold out for much longer? So let's go back to Donglei City to evacuate the residents." This was the most reasonable explanation they could think of at the moment. After all, the young man next to them had just advanced to the emerald level. It was still a bit difficult to fight against a demon that clearly exuded the aura of the emerald level. They were surprised that it could last so long. That's right, the three of them didn't know that the red dragon was transformed by Li Shuo, and they just thought it was an ordinary demon. Well, an ordinary emerald level demon. Who would have thought that? Russell said in a strange tone after hearing this. "No, it's because I'm not sure how big the specific range of the next attack will be." Lu Yan and the other two looked confused. But the violent fluctuations coming from behind them made them open their mouths wide. Above the sea, although the golden beams of light scattered by the red dragon in the distance caused great trouble to Xiao Wu, he still said calmly, "Originally, I was thinking about how to keep you in place. But now it seems that I was worrying too much." As he said that, he opened his hands and condensed a green spear in front of him, and then stretched out his right hand to hold it tightly. Then, Xiao Wu made a spear-throwing gesture and said lightly, "Just stay there obediently." At this moment, Li Shuo, even if his mind was not clear, he could still sense the strong threat brought to him by the lightning spear in the hands of the black and white figure opposite. He forcibly stopped the sunlight that was being activated, and immediately wanted to escape from here. But at the same time as his action, Xiao Wu's voice without any emotion sounded. "Thunder Spear." Swoosh. It was said to be late, but it was fast. In just a breath, the spear had arrived in front of Li Shuo. He widened his huge dragon eyes. His eyes were full of fear and disbelief. The next moment, the emerald green energy instantly swallowed up everything around him. Even though the thunder spear has disadvantages such as being difficult to control and easy to shoot off target, that is only for small targets like Chiyuto Ichigo. As for large targets like Li Shuo, they are no different from live targets for Xiao Wu. And these disadvantages are naturally exchanged for extremely terrifying destructive power. In Donglei City, almost everyone in the area near the coast stared blankly at the distant sky. In the direction of the coastline, a huge emerald green light column crossed the sky and the earth. Even though they were so far away, they could still feel a strong wind blowing, which stung their faces. That is, what? The most primitive fear of mankind is sprouting in their hearts. Fortunately, the card makers in the city have received the message sent by Russell, and soon they were only shocked in their hearts and began to comfort the ordinary residents around them. After hearing that the movement was made by the president of the Donglei Card Maker Association, ordinary people still had a little fear in their hearts. That was the instinct generated when facing an unmatched monster, and the desire to survive was driving them away from the dangerous battle. This is the emerald level. In a small city like Donglei, an emerald level card maker is enough to decide the life and death of the entire city. Apart from fear, they were just grateful. They were grateful that such a powerful force belonged to their side. At this moment, countless children had the desire to become a powerful card maker like Russell. But obviously, there is only one Russell in this world. At this time, Lu Yan and the other two finally understood why the president wanted to take them away. They turned around and stared at the terrifying scene in the distance. Just at this moment, a sudden voice sounded beside them. "Fuck." The simplest foul mouth, the most extreme emotional output. Just two short words fully expressed the shock in the heart of the visitor. However, Russell was instantly on guard, because in his perception, the visitor was emerald level. Fortunately, the next words of the visitor made him let down his guard a little. "Don't you have an emerald level card maker in Gata? You made such a big noise. Why are you still asking for help?" Hearing this, the four people quickly judged that the person should be the card maker sent by the Kilu Card Maker Association to support Donglei. Russell shook his head slightly. "I just broke through to the emerald level by chance in the battle. I had already asked for help before that. And I don't know if I can solve that demon." To be on the safe side, he chose not to reveal Li Shuo's identity for the time being. The visitor also showed up not far from the four people at this time. "Proof that I sent it, who can confirm it?" Just as LV Yan lowered his head to check the other party's identity, the visitor cast his eyes on Russell. "Breakthrough in battle? Such a niche term. We card makers don't use that." Then, he pointed in the direction of the coast and pulled the corner of his mouth. "Besides, can a newly broken emerald level card maker really make such a noise?" "Then you're so cool. Brother. At this time, LVN confirmed the identity of the visitor and whispered, "Yes, this is Mr. Kuidazhu from the Killer Card Master Association." Hearing Kuidazhu's words, Russell just smiled and was not prepared to answer the other party's doubts. Kuidazhu obviously understood that this involved the personal secrets of the card maker. Even if he was talkative, he couldn't get to the bottom of such a thing. The next thing may be troublesome to Brother Kui. Hearing this, LVN and the other two were stunned, not knowing what Russell was referring to. Kuidazhu patted his chest and said, "Just wait and see what I do." As he said this, he and Russell walked towards the coast. LVN and the other two followed him without knowing why. However, when they arrived at the coast, they finally understood what Russell meant. The landform has been changed. Where there should have been the sea, there is now only an extremely wide deep pit. And at the end of their sight, one after another huge wave is constantly pouring into the deep pit and rushing towards the coast. There is no doubt that if left unchecked, Donglai City will be flooded 100%. This is the real mobile natural disaster of the Emerald level. Chapter 259, Dingo Red Dragon. Watching Kuidazhu's card and Luyan's turtle prime minister go to the distance and start to guide the seawater, Russell came to the center of the deep pit, where there was a half-dead dragon lying. It was Li Shuo. After taking a thunder spear, his situation was not optimistic. At present, only half of the red dragon was left, and most of the flesh and blood on the remaining body had disappeared, exposing a large area of bones and organs. But even so, Li Shuo still retained his last breath. Xiao Wu was also a little embarrassed at this time, with wounds of all sizes all over his body. It can be seen that even if the power is of the same origin, the power of this thunder spear still caused him a lot of damage. This is why he is unwilling to use this trick in close combat. What's more, in order to avoid Li Shuo's sunlight, just now, he has already opened a considerable distance from the opponent. It seems that he has noticed Russell's arrival. Li Shuo opened his only remaining eye with difficulty, slowly turned and began to look for the figure of the young man. But after searching for a while without any results, he finally gave up the move and looked ahead without focus. Russell. At this moment, Russell was not in the mood to listen to his nonsense, but just signaled Xiao with his eyes. After receiving the order, Xiao instantly condensed a spear in his hand, and then put it on Li Shuo's forehead. The dying dragon finally smelled the breath of death, and said slowly with all his strength, "Really? Decisive. Aren't you going to say anything?" "I originally. SHH. The sound of flesh being pierced rang out, and Li Shuo's words stopped abruptly. After doing all this, Xiao flew to Russell's side and bowed his head and said, "Lord Russell, the order has been completed." Russell nodded slightly. He was not interested in listening to Li Shuo's nonsense. Who knows if the other party will have any strange card abilities. If he is tricked, he will have no place to cry. What's more, he basically knew all the information that the middle-aged man could reveal, and it was obvious that Li Shuo himself didn't know the deeper information about the demon army. After all, he was just a collaborator of the Gye sect, not a collaborator of the demon army. Otherwise, the demon army would not have sent only some gold-level beings to support him. Speaking of this, where is Cliff? At this time, Russell suddenly remembered the demon researcher. The other party had completely disappeared after Li Shuo appeared, and he was eager to deal with Li Shuo after he escaped, so he had no time to look for the demon carefully. Did he run away? Tisk. At this point, if the other party ran away, Russell obviously couldn't go to the demon army's territory to catch him back. Sighing, just as Russell was about to return to the shore, his pupils suddenly contracted, and then he looked at Li Shuo's body in disbelief. At this moment, in the perception of the young man, a piece of material slowly appeared on the half of the dragon body in the center of the deep pit. He flashed and appeared above the body, grabbed the material and muttered to himself, "No way, Emerald level, Dingo, Red Dragon, Red. It's really material." Although he previously thought that Li Shuo had become a combination of demons and cards, he did not think that the middle-aged man would produce material. After all, those limb-jointed demons had never revealed material. But now that Li Shuo has generated material, it can only mean one thing: demonization. The speculation that emerged in Russell's mind made him feel cold all over. You know, if the demon army can really use this method at will, the pressure faced by the northern army of the Ming dynasty will definitely skyrocket. Of course, the young man also thought of another possibility, that is, the Ming dynasty, or this blue planet, is gradually becoming a secret realm. No, it shouldn't be. Otherwise, Li Shuo wouldn't have to spend so much effort in Donglei to successfully become like this. Russell quickly denied this speculation. After all, if it was really as he thought, it would be impossible for only Li Shuo to be a special case. Just as he was frowning at the material in his hand, Qi Dazhu and Lu Yan came to his side. Wow, brother, this worm is really big. Feeling the dragon power that still lingered on Li Shuo, the middle-aged man who spoke with a strong tone couldn't help scratching his face. Then, he secretly glanced at Xia Wu, who was still in the state of collapsing jade fusion standing next to Russell, and couldn't help but be secretly shocked. Breakthrough in battle? Then where did you get this jade level card? I'm afraid you are bluffing me. In Qi Dazhu's mind, the biggest doubt in Russell's words just now was that it was impossible to have a card of the same level if you broke through in battle according to common sense. Not to mention a card like Xia Wu that looked very powerful at first glance. However, he naturally knew Russell's identity. Before he came, the Killer Card Master Association had already told him that this young man was a disciple of Master Bai. Thinking of this, he didn't plan to continue to explore it. Maybe it was a life-saving method passed down to his disciples by a master-level card maker. At this time, Russell calmly put away the materials in his hand, and immediately summoned dozens of Black Shadow soldiers to let them take Li Shuo's body into the Black Shadow Kingdom. Seeing this scene, Qi Dazhu was stunned and subconsciously asked, "What's the matter, brother? Are you going to take it back for supplements? You are too aggressive? Aren't you afraid that this demon corpse will have some problems?" Russell couldn't help twitching his eyes when he heard this, and he casually said, "Yes, I'm going to make a flying dragon soup to try. Do you want to make some too?" Qi Dazhu's eyes lit up. "Then you have to let me taste it when you make it." Of course. Hearing the conversation between the two, Lu Yan and the other two looked at each other secretly. How could they not know that the president had this hobby? But it was not that Russell deliberately concealed them. The main reason was that the fewer people who knew about this secret, the better. He meant that the red dragon was transformed by Li Shuo, not the flying dragon soup. Later, he would also report to the Killer Card Master Association, and then it would be up to the top to decide whether to let the card makers below know. During the conversation, the huge waves that were originally surging had gradually subsided under the efforts of the cards, and the blue seawater gradually filled the deep pit caused by the thunder spear. Of course, if there are geology enthusiasts here, they will find that the original coastline has retreated a distance out of thin air. It has been less than half a month since the attack of the Gye sect, and Donglei City has finally returned to its former tranquility, provided that the Card Master Association headquarters, which is under repair, is ignored. Sitting in the simple temporary office camp, Russell couldn't help but complain, "Why is the headquarters so slow to repair?" It's no wonder he said that. At this time, other civilian buildings in the city that were previously destroyed by Li Shuo's attack have been repaired. Only the Card Master Association headquarters still has only a foundation. Hearing this, Lu Yan, who was processing documents, said without raising his head, "President, you also understand that after all, the headquarters also needs to consider the issue of protection. It can't be restored to its original state like civilian buildings." But this protection is not of any use. Hearing the young man's muttering, Lu Yan's body stiffened. The reason why Russell said this was because the defense of the original headquarters did not hold up for almost a second under Li Shuo's attack, and then it became a ruin together with the headquarters building. But the middle-aged man quickly thought of a reason to refute. If there was no protection, Director Yu and the others would have died directly at the hands of the emerald-level demon. Russell was speechless for a moment. Lu Yan was right. If there was no protection, Yu Hengru would not even have the chance to be a mummy in the hospital. Not to mention that those low-level card makers also survived a small half, not all of them died. But after this incident, this slacking king can finally retire peacefully. Knowing that he was in the wrong, Russell hummed a few words, took a sip of the hot tea on the table, and began to think about another thing. After dealing with the tsunami caused by the thunder gun on the coast some time ago, he returned to the city, and then used the soul foreign body extraction medium to extract all the foreign bodies from the patients gathered in the hospital. After doing all this, he happily got a bucket of dark red blood. Then one night, Russell asked Spider-Man to identify it again, and the result made him break out in a cold sweat. Inactive sublimated blood. Introduction. The original body has died, and it is naturally impossible for the child body to continue to survive. Sublimated blood can no longer drain the vitality of others and return to the original body. You successfully killed a dragon that is about to shed its mortal body. There is no doubt that the original body and the dragon in the information identified by Spider-Man refer to Li Shuo, and the meaning is also very simple. Li Shuo can absorb this sublimated blood. However, Russell inferred from the information that the middle-aged man should have been forced to sublimate before he had time to absorb it. Fortunately, I didn't hesitate, otherwise I'm afraid. He remembered that if he didn't act directly that day, but delayed it for another day, I'm afraid no one can tell what the ending would be. Thinking of this, he took a sip of hot tea to relieve his mood. At this moment, the vibration of his mobile phone attracted his attention. It was a text message, and the sender was the Kaluka Master Association. President Luo, come to the headquarters as soon as possible. After confirming that there was no problem with the sender, Russell put away his phone and breathed a sigh of relief. Finally here. After dealing with the patients in the hospital that day, he rushed out a report overnight, and submitted it together with the reports of Lu Yen and others the next day. And then there was nothing else. It was like a stone sinking into the sea. The Killucard Master Association never replied to him. But Russell did not think that the higher-ups did not pay attention to what happened in Donglei, but rather that they were confirming the authenticity of the matter. And whether it was true or false, Russell would be found in the end. After all, he had a small half of Li Shuo's body in his hand. Why was it a small half? Naturally, it was because he secretly intercepted a small part and prepared to give it to Jinping to see if he could get some benefits. Russell did not forget that the Qi Ling Association had also shown similar means, and he thought they should be interested in Li Shuo's body. Chapter 260 The Fastest Promotion Legend in the Association 20? Kilukashi Association, Conference Hall. At this moment, the conference hall was silent. After a long time, a young woman sitting in the first seat asked, "So do you think what Russell said is true or false?" In front of her was a nameplate representing her identity. Qi Ran, President of the Kilukashi Association. President, Russell is Master Bai's disciple. There is no need for him to lie to us about this kind of thing. The middle-aged man sitting on Qi Ran's right said, "And he will be here soon." Qi Ran nodded slightly, agreeing with the middle-aged man's statement. This time, it is mainly because Master Feng and his team attached great importance to the information submitted by Russell, so this meeting is held. As soon as the woman finished speaking, the door of the conference hall was knocked. "President Qi, President Luo is here. Please come in." The door was pushed open, and Russell, who was neatly dressed and slender, strode in. He scanned the people present calmly and said in a neither humble nor arrogant manner, "President of the Donglei Card Master Association, Russell. Come to attend the meeting." Seeing this, Qi Ran supported his chin with both hands and smiled. "Sit down, President Luo, don't be restrained." "Thank you, President Qi." Russell nodded and thanked him, and then pulled out a chair next to the conference table. The young man had naturally done his homework before coming, and he knew the specific information of the senior management of the Kilucard Master Association. Qi Ran, the president of the Kilucard Master Association, female, at least 60 years old. That's right, although she looked very young in Russell's eyes at the moment, her real age was actually enough to be his grandmother. Speaking of this, what made Russell a little strange now was why his teacher looked so old. At this time, Qi Ran said softly, "President Luo, we won't say any more flattering words. I think you are tired of hearing them on weekdays. This time I called you here mainly to listen to the details of that day." As she said that, she began to introduce a young man sitting on her left. "This is Lord Liao Shu, the Shubu of the Northern Army." Can lose? Luo Su was stunned, but after seeing the other party's name tag, he realized that he had thought about it wrongly. The young man nodded politely, and then said straight to the point, "Hello, President Luo, I am Shubu Liao. I won't say any more nonsense. Master Feng attaches great importance to the information you submitted, so he sent me to inquire about the specific situation. Please repeat what happened that day, thank you." Hearing this, Russell knew that it must be the Kilucard Master Association that handed over the information he submitted to the Northern Army, and then somehow alarmed Feng Wenlong. "No wonder it took so long to let me come." Thinking of this, he was startled, and immediately recounted everything that happened in Donglei City that day, and focused on describing the planning before and after the Gie sect, and how he judged Li Shuo's identity. Of course, it is impossible for Spider-Man to identify card information. After listening to Russell's retelling, Shubu Liao touched his chin thoughtfully, and then wanted to continue asking something, but before he could open his mouth, He was interrupted by the next movement. Bang! A bucket of dark red blood appeared on the conference table. Russell patted the iron bucket in front of him and said, "These are the foreign objects I extracted from the bodies of the victims. Lord Shu should need them very much, right?" Seeing this, Shu Buliao swallowed the words in his throat. "Thank you, Lord Luo." As he said that, he tapped his fingers lightly on the conference table, and a large bucket of blood disappeared. After doing all this, he asked, "President Luo, please give me Li Shuo's body as well." Russell nodded. "Okay, but this conference room may not be able to accommodate it. Let's go outside." The four of them came outside the building. Soon, half of the huge dragon corpse appeared in front of them. After seeing Li Shuo's body, Shu Buliao couldn't help but stretch out his right hand and gently placed it on it, and then a puzzled expression appeared on his face. After putting away the dragon corpse, he turned around and bowed to Luo Su and the other two. "Thank you for your cooperation. Master Fang is still waiting for me to go back, so I won't stay here any longer. Goodbye." Seeing that the purpose of this trip had been achieved, Luo Su felt relieved. "Then President Qi, I will also go back to Donglei." However, Qi Ran did not let him go just like that, but said, "President Luo, in addition to this matter, there is actually another matter that needs your decision. You have advanced to the emerald level, right?" Luo Su did not understand what the young woman in front of him wanted to say for a while, but just nodded honestly. However, the woman's next words instantly made him stunned. "President Luo, do you want to consider coming to our Killer Card Master Association to work? Emerald level is a bit of a waste of talent in a small place like Donglei." Hearing this, Luo Su subconsciously asked, "What about Donglei?" The reason why he asked this was because he felt that during the time he was the president of the Donglei Card Master Association, there were too many dangers in the city. It is impossible for a normal gold level to suppress the situation, and an emerald level is needed. He is still planning to stay in Donglei for a while. Hearing this, Qi Ran looked at the middle-aged man beside him, and after thinking for a moment, he said, "President Luo, since you are Master Bai's disciple, I will not hide it from you. The defense line of the Northern Army should be ready to retreat, and the pressure on our Kilu territory will only be greater at that time. So we are thinking about whether to abolish some small cities and merge them into the surrounding big cities. And Donglei is also a small city." The news revealed by Qi Ran made Luo Su speechless for a while. He didn't expect the situation in the north to deteriorate to this point. You know, retreating the defense line is equivalent to giving up the territory of the Ming dynasty. After a moment of silence, the young man whispered, "President Qi, it should be okay for me to go back and think about it for a while, right?" Hearing this, Qi Ran laughed. "Of course, President Luo will think about it slowly. I'll look forward to the day when I can work with you." Luo Su nodded silently and disappeared immediately. After returning home, Luo Su slumped on the soft sofa with no desire to live. He didn't think that he would encounter such a big thing just to deliver goods. Sighing, he sat up straight and began to think. There is no doubt that if he chooses not to go to the Killer Card Master Association, then after Donglei merges into the surrounding big cities, he should be able to get a position as the director of the headquarters, or the vice president of the headquarters. Of course, it is also possible to be the president of a branch. Although it seems that the position has been reduced, the resources between big cities and small cities are very different. If you really calculate it, it should be a clear reduction and a hidden increase. However, if you choose to agree to Qi Ran's proposal, then Russell should be like Kuidaz who he met before, and become a glorious firefighter. You definitely don't have to think about the position, but the treatment must be greatly improved, otherwise Qi Ran would not have proposed it. After all, you should look at the face of the Buddha instead of the monk. After all, Russell is the disciple of a master card maker. How to choose? The young man fell back in some distress. After a long time, Russell made a choice. Let's be a firefighter. He was ready to accept Qi Ran's proposal. As the saying goes, the bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish. The current situation in the north made the young man feel a little uneasy. Compared with living in a big city, it is obvious that firefighters can get more materials and improve their strength faster. Time is running out. Although he made a decision, Russell had another thing to do before replying to Qi Ran. The emerald level mental power instantly swept the surrounding area. After ensuring that there were no unknown people monitoring him, he took out the submachine. 6. President, I have something important to report here. It is not convenient to tell the higher-ups. Jinping, come to me yourself. You know the address? Seeing Jinping's message, Russell was speechless. How could he not know that he knew? But soon he remembered that he went to 203 Jinping's room last time. Russell took out blood sacrifice ritual array, transmission, and muttered to himself, could it be that? After returning from 20, he had not been to that city again, so he did not know the specific location of the anchor point. Thinking of this, he immediately stood up and rushed to the beach where he met Gu Wu last time. It's not that Russell didn't want to teleport directly from home, but the main reason is that blood sacrifices are easy to spread everywhere. Cleaning up is one thing, and the more important thing is that if someone comes to the door when he is not there, it will be a disaster. Unlike doing it on the beach, there will be nothing left after the seawater washes it away. Soon, he came to the beach and teleported to 20 through the blood sacrifice ceremony. However, when Russell saw the scene in front of him, his face fell. I knew it. He did not appear in Jinping's room, but appeared at the gate of the city within the city. He casually put on the black robe representing the Qi Ling Society, turned around and walked in the direction he remembered. Soon, he came to the location of Jinping's room last time. Looking at the closed door in front of him, Russell knocked gently. However, the door did not ring, and he was already in the room in a trance. Huh? You are emerald level. A hoarse voice suddenly sounded from behind him. Russell turned around quickly and saw Jinping looking at him with interest. He couldn't help but shudder in his heart, and laughed and said, it's just luck, all thanks to the president. Jinping sneered at this time, how come I don't know what I did? Russell's body stiffened, and he didn't dare to breathe. Seeing this, the old man with a hooked nose waved his hand, go ahead, if there is anything important, we have to talk in person. Hearing this, Russell immediately told Li Shuo's story in detail, and finally took out the small part of the dragon corpse he had intercepted. While he was telling the story, Jinping's face became more and more serious, until he finally stretched out his hand to explore the dragon corpse in the room without any hesitation. After a moment, the old man retracted his bloody right hand and turned to look at Russell, spitting out a few words that he had never expected. Go to guard the Northern Army. Chapter 261, Why don't you go to the Northern Army to make a difference, and stay here as a small chairman? The Northern Defense Army. Hearing Jinping's words, Russell was stunned in place for a moment. He never thought that he would encounter such a difficult problem just to get some benefits. You know, the association and the Northern Defense Army are two systems, and he can't just go there whenever he wants. Jinping wiped the blood off his right hand slowly and said expressionlessly, this is an order. Or, do you want to disobey my will? Seeing the old man's eyes in front of him gradually becoming dangerous, Russell forced himself to control the fear in his heart and said in a deep voice, yes, I know, President. I will do everything I can to transfer to the Northern Defense Army. He didn't forget what role he was playing now. In Jinping's eyes, his contract had never expired. If he hesitated for a moment, he would probably have a hard time going back alive today. Hearing Russell's answer, Jinping still looked at him indifferently, carefully observing the young man's expression. After a while, the old man with the hooked nose suddenly showed a kind smile on his face. You did a good job this time, Xiaoliu. What reward do you want? Hearing this, Russell was relieved, knowing that he had gotten away with it this time. At this time, cold sweat had already crawled all over his back, and he couldn't help but curse in his heart, moody old lunatic. Although he thought so in his heart, he didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction on his face, but just replied respectfully, President, it's up to you to decide. Seemingly very satisfied with Russell's attitude, Jinping walked to his side and stretched out his right hand that was not wiped clean and patted him on the shoulder, leaving a trail of blood marks. You just broke through to the emerald level, so the association will support you with a set of emerald level materials. The old man paused, considering that the young man in front of him might not have conceived the story of the next emerald level card, and continued, you can tell Xiao directly about your specific needs, and he will send it to you when the time comes. Yes, thank you, President. Russell's originally bad mood improved a little after successfully getting the benefits. But after all, it was still difficult to be transferred to the Shubai army, and it was strange that one of his disciples, Bai Yuming, went to work for Feng Wenlong. Unless just as he was thinking, Jinping said again, after you go to the Shubai army, you will have only one task. That is to do your best to obtain relevant information about the experiment of the demon army. Remember, do your best, even if it is exposed. Hearing this, Russell's heart sank. You know, When he went to Donglei to take office, Jinping told him that he could sacrifice the entire Qi Ling Society of Donglei in order to hide himself. But this time, he didn't care whether he would be exposed or not, and only wanted to obtain detailed information about Li Shuo's experiment, which was enough to show how much Jinping valued the experiment. He valued it so much that he was willing to sacrifice him, a nail that he had cultivated with great difficulty. However, Russell would definitely not show any abnormality at this time, and nodded honestly, "Yes, President. Then I will go back first." "Okay." Seeing the young man disappear in the room, Jinping's eyes flickered. "Hey, those useless people from the Gye sect really made something. It's a pity that it's still a little different from what I imagined. The plan still needs to continue." On the other side, Russell finally relaxed his tense nerves after returning home. Russell didn't care about trying his best to obtain information. After all, he was not really controlled, and Jinping couldn't know whether he tried his best. If he just fooled the old man, he would not be able to see it. Russell could even modify some of the experimental content and let Jinping cosplay Yu Yangfeng, who was deceived by Wang Rong. But how to get into the Shubai army gave him a headache. It's not that there is no way, but because he really has a way to get in. Russell didn't forget that his eldest brother and second sister were in the Shubai army. Although he was not as familiar with these two as with Gu Gu Lao Tao, there should still be room for maneuver in this matter. I think the Shubai army would not reject this genius of his. How to transfer to the Shubai army was solved, but Russell had to face a more difficult problem next. That was how to explain to Bai Yuming. He sent a message to his teacher with an uneasy mood, but he did not receive a reply after half a day. Is the situation in Antarctica so bad? Russell was now mixed with joy and sorrow. The joy was that since Bai Yuming did not reply, he could do it first and then report. The worry was that it had been a long time since he last sent a greeting, but he still did not receive a response. Even a fool knew that something must be wrong in Antarctica now. "I hope everything is well, teacher." After blessing his teacher in his heart, Russell sent a message to politely reject Kiran's previous proposal. The reason given was also very simple. "If it is beneficial to the country, I will die for it." Compared to being a firefighter in Kilu, Russell is going to go directly to the Northern Army to shine. Kiran was completely confused when she received this message, but the woman immediately laughed and cried. After confirming that Russell was determined to go through the phone, she looked at the hung-up phone and murmured to herself, "I wouldn't have said it if I had known." Hey, after rejecting Kiran's repeated invitations, Russell immediately sent a message in, "Loving family. Russell, at Zhang Jinxing at Ji's Herao, senior brother and second sister, I am going to contribute my own strength to the Northern Army. Do you have any ideas? Russell, if not, I will start from a small soldier. Russell, oh, by the way, I am emerald level. Hu Tao? In the blink of an eye, the lonely old Tao put a question mark in the group chat. It can be seen that she is really bored. But soon, the group chat was filled with question marks. Zhang Jinxing? Yu Zirao? Li Fuayu? Li Fuayu, junior brother, are you still human? I remember that you have been a card maker for less than 2 years. Yi Diantang has not been as fast as you. It is too outrageous. Russell looked at the speech of the third senior brother on the phone, which was still punctuated as usual, and couldn't help but complain, "I don't know how the people under senior brother Li can bear it." However, before he had time to reply, Li Fuayu had already discovered the blind spot. "Li Fuayu, wait, junior brother, have you told the teacher that you are going to the Shubai army?" Russell, the teacher did not reply. Zhang Jinxing, the teacher can't reply for the time being, but are you sure, junior brother? The Shubai army is not a good place. Seeing the speech of the eldest senior brother, Russell understood. Obviously, as the eldest senior brother, Zhang Jinxing had some understanding of Bai Yuming's situation. "Russell, well, President Qi of the Kilu Card Master Association told me that your Shubai army is preparing to withdraw its defense line recently. So I thought about going to help." Russell, as for the teacher, he should understand my choice. Russell, and it's not that I don't plan to go back to the coastal areas. Li Fuayu, that's good. I thought you were going to take over Master Fang's mantle. Zhang Jinxing, I know. I will tell the higher-ups. I will notify you when there is news. Russell, thank you, senior brother. Zhang Jinxing, You'd better not thank me. I'm afraid of being beaten to death by the teacher. Seeing Zhang Jinxing's joke, Russell laughed. How could these disciples not know what kind of person their teacher is? For each disciple, Bai Yuming treats him as a complete and independent individual. Just like Hu Tao, as a diamond-level card maker, she is a class teacher at Nanjing University. It's really a waste of talent. And considering that she is already a diamond-level card maker at her age, her talent is definitely a monster. Others think she is wasting her time. But Bai Yuming still didn't say anything. Just when Russell was about to put away his phone, a sudden vibration stopped him. Upon closer inspection, it was a private message. Hu Tao, liar. Russell could not help but be stunned when he saw this message. How could his own senior sister make him seem like a scumbag who cheated people for money and sex? But he immediately figured out why. Russell, I will find time to come back to see your senior sister. Senior sister, you make me feel guilty for doing this. Hu Tao, big liar. Russell froze. It was true that he had not been back to Nandu during this period, but God had mercy on him because he was really overwhelmed by the Gye sect in Donglei. How could he have time to go back to visit his relatives? He quickly typed on his phone. Russell, this time it's real. If I lie to you, I will be struck by lightning. He thought that he was just going to the Shubai army to gather some information, and he shouldn't have to worry about everything like Donglei. After all, the Shubai army is not like Donglei, where there are only a few big cats and small cats. There are many diamond-level card makers in the army, not to mention Fang Wenlong, a master-level card maker. Hu Tao, forget it, junior brother, I wish you a long life. Hu Tao, she is really, I am crying. Luo Su felt more and more guilty. He could understand why Hu Tao only looked for him, because before he came, the lonely old Tao was the youngest among Bai Yuming's disciples. It is very likely that senior sister is like him, and has not had much contact with the other 3 senior brothers and sisters, so now he, the youngest, has become the person that the other party is most familiar with except the teacher. Russell, things in Donglei have been dealt with almost, and I should have some time before going to the Shubai army. I will go back to Nandu and live for a few days. Hu Tao, yes. Putting away his mobile phone, Luo Su sighed silently, feeling that he had a heavy responsibility to maintain the good atmosphere of the master's school. Then he began to think about what materials to exchange for the rewards given by Jinping. At present, he only has 1 emerald-grade material on hand. He has already thought of the use of Dingo, Red Dragon, that Li Shuo dropped, which is to upgrade Lily to emerald grade. However, there is a key problem. Lily has the chain card, Silver Arm. The chain effect says that when Lily is promoted, investing, Holy Sword, Excalibur, will be strengthened. Obviously, Holy Sword, Excalibur, needs to be made first. Then the material reward given by the Qi Ling Society is not suitable for exchanging the materials needed to promote Lily. Of course, it is not suitable for exchanging the materials for upgrading Silver Arm. After all, even if Silver Arm is upgraded to Holy Sword, Excalibur, Russell currently has no suitable card to use it. As for exchanging materials for making cards under the Qi Ling Society identity, he would be stupid to do so. Obviously, after he went to the Northern Defense Army, he would not need the Qi Ling Society identity in a short period of time. Forget it, no hurry. Russell let out a sigh of relief and decided to talk about it later. Noon, outside the Nandu. Luo Su looked at the tall beauty who was only half a head shorter than him and said softly, "Senior sister, I'm leaving now. I'll come back to see you when I have time." He still felt a little guilty when he said this. After all, he seemed to have said the same thing the last time he went to Donglei to take up his post. Hearing this, Hu Tao nodded slightly. "Be careful." Luo Su waved his hand, and then disappeared into the shadows under the leadership of the ghost soldiers, leaving Hu Tao standing quietly in the same place, and turned around and entered the manor behind him after a long time. On the other side, Luo Su felt that the speed of the ghost mask was not enough for him on the way to Jizhao Town. However, because there was no material, he had no plan to change it at present. Let's talk about his destination, Jizhao Town. Before the appearance of the card maker, the Ming dynasty had been beaten dizzy by the alien races, and Jizhao Town, which was supposed to contain the 9 border guards, became a border defense town instead. Even though the alien races that caused this situation were almost extinct, the original territory was not taken back. Because there are more terrifying things than alien races in those lands, demons. And this time, Russell went to Jizhao Town to take up his post. His senior brother Zhang Jinxing had informed him of the position before. The deputy commander of the Jizhao Town of the Shubai army. If it is calculated according to the official position of the court, it is the third rank. Looking at it this way, it is not low. If I remember correctly, Master Fang should be the left governor. It is worth mentioning that because of the emergence of card makers, although the Shubai army still uses the military titles before the Ming dynasty, the number and functions have long been completely changed. Just like the original deputy commanders of the entire Dusi, similar to today's military region, only had 4. But in the Shubai army, as long as it is an emerald level, it is at least a deputy commander, and the number is rising. And when the number goes up, it is naturally impossible for everyone to lead troops, and not everyone has the talent to command troops. Just like Russell has never been exposed to military books, he may be able to command Pokemon battles, but large-scale group operations will not embarrass him. However, although he had no soldiers under his command, in fact, there was no difference in rank between the commanders. After all, this was an extraordinary world, and the right answer was to have great power within oneself. What if there were no soldiers? An emerald-level card maker could form an army by himself. Just as he was daydreaming, the sky had gradually darkened. I should have set off earlier. As Russell muttered to himself, a magnificent and fortified city suddenly came into his sight. Swoosh! Just as he was getting closer and closer to the fortified city, a shrill whistle sounded, and at the same time, Xiao Wu instantly appeared in front of Russell. But then a shout rang out from the city wall, "This is an important border defense area. Anyone coming in will stop." Looking at the trembling feather arrow in Xiao Wu's hand, Russell took a deep breath. Commander-in-Chief of the Northern Army, Russell, come to take up your post. Chapter 262. Who threw the knife handle? Hearing Russell introduce himself, a response came from the wall in an instant. "Please wait for a moment, Mr. Luo, we need to verify your identity." Although they didn't know whether the identity of the visitor was true or false, the guards temporarily accepted Russell's identity. After all, if it was true, it would be a waste to offend an emerald-level card maker for no reason. Russell naturally understood the twists and turns, and just stood there and waited quietly. Soon, a figure fell from the top of the wall under his gaze. "Junior brother." A calm voice with some doubt sounded under the night. "It's me, senior brother." As he said that, Russell took the identity card from the ghost soldier beside him and handed it to the ordinary man in front of him. The person who came was his senior brother Zhang Jinxing. Although Zhang Jinxing promised to help his junior brother find a job for him to contribute to the Northern Defense Army, he arranged it under his own hands out of caution, so that he could take care of it if something really happened. Zhang Jinxing had the confidence to do so. He was a diamond-level card maker and the commander of the Shubai army stationed in Jizhao Town. Of course, he was not the only diamond-level card maker in Jizhao Town. As the first line of defense against the demon army, the density of high-level card makers in the Shubai army far exceeded that of the cities in the rear. In fact, the density of card makers in coastal cities is not low, but because the coastline of the Ming dynasty is too long, it seems stretched. Zhang Jinxing took Russell's ID card and began to verify it immediately. Although he was sure that there was nothing wrong with the young man in front of him, it was better to go through the necessary procedures for safety. The important border defense area cannot tolerate carelessness. It was not uncommon for the demon army to intercept and kill people who came to take up their posts and then disguise themselves to sneak into the military town. In a short while, Zhang Jinxing handed Russell's ID card back. "Let's go, junior brother. Because it's night, we can't be careless, don't think too much." He looked at Xiao Wu, who was guarding Russell silently, with some surprise. "You said in your mobile phone that you had broken through to the emerald level before, and I thought you hadn't made an emerald level card yet. I didn't expect it. No wonder the teacher thinks so highly of you." As a diamond level card maker, Zhang Jinxing could naturally sense Xiao Wu's extraordinariness. But he just thought it was a young man's whim, and he didn't expect that Xiao Wu, who is in the state of collapsing jade fusion, was born under various coincidences. Russell just smiled when he heard it, and didn't explain the origin of Xiao Wu. It's better to have less trouble than more. The two came to the city gate, and Zhang Jinxing shook his hand, and a prop card appeared. Then he gently brushed on the airtight city wall, and a vortex-shaped light gate appeared in Russell's eyes. It was at this time that Russell discovered that there was no gate in the city wall of Jizhao Town. First time seeing it, right? It's because the demon army has retreated for some reason in the past few days. Otherwise, you can't get in even with identity authentication. Junior brother, you haven't been in contact with the Northern Defense Army before, so you don't know. All border defense towns are constructed like this, and there is a special civil engineering camp in the city, responsible for reinforcing the city wall during wartime. Jizhao Town can also be moved if necessary. Russell was stunned. It was the first time he heard of these things. But he soon understood that the so-called reinforcement of the city wall must not be just thickening. It must be that the card makers in the civil engineering camp all have related cards that can give the city wall all kinds of strange abilities. As for the city being able to run away, I think they probably don't know whose card ability it is. By the way, your identity authentication should be issued tomorrow, and I will bring it to you then. But there shouldn't be many opportunities to use it. We can't leave Jizhao Town at will if we have nothing to do on weekdays, not to mention that the demon army has been a little weird recently. Hearing this, Russell froze. He always felt that he was going to break his promise to his senior sister in the daytime. As if seeing Russell's reaction, Zhang Jinxing couldn't help but comfort him. Don't worry, the city has everything you need. Soon, Russell came to a single-family bungalow under Zhang Jinxing's leadership. As a deputy commander, he naturally has a separate residence. Although the size is not as big as his villa in Donglei. But Russell didn't have high requirements for residence, and he could live in an old and dilapidated house like Xingfu home. Junior brother, take a rest tonight. I will take you to meet your colleagues tomorrow. Thank you, senior brother. You're welcome. I'll leave first. Russell stood in front of the door, watching Zhang Jinxing's back gradually go away, and then turned and entered the residence arranged by the Shubai army. The next morning, Russell was called back from meditation by a knock on the door. With a sweep of his emerald-level mental power, he knew that it was his senior brother standing outside the door. After slightly stretching his muscles and bones that were a little stiff due to meditation all night, Russell simply washed up and pushed the door open and walked out. Good morning, senior brother. Good morning. Zhang Jinxing nodded slightly, turned around and motioned Russell to follow. There will be a meeting in the town today, so it's a good opportunity for you to get familiar with your colleagues. Russell was stunned, and then asked, is it about the retreat of the defense line? Zhang Jinxing glanced at the young man beside him in surprise. Your mind is quite fast. But let's talk about the specific content at the meeting later, I won't say more now. During the conversation, the two had already arrived in front of a huge tent. By the way, this is your identity card, I almost forgot. Before entering the tent, Zhang Jinxing slapped his head, then took out a card from his pocket and handed it to Russell. Authority authentication card for the Deputy Commander of the Northern Army. Rank, Jade, Master, Quality, White Category, Item Skills, Identity Authentication, an identity card with the corresponding authority of the Deputy Commander of the Northern Army. Keep it well. It will be very troublesome if you lose it. Zhang Jinxing's words rang in Russell's ears. But it is difficult for a card maker to lose a card. Hearing this, Russell nodded silently and solemnly put the card in his hand into his mind. Is this card issued by Master Fang? Zhang Jinxing was not surprised that Russell could guess this information. After all, the master level on the card could not deceive anyone. Yes. Okay, go in. After speaking, Zhang Jinxing did not continue to dawdle in front of the tent, and took the lead in entering the tent in front of him. Russell followed closely behind him. As soon as he entered the tent, the young man noticed that several eyes had been locked on him. Just as his pressure was gradually increasing, Zhang Jinxing helped him out in time. This is the new commander-in-chief of our Jizhao town, Luo Su. He is also my junior brother. Please take care of me in the future. At the same time, Luo Su bowed slightly and said sincerely, I am Luo Su. I will trouble you in the future. Courtesy is not a problem. It is nothing for him to be humble when he first arrived. Moreover, in his perception, there are more than one diamond-level card makers. Zhang Jinxing patted Luo Su on the back and then introduced the people present to him with a smile. There was nothing much to say about the emerald-level card makers. Luo Su just roughly wrote down their positions and names. He paid special attention to the other two diamond-level card makers besides Zhang Jinxing. Guang Xiaoxian, the commander-in-chief, looks like a sturdy bald man with a scar running across half of his face. Daizhen, like her senior brother, is the commander-in-chief, an ordinary middle-aged woman. After the introduction, there was no greeting. Huang Xiaoxiang nodded to Russell and started the topic of today's meeting. Russell quietly found a corner and listened to the content of the meeting. The emerald-level card makers present did not pay too much attention to him. Obviously, today's meeting was more important than his identity. I won't say any more nonsense. In order to cover the safe retreat of the Northern Defense Army in Jinzhou and Ningyin, our Jizhao town must also cause some trouble for the Demon Army during this period. Huang Xiaoxiang got straight to the point and directly pointed out the topic of today. Hearing this, Daizin said, I'm afraid that group of demons also think so. In order to eat up that part of the Northern Defense Army, they will definitely take the initiative to invade recently. At this time, Huang Xiaoxiang showed a smile on his face, and the scar he pulled made him look a little ferocious, so in addition to causing trouble for them, we have to send some people to pick them up. Yongping Prefecture and Shanhaiguan will also send people. I called you here today mainly to see if anyone is willing to volunteer. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Jinxing immediately said, let me lead the team. Jizhao Town still needs you and Daizin to be in charge. Hearing this, Huang Xiaoxiang agreed very straightforwardly, then Jinxing will have to work hard this time. You can choose the manpower. In the corner, although Russell was a little surprised at his senior brother's choice, he didn't say much. To be fair, going to pick up and staying in Jizhao Town to harass the demon army are not at the same level of difficulty. After all, the former is likely to face the demon army head-on, while the latter is unlikely to face the demon army head-on. Even if they do, they can rely on Jizhao Town to move freely. After Zhang Jinxing accepted the task, he did not say too much nonsense and immediately selected candidates in the camp to carry out the task together. To Russell's surprise, his senior brother did not choose him, and the others in the camp did not object, including the 2 diamond-level card makers present. But he soon understood why the senior brother did not choose him. It seems that the senior brother and I think the task is dangerous. Then why did the senior brother take the initiative to volunteer? Before the doubts in his heart dissipated, a guess flashed through Russell's mind. It's not because he can take the initiative to choose people that the senior brother took this task. But immediately he felt that he had thought wrong. For such a dangerous task, no one would choose him, a card maker who had just broken through to the emerald level. Although Xiao Wu is very strong, Russell only has Xiao Wu, an emerald level card. If there is any unexpected situation during the mission, he can't handle it with his current strength. Tisk, I'm still too weak. Although he has reached the emerald level, Luo Su didn't realize until he came to the front line that his current strength is still not enough. It's a pity that he was a little complacent before. You are too proud. Is this it? Sister Wen. Under the dark night, Luo Su was hiding in a dense forest and looking at the small city emitting glow in the distance. That's right, Xiao Luo, didn't you say that you have the ability to destroy a large area beyond visual range? It's time for you to show it. Beside him, the short-haired capable woman called Sister Wen showed a lewd smile on her face. Hurry up and give them a few shots, and then we'll run away. As she said that, Sister Wen laughed strangely. Russell, who had been working with Sister Wen for a few days, was no longer surprised to hear this dead noise. He didn't know why Sister Wen, who looked like a strong woman, would be such an infomaniac in private. By the way, Sister Wen's real name is Wen Jing. At this time, several days had passed since the meeting in the tent that day. After the meeting, he and Sister Wen were assigned to a group. After a few days of getting familiar with each other, Russell also understood why they were in the same group. Although Sister Wen was an emerald-level card maker, her cards were basically hidden in one-hit kill type single-player assassins. Although not weak, they lack AoE means. Of course, emerald-level assassin type cards can destroy a small town with physical strength alone. The premise is that no one interferes. The key is that the demon army will not allow their bases to be destroyed, so Sister Wen is basically useless at this time, and can only let her cards carry out suicide attacks every day. But it's different when Russell comes. Sister Wen only needs to focus on hiding the whereabouts of the two and running away with Russell after the destruction. Got it, Sister Wen. Remember to take me and run away later. Don't worry, I won't abandon you for Master Bai's sake. Hearing the words of the woman next to him, Russell immediately summoned Xiao Wu. 2 pairs of dark wings suddenly spread out in the dense forest, but the next moment all the movement was instantly eliminated. It's up to you, Xiao Wu, to give them some hard work. Yes, Lord Russell. As soon as the voice fell, Xiao Wu opened his hands and condensed a thunder spear in front of him. As the pale right hand grasped the emerald green spirit spear, the irritable spirit could not help but become gentle. The next moment, the spirit spear was like an arrow from a string, and instantly disappeared from the side of Russell and the others. But this is not over yet. The second. The third. Xiao Wu fired 3 thunder spears in a row. Although he could continue to fire the fourth, his face also showed some fatigue. At this time, the first thunder spear had already reached the base of the demon army. Boom! The pale green spirit power rushed into the sky, and the strong wind generated by the explosion swept past in an instant. But this was just the beginning. Boom! Boom! 2 more explosions sounded. Without time to check his results, Russell had already sensed an extremely dangerous aura coming from this small demon stronghold, and he urged, "Run, Sister Wen." Wen Jing still had some excitement left at this time. She chuckled twice. I know. After that, the two disappeared from the spot. Not long after they disappeared, an angry roar resounded through the sky. Who threw the knife handle? On the other side, Russell, who had returned to Jizhao Town, scratched his head, and then asked Wen Jing beside him, "Sister Wen, do you think my attack worked?" Because he ran too fast, he didn't know how much damage Xiao Wu's 3 thunder spears could cause. Hearing this, Wen Jing replied casually, "Oh, there won't be much actual damage. After all, the demon strongholds are protected by special means. If it's so easy to destroy a stronghold, we would have pushed it back long ago." Ah! Russell was stunned. Then what's the point of doing this? Wen Jing said mysteriously, "You don't understand this. Even if it doesn't cause damage, you will be annoyed if there is a mosquito buzzing in your ear all the time." Russell suddenly realized, "I understand, this is a strategy to tire the enemy." Wen Jing hugged Russell's shoulders like a good friend, too wise. "Tomorrow night we will change a stronghold and continue to disgust them. The efficiency of other teams is definitely not as high as ours. There are many demon strongholds near Jizhao Town. It should be said that the strategy of the demon army is like this. Many small strongholds guard a large stronghold, and then many large strongholds guard the secret realm where the demon army first appeared. The demon army will choose to continue advancing after completely digesting an area, highlighting a steady approach. Of course, there are many demons in the demon army that are not from that secret realm, but it is unknown which secret realms they come from." The next night, Russell and Wen Jing still sneaked to a small forest, but the small demon army base in the distance was another one. The two of them knew the importance of changing places after each shot. If they went to the small base yesterday, they would be caught. Swoosh, swoosh. 3 more thunder guns flew towards the base. Russell and the other looked at each other, and both showed a cunning smile on their faces after doing something bad. "No, how can this be called a bad thing? I did all this for the Ming Dynasty." Russell's heart tightened, and he was a little afraid that he was almost led astray by Wen Jing. Then the explosion sounded, and the 2 figures disappeared in the small forest. For several days in a row, Russell and Wen Jing did the same thing and kept disgusting the demon army bases around Jizhao Town. But if you walk by the river often, you will get your shoes wet. Finally, on the 6th day, when Xiao Wu had just thrown the first thunderbolt, Wen Jing's face changed. "No, let's go." As she said that, she grabbed Russell's right arm and wanted to activate the card ability to leave the place. However, unlike the previous few days, this time Wen Jing only moved a few kilometers, and then appeared out of thin air and fell to the ground with Russell. "Tisk, you are willing to spend such a big hand." Wen Jing pouted a little irritably, and then rolled over and climbed up from the ground. "Then why are you still standing there? Run." After saying that, the two ran away. Russell did try to see if the ghost soldier could take him into the shadows, but unfortunately it didn't work. As he ran, he asked, "Sister Wen, does the demon army have this kind of means?" Wen Jing said without turning her head, "Yes, but it is generally used in group combat to prevent our cards from carrying out decapitation operations. I didn't expect that they would be willing to take it out to catch us this time. But don't worry, those bastards definitely didn't guess that we would take action in this stronghold. They should have placed devices in all the strongholds that have not been visited by us. So it's not just our team that is suffering." Hearing this, Russell initially thought that the woman running wildly beside him was gloating, but then he was ashamed of his dirty thoughts. So what Sister Wen means is that Lord Kwang and the others will soon realize something is wrong and come to support us. "No, I'm gloating." Russell staggered and almost fell to the ground, But fortunately the woman next to him reached out and dragged him. But what you said makes sense. Lord Kwang, oh, here it comes. At this time, Wen Jing stopped, put her hands on her hips and looked into the distance. Russell, who is also an emerald-level card maker, could naturally feel the aura that the woman could sense. It couldn't be said that he could feel it, because at the end of their sight, there was a giant standing tall and running towards them. Unless you were blind, you couldn't ignore this size. The giant was holding a yellow snake in his left hand and a green snake in his right hand. The ground was shaking violently as he ran, as if a small earthquake had occurred. Now that Russell had a deep understanding of the myths of various countries, it was impossible for him not to recognize this vivid image, not to mention that the other party had an idiom that was familiar to the Chinese. Sun-chasing giant, Kufu, one of Kwang Xiaozhang's diamond-level cards. It's safe. Seeing the huge Kufu passing by, Wen Jing couldn't help but shrug. Let's go back to Jizhao town first. As she said that, she put her right hand on Russell's shoulder. It was obvious that with the arrival of Kufu, the demon army chasing them from behind was already too busy to take care of themselves, and there was naturally no restriction on them. In the blink of an eye, the two had returned to Jizhao town. Don't we need to support Lord Kwang? At this time, Russell asked hesitantly. Wen Jing moved too fast just now, and he had returned to Jizhao town before he could react. Hearing this, Wen Jing sneered. That group of demon soldiers don't have the courage to fight Lord Kwang, at least not now. Those diamond-level limb-jointing demons that may exist in the small stronghold will be considered clean if they are not beaten to shit by Lord Kwang. What you need to do now is to have a good rest. There will be another fierce battle tomorrow. Russell was a little confused for a while, but before he asked, he saw Wen Jing wave his hand and disappeared. He returned to his residence in confusion and could only meditate honestly according to Wen Jing's instructions. In the early morning, Russell stood on the wall, surrounded by densely packed colleagues. He finally understood what Wen Jing meant. The demon army came to the door. At this time, the card makers of the civil construction camp in the city were constantly strengthening the entire city through prop cards, and countless mysterious Taoist texts were floating from Jizhao town to the sky. Kwang Xiaozhen. Get out. A roar sounded like thunder in everyone's heart. The diamond-level demons, who were the leaders of the demon army, were looking at the top of the city wall with a gloomy face. However, the protagonist named by him on the city wall of Jizhao town, the commander Kwang Xiaozhen, ignored him and said in a deep voice, "Everyone summon the cards and prepare for battle. Pay attention to the loss of cards." Kwang Xiaozhen was not surprised that the demon army would come to his door. It was better to say that all this was what he wanted. He originally thought that it would take some time for the other party to take the bait, but he didn't expect that after just a few days, this group of demons could not hold back and took the initiative to attack, allowing him to seize the flaw. Last night alone, his cards killed more than a dozen emerald-level limb-joining demons and a diamond-level limb-joining demon. The main reason was that the limb-joining demons were so weak in combat that they couldn't even beat the demons, let alone the T0 profession of the card maker. Thinking of this, he looked at Russell, who was standing side by side with Wen Jing not far away, with a strange look. Jinxing's junior brother is quite interesting. At this time, several emerald-level demons in the demon army were looking at the black and white figure beside Russell with their eyes spitting fire. Bastard! Several demons cursed in their hearts. Last night, they already knew what the card that had been disgusting them these days looked like. It was just right. Today, they could take the opportunity to vent their anger. Even if it was possible. Several demons turned their eyes to Russell beside Xiao Wu, and a hint of ferocity flashed in their eyes. Chapter 263 Short-Term Planning. In the city defense battle, except for card makers like Russell who only have one current realm card, the rest of the people will more or less keep a few cards to ensure that even if the cards that go out of the city to fight die and dissipate, they can still fight back. However, this is where the card maker is cheating. As long as the card maker is not dead, the dissipated card can be resurrected with full health after a day. And the monsters of the same level are dead, and even being injured may affect their future combat effectiveness. This is why the Ming Dynasty was able to stalemate with a monster army in the north for so long. As the defender of the city, the Ming Dynasty card makers certainly do not want the monsters in the distance to get close to Jizhao town, so the cards fighting on the city wall have used their own means to come to the monster army. Of course, the card makers of the Northern Defense Army are not without other things to do. Although they will not send the remaining cards to fight the enemy, It does not mean that they cannot fight at a long distance on the wall. Russell naturally did the same. Misaka Mikado and Aizen were responsible for long-distance combat, and Luffy opened the fourth gear and rushed into the monster army. It is impossible that only Emerald and Diamond level demons came this time. There are also many gold level and below demons. Afterwards, Russell did not focus on Luffy, but frowned at Xiao Wu in the distance. As soon as Xiao Wu entered the battlefield, several Emerald level demons surrounded him. Seeing this, the quiet Kyuku beside Russell laughed. It seems that our little action a few days ago has made people hate us. Xiao Luo, your card has been targeted. But don't worry, I will help you. As he said, several Emerald-level demons surrounding Xiao Wu instantly felt a sharp breath coming from their throats. Who is it? Several demons changed their faces and wanted to withdraw. However, how could Xiao Wu miss such an opportunity? The Emerald Spirit Spear with a whistling wind instantly reached the chest of an Emerald-level limb-jointing demon, and the black tail whip turned into a venomous snake hidden in the shadows and suddenly stabbed the abdomen of the target in front of him. Tisk. The limb-replacing demon chosen by Xiao Wu chose the lesser evil. He held the spirit spear in front of his chest tightly with both hands, but his unprotected abdomen was hurt. The seemingly slender tail whip opened a bloody hole in his body in a breath. But after all, he was an Emerald-level limb-replacing demon, and this injury obviously could not take his life. Not to mention that there were his companions present. Feeling the evil wind coming from his side, Xiao Wu's face remained unchanged. As soon as his right hand loosened, he used the ringing rotation to leave the original place. This was applied for the low-level demons and limb-replacing demons present. The fist wind blasted by their own Emerald-level existence plowed a long bloody mark on the battlefield. And thanks to Wen Jing, there was only one Emerald-level demon who came to trouble Xiao Wu at this moment, and the rest of the existences were dragged down by her cards. 2-1. Xiao Wu casually grasped the newly generated spirit spear in his right hand. It seems that the advantage of numbers makes you very confident. What a pity. As soon as the voice fell, the tip of his pale index finger suddenly generated a dark beam of light and attacked the low-level demons who came to help. Boom. With just one blow, the cannon fodder who tried to delay Xiao Wu's steps were turned into dust. At this time, friends who often fight in groups know that in the face of a one-to-many situation, the best choice in this situation is to find a target and beat him to death. Xiao Wu naturally couldn't fail to understand this truth. What's more, the limb-removing demon on the opposite side was already injured. The next moment, he had already flashed in front of the previously selected target. The limb-removing demon, who was regarded as a soft persimmon and was actually a soft persimmon, had his pupils shrank and his eyes stared at Xiao Wu in front of him. The spirit spear cut through the air, producing a shrill whistling sound. Seeing this, the demon wanted to use the same trick again, but it was just wishful thinking. Is this already too much to keep up? Hearing Xiao Wu's voice, the limb-joined demon was stunned, and then the green light flooded his figure. The black flash hit him head-on. The spirit spear in Xiao Wu's hand was just a cover. Ignoring the limb-joined demon who had been swallowed by the pale green spirit power, Xiao Wu's spirit spear in his right hand backhandedly chopped at another demon present at the side. Boom. Large cracks spread across the ground in an instant. Your companion is dead. Are you still going to continue to resist? The voice sounded without any fluctuations, and Xiao Wu looked at the demon who was in a stalemate with him expressionlessly. Shut up. The unknown Emerald-level demon looked at the black and white figure not far away with some humiliation. He knew that this time he had hid a steel plate, and there was no doubt that the other party was a high-risk target. After dealing with the card-maker system for so long, the demon army naturally couldn't have no understanding of it. Gold? Or red? Only these two qualities of cards can crush the existence of the same level. Another new card. The demon army contains most of the high-risk cards in the North Defense Army. Under normal circumstances, it should be the elite demons who face these high-risk cards, not the Emerald-level ones that make up the numbers. Just as he was thinking about this, Xiao Wu had come to him again. At this time, the unknown demon had lost the will to fight, and only thought about how to get rid of the card in front of him that was like the god of death. Unfortunately, the gap between the two was like a chasm. In just a few tens of seconds, the demon had been pierced through the chest by the Emerald Spirit Spear and lifted into the air. It's so boring. Xiao Wu threw the demon whose spear tip had stopped moving aside, and stood quietly in place to start choosing the next target. It's not that he didn't want to use the Thunder Spear, but there were still many cards on the scene, and Xiao Wu didn't want to hit his friendly forces. Why did a monster like you suddenly appear in the North Defense Army again? At this time, a somewhat headache-inducing voice sounded from behind him. Xiao Wu turned around and looked. It was an emerald-level demon, but the aura strength was completely different from the previous two small fish. Really? Can you please stop causing me trouble? And my name is Yale. Go to hell with my name. As soon as the voice fell, Xiao Wu had already collided with the emerald-level demon who called himself Yale. The two figures had fought several times in an instant. After a few breaths, the two stood opposite each other. Yale looked at the small wounds on Xiao Wu's body that were recovering rapidly, and couldn't help but sighed. So you cards are trouble. Even if I kill you today, I can still see you tomorrow. So, who is your master? As he said, he looked at the top of the city in the distance, as if he was looking for Russell's figure, as if he didn't take Xiao Wu seriously at all. Boring provocation. Xiao Wu would naturally not be fooled by Yale's tricks. He just stretched out his left hand expressionlessly, ready to let the demon on the opposite side taste the taste of black flash. At this moment, the ground began to shake violently. Even Russell, who was far away from the battlefield, could feel the slight vibration. Wenjing, who was beside him, looked normal. It seems that the victory has been decided on Lord Kuang's side, and today's battle should end here. Then, the short-haired woman looked at Russell in surprise. I didn't expect that your card was so strong in close combat. But then she shook her head with some regret. It's just this one card, your strength is still a little weak. As long as your card is entangled, I'm afraid you can't protect yourself. Russell knew that Wenjing was telling the truth, so he didn't show any dissatisfaction. Yes, I know. I have some ideas about the next card. Hearing this, Wenjing smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Just know it yourself. In the distance, Yale, who was confronting Xiao Wu, frowned and then said, you are lucky today. But next time you won't be so easy. Unknown card. After saying that, he disappeared on the spot. At the same time, the remaining demons on the scene began to evacuate one after another. But how could the cards on the scene let them go so easily? Under the attack of the cards, the demon army left many corpses on the battlefield, but most of them were limb-jointed demons. Obviously, for the demon army, these limb-jointed demons are just the lowest level consumables. Soon, Kuang Shaoxiang returned to the city wall. The demon army is strange. Please come to the main camp tomorrow. The rotation will remain unchanged. Disband. After saying these words, the sturdy bald man took Daizin away from the top of the city wall with some doubts. Seeing this, Wenjing yawned and scratched her short hair. I remember that Xiao Luo has not been on duty recently. You can go back and rest if you have nothing to do. Russell nodded. I know. Thank you, Sister Wen. It's a small matter. The woman waved her hand and disappeared in front of Russell. If a commander like Russell is not on duty, he just needs to rest at home, but generally those who are motivated will meditate during their rest time. After all, in the Northern Defense Army, improving one's own strength is far more important than the so-called military power. Besides, even if there is any military power, can anyone bypass Fang Wenlong, the master card maker of the Shubai army? Seeing that he had nothing to do, Russell left the city wall and returned to his residence. For group operations like this, the battlefield does not need card makers above the emerald level to clean up, and the corpses of the monsters will be collected by the Shubai army. As for the specific military exploits, Daizin, the diamond level card maker on the wall, has already counted them. Normally, when the Shubai army conducts group operations, there will be at least one diamond-level card maker accompanying them. However, there is no such rule for small-scale operations. Just like in the secret realm, whoever kills the monster will own the material. By the way, after Russell came to the Shubai army, his salary has been increased to 30,000 points per month, and the points he had previously obtained in Donglei have also been settled. 15,000 points as the president of the association, 20,000 points for solving the Li Shuo incident, and 30,000 points for reporting Li Shuo's demonization reward. A total of 65,000 points. With such a huge sum of money in his pocket, Russell was already thinking about what card he should make next when he first arrived in Jizhao town. Xiao Wu was not strictly speaking the first emerald level card he made, the next one would be the first. Of course, Xiao Wu must be transformed into number 4, Ulquiara, Cipher. After all, only one material is needed to get a huge improvement, and only a fool would give up such a good thing. So the next card is to promote Nail. Number 3, Nell, who promoted Nail to Emerald level, would undoubtedly form a bond with Xiao Wu. Even if Russell had the opportunity to advance Kayakuyomi to Emerald level, he could directly activate two powerful effects. Sacrifice, when Kayakuyomi reaches Emerald level, after Nell and Haribel in battle die, the card holder will inherit most of the strength of the two. Nothingness, when Kayakuyomi reaches Emerald level, Ulquiara, Cipher, in battle will gradually affect the surrounding enemies, making them confused. There is no doubt that Zui Palace is a powerful field card. In addition to the Broken Jade Fusion feature, another reason why Xiao Wu had such a strong performance before was that he had been strengthened by Zui Palace. The effect of the gold level is so powerful, and it is obvious that the effect of the emerald level will not be much worse. But Russell immediately thought of a flaw. Following this route can gain powerful combat power, but the problem is that my own safety cannot be guaranteed. Unless I stay in Jizhao Town all the time, or have a card maker like Sister Wen to team up with me. Now the danger level of the emerald level battle has skyrocketed for him. In the past, when he was at the gold level, he could rely on the dual physical enhancement provided by Arrogance and Blade Heart plus the protection of Prison Blue to barely cope with it, but he certainly can't do this at the emerald level. With Russell's current combat power, being slightly touched by the emerald level attack is at least a minor injury, and if it is serious, he can directly start the meal. Li Shuo was not clear-headed before, otherwise Xiao Wu would not have won so easily. So we still have to think about how to save our lives first. Anyway, Xiao Wu only needs one material, and with today's combat merit points, it should be enough. By the way, I can also get a set of emerald level materials from the Qi Ling Club. At this moment, Russell suddenly thought of the reward that Jinping had promised him before, and began to think about whether to exchange it directly. But he immediately gave up the idea. After all, taking out two cards at once was really eye-catching, and he couldn't explain where the materials came from to make so many high-quality cards. Maybe in the eyes of outsiders, Russell had so many materials just after entering the emerald level, which might be given by Yuming, but his senior brother Zhang Jinxing would definitely not think so. After all, both of them knew that their teacher had been out of contact for a long time, and it was impossible for him to give Russell materials. It's better to be safe than sorry. The Northern Defense Army doesn't lack a combat force like me, so let's think of a way to save our lives first. Just continue to strengthen the Arrogance, or... Russell was a little undecided for a while. But he soon gave up the idea of advancing to the Arrogance. Although the ability of gene replication seems to be very badass, Russell has not actually used it much due to the silver level limit. And to be honest, he is not sure that he can upgrade his Arrogance to a higher level in the future. Maybe the emerald level is okay now, but what about the diamond level, or even the master level and the Hall level? Moreover, the higher the level of the card maker, the more serious the threat to himself. High-level card makers have at least one card to strengthen themselves. The school of Fighting God, Feng Wenlong, is even more exaggerated. Almost all the cards are used to strengthen themselves, whether they are biological cards or prop cards. Therefore, life-saving cards must be replaced at that time. Of course, Arrogance is already a rare and powerful card for normal card makers, but Russell is not satisfied. Now he has a few choices in his mind, such as the transformation props in various special effects dramas, such as Ultraman Transformer, Kamen Rider Belt, etc. The advantage is that the upper limit is very high, and the disadvantage is that they are still very weak when they are not transformed. There are also various powerful bloodlines, similar to Kryptonians and Saiyans. It's just that Russell has been here for so long and he seems to have never seen a similar card. The key is that the mysterious space obviously won't have such a loophole for him to exploit. Even if a bloodline item card is really made, it will definitely have a fixed upper limit like Broken Jade Fusion. Just like the Infinite Flow novels he read before crossing, a bloodline is castrated and then strengthened in stages. But the problem is that the Infinite Flow can open the gene lock, but Russell can't. So there is no difference between the two options. At this time, a flash of inspiration suddenly passed through Russell's mind, and he thought of an idea. His face couldn't help but become strange. No way, but soon his face gradually became excited. If it can really be done, then wouldn't it be? Thinking of this, Russell began to conceive carefully. If his idea can be realized, it may produce unexpected results. The next morning, Russell appeared in the tent a little listless. Wenjing, who was standing by, saw him like this and asked in a low voice with some curiosity, "What did you do, Xiaoluo? Why do you look like you've indulged yourself in sex?" Russell couldn't help but pull the corner of his mouth when he heard this. "No, I spent the whole night thinking about the construction of new cards yesterday and didn't get enough rest." Wenjing patted the young man's shoulder with understanding, and looked like a person who had experienced it. "I understand, we card makers are like this, the demons just need to increase their strength, unlike us who have to use our brains to think about how to make cards." Russell nodded in agreement. He was still able to copy the homework before crossing over. If it were a normal card maker on this blue planet, it would only be more painful than him. At this time, Kwang Xiaoxiang saw that everyone was there, and said seriously, "What I want to say today is very important, everyone, don't spread it out." As his voice fell, the faces of all the card makers present were straightened. Seeing this, Kwang Xiaoxiang nodded with satisfaction. "In fact, I did not succeed in killing the diamond-level demons of the demon army yesterday. They retreated on their own initiative." Hearing this, although Russell was a little confused, he was not surprised. After all, if Kwang Xiaoxiang really killed the diamond-level demon yesterday, the remaining demon army would not be able to evacuate alive. Obviously, the other card makers present also thought of this. Kwang Xiaoxiang continued, "But the performance of the diamond-level demon was a bit strange. He ordered the evacuation after receiving the order, which was not his original idea." No one questioned how Kwang Xiaoxiang noticed it. Diamond level naturally has diamond level means. More importantly, I contacted other military towns yesterday, and their demon army also behaved like this. Then I contacted Master Fang. Hearing Fang Wenlong's name, the card makers present couldn't help but be very alert. But at this time, Kwang Xiaoxiang looked at Russell in the corner. Luo Chenxi should know the reason. Russell was stunned, not knowing why the other party suddenly mentioned him. But feeling everyone's gaze, the young man soon realized what the bald man was referring to. He asked hesitantly, "That plan?" To be on the safe side, Russell still didn't mention the specific content. But Kwang Xiaoxiang smiled at this time. "Since I asked you, Luo Chenxi, naturally Master Fang allowed me to say it. Yes, it's the demonization plan of the demon army." Demonization. The emerald-level card makers present except Russell were confused when they heard the name, and obviously couldn't understand the meaning. The so-called demonization means that the demon army can completely transform the card maker into a demon through special means, and the card can also be transformed into its own ability. Note, it's a demon, not a limb-jointed demon. This is the news that Master Fang personally went to the heart of the demon army a few days ago to find out. Hearing this, the tent fell into silence, and everyone was silently digesting this shocking news. At this time, Russell also understood why Fang Wenlong chose to make this news public. After all, if the demon army has succeeded, then the Ming dynasty really needs to be vigilant, otherwise it will be easy to be tricked by the demon-eye card makers without being prepared. But is the technical strength of the demon army so exaggerated? Russell did not forget that Li Shuo had been planning for a long time in Donglei before he was close to success. After a while, Kwang Xiaoxiang broke the silence. However, Master Fang said that the demonized card makers are still in the experimental stage. The experimental products are not perfect, and the number is also very scarce. So don't worry. The reason why I told this news is that Master Fang has ordered military towns in various places to investigate whether there are any unusual movements of the demon army in their respective areas. Hearing this, Russell understood and sighed to himself, no wonder, but the days to come will be difficult. Sure enough, Kwang Xiaoxiang issued an order next. The exploration task team is the same as last time. I hope our colleagues will do their best. Hearing that the superior had given the order, all the card makers present responded loudly, yes. After the meeting, Wenjing jumped to Russell's side. "Xiaoluo, we're partners again. What do you say, let's go and shoot them a few times tonight?" As she said that, she began to laugh and it was obvious that she enjoyed the mosquito tactics. But Russell refused Wenjing. He said speechlessly, "Sister Wen, we used the mosquito tactics before to lure them out. I'm afraid it won't work this time." Hearing this, the short-haired woman instantly became dejected. "Yeah, what should we do? I don't trust you with your fighting power to kill the demon army cutters." Russell's eyes suddenly became deep. "It doesn't matter, I have already thought of the construction of the next card. I will take action when the time comes." Then, He patted Wen Jing's hunchback. "Just give me some time, and I will notify you when I succeed." After that, the young man turned and left, ready to return to his residence to exchange materials for making cards. Behind him, the short-haired woman slowly pressed a question mark on her head. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 264, Flame Sword Fiery Holy Sword Blade Driver. Because the exploration mission was just issued, the card makers in the city who received the mission would definitely not set out immediately. They would always have to make some preparations. Of course, if a team stayed in Jizhao Town and did not set out, Guang Xiaoxiang would naturally go to hold them accountable. This also gave Russell time to make cards. 65,150 points, it should be enough. After glancing at the remaining points, Russell immediately opened the points platform. Emerald level, Legendary Warriors full covering armor, purple, 14,800 points. That's right. As soon as he took the first piece of material, Russell's heart was already bleeding. An emerald level purple material was comparable to gold level red material. Emerald level, element, flame holy sword, red, 24,990 points. That's it. After taking two pieces of material in a row, his points had reached 25,360. This is too fast. It seems that Xiao Wu can only wait until yesterday's battle merit points arrive. After complaining casually, Russell began to look for the last piece of material. It was also the most important material for this card making. Emerald grade, second-hand magic book for beautiful girls, red, priced at 30,000. Isn't it really bought? Russell couldn't help but complain when he saw the first material popping up in the search. The gap between this material and what he needed was too big. And it was so expensive when there was nothing outstanding about it. Shaking his head, he continued to look for the materials he needed. Emerald grade, travel record manual, red, 23,000 points. Emerald grade, Anderson's story manuscript, red, 25,000 points. A few minutes later, looking at the two materials he had carefully selected, Russell couldn't help but fall into deep thought. It must be said that both materials are actually quite good. But after thinking it over again and again, he decided to choose Anderson's story manuscript. This material is obviously more suitable for him, but it is 2,000 points more expensive than travel record manual. He didn't want to save so many points on card making. This time, the card focuses on swords and stories, so he used purple materials for armor. As all the materials were taken, Russell returned to the period before liberation overnight. Looking at the remaining 360 points, his heart was twitching. Since the emerald level materials needed to be picked up by himself, he could only go to Bidu by himself. Fortunately, Bidu was not far from Jizhao Town, and he successfully rushed back to his residence before dark. The matter was of great importance, so Russell chose to meditate first to calm his mood. After a long time, the young man opened his bright eyes, picked up the painting brush and began to paint on the blank card. Soon, a transformation belt with a flaming red sword appeared on the card. Please start compiling your story. In a wonderful world, the world was created by an omniscient and omnipotent book. At the same time, the omniscient and omnipotent book created two holy swords, the light steel sword and the dark sword moon dark. 2,000 years ago, a being named Yuri held two holy swords and repelled evil, and finally merged with a light steel sword. The dispute ended, and someone created the Sword of Truth, an organization that protects the world. The Dakan Temple clan of the Sword of Truth carefully observed the light steel sword Seguang and the dark sword Yuan, and created the first artificial holy sword, the flame sword Riho. Holy swords have the ability to read various fantasy driving books and carry the inheritance in the sword. The so-called fantasy driving book is a book-shaped prop that records various inheritances, such as the Divine Beast book that records the power of unimaginable creatures, the biology book that records the power of real creatures of lions, and the story book that records the power generated by heroic adventure stories. In addition to the above abilities, the flame sword Riehiro can also evolve into an almighty sword with the power of all elements. Because the flame sword Riehiro has such a powerful power, In order to avoid possible disasters, the flame swordsman Kamijidachi sealed it up. The flame sword Ryuho was sealed in the dark space until Yamamoto summoned it again. Successful after the card making was completed, Russell, who looked a little tired, looked at the card floating in front of him and couldn't help but feel a little nervous. The main reason why he chose the transformation belt of Kamen Rider Saber this time was that the setting of this game was really a good match for the card maker. Of course, Decade is also a good choice. But in the end, he felt that the most important thing for the card maker was the story. If it weren't for this reason, he could have chosen Zio, Armor Hero, or the transformation device of the Ultraman series. The upper limit of these would not be bad. I hope it will succeed. At this time, Russell couldn't help but start to get nervous. Although he has made cards many times, this time it is definitely a gamble. However, when he saw the card in front of him flashing with the same glow as the Spider-Girl card, Russell was still a little relieved. At least there is a Hall of Fame guarantee. Taking a deep breath, Russell put the card into his mind. The prize is drawn. Flame Sword Blade Driver, rank, Emerald quality, red category, item skills, Sword Driver. The driver holder can transform into Kamen Rider Saber by using different fantasy driving books. The power presented will be different depending on the fantasy driving book used. Features: the ending of the story is decided by me. Different fantasy driving books will be unlocked according to different levels, and fantasy driving books will be derived from the holder's cards. Currently holding a Mythical Beast book, Courageous Dragon fantasy driving book. Currently holding a biological book, none. Currently held storybooks, Symbiont Arrogance fantasy driving book, Centipede Ghoul Legend fantasy driving book, Little Thief Cat Story fantasy driving book, Demon Slayer fantasy driving book, Doctor and Villain fantasy driving book, Pure White Knight Princess fantasy driving book, Hell Snow fantasy driving book, Vampire Lord fantasy driving book, Blood Eye Avenger fantasy driving book, A Certain Scientific Railgun fantasy driving book, Straw Hat Boy fantasy driving book, Pirate Swordsman fantasy driving book, Millennium Magician fantasy driving book, Disguiser Record fantasy driving book, Antelope Knight fantasy driving book, Spider-Girl Survival Diary fantasy driving book, Devil of the Sky fantasy driving book. Introduction: the sure kill is broken. Blazing Sword. Advancement: Emerald level, Fire Sword Blade, Holy Sword Blade Driver, Hall level, Blade King Sword 10 Holy Blades, Holy Sword Blade Driver. Note: to advance to Hall level, Blade King Sword 10 Holy Blades, Holy Sword Blade Driver, you need to invest 10 sword materials that meet the attribute requirements. The current attribute invested is Flame. Attributes to be invested: Water, Thunder, Earth, Wind, Sound, Smoke, Darkness, Light, Time. Note: for every 3 sword materials of the current level invested, the level of this card will be increased by 1 level. Chain: can form a chain card with the card Promised Superman, Yamamoto. At this moment, after checking the card information, Russell couldn't help but burst into ecstasy. It really worked. He just wanted to laugh 3 times now. To be honest, before he checked the card information, he had already made psychological preparations in case it didn't work. If there really wasn't a single fantasy driving book, Russell could only borrow some points from Gu Gu Lao Tao and then buy materials to make a card about the fantasy driving book. Now it seems that there is no need to ask for this. Am I really a genius? Russell murmured excitedly. As early as when he first thought of the Holy Sword, he was wondering if he could turn the story of the card into a fantasy driving book, but he didn't expect it to be possible. And even if there is no storybook below, at least it comes with a fantasy driving book of Courageous Dragon. Russell calmed down his excitement a little, and then a heavy belt appeared around his waist. He looked at the small picture book with a red dragon in his hand, and his face gradually became serious. Let's try it first. As he said that, he inserted the fantasy driving book of Courageous Dragon into the slot on the far right of the belt. At the same time, the sound of exciting music came from the void inexplicably. So it should be called that now. Russell put his right hand on the hilt of the flame sword Lihiro. Henshin. As he drew out the flame sword, the music in the void inexplicably stirred. Draw the sword with fire. Brave Dragon. Book of Fire. When the Dragon of Courage and the flame sword of fire intersect, the true red sword will penetrate the evil. In just a breath, Russell was perfectly dressed in a black and red armor with a ferocious red dragon shoulder guard on the right shoulder. Feeling the sudden expansion of his own power, he slowly exhaled, The increase in strength is very large. Next, I should experiment whether the increase provided by different driving books is different. As he said, he cancelled the transformation state, replacing the Brave Dragon Fantasy Driving Book with a Demon Fantasy Driving Book of the Sky. Russell transformed again. Draw the sword with fire. Nihility Bat. The next moment, a set of armor with a pale green color on the left half and a black and red color on the right half appeared on Russell. I feel that there is no difference in strength, but the difference in ability is quite big. If the Courageous Dragon Driving Book allows Russell to have normal emerald level melee ability and control fire, then the Sky Demon Driving Book allows Russell to have aerial combat ability, but the latter's compatibility is very poor. Then he changed to the Symbiote Arrogance Driving Book, but after this transformation, he noticed something wrong. Will the ability of the Fantasy Driving Book generated by using a lower level card be reduced? He could feel that he was only about gold level at this time. So the strength is still linked to the Fantasy Driving Book itself, which makes sense. The next night, the young man tried all the Fantasy Driving Books. He really tried out a subtle combination. The Courageous Dragon Driving Book, and the Pure White Knight G Fantasy Driving Book. These two Fantasy Driving Books combined together are even stronger than the other three books at present. And after the special enhancement of the Pure White Knight Fantasy Driving Book, he found that his swordsmanship had also been greatly enhanced. Lily is also King Arthur, reasonable. Russell's combat power in this form is no less than the top emerald level, and it is a luxury to use it as a means of life-saving. Kwang Xiaoxiang frowned and looked in the direction of Russell's residence, and couldn't help muttering, "What is this little brother Jinxing doing?" The bald man could feel Russell's breath fluctuating all night, just like riding a roller coaster. Shaking his head, he didn't intend to meddle in other people's business, as long as he didn't cause any damage in Jizhao Town. One day later, Russell and Wenjing quietly lay on a high slope. Not long ago, Jizhao Town received a tip-off that a batch of very important experimental materials had to be escorted to the rear of the nearby demon strongholds, and they were asked to intercept and kill them. So basically all the exploration teams stopped their tasks and prepared to intercept and kill the escort team. At this time, Wenjing secretly poked Luo Su and whispered, "Xiao Luo, are you sure there's no problem?" Hearing this, Luo Su nodded, "As long as there's no diamond-level demon attacking, I can definitely protect myself." "That's good." After that, the two of them didn't say anything and continued to wait quietly for the demons in the intelligence. After a long time, Wenjing suddenly said, "Xiao Luo, help me scratch my back, it's a little itchy." Luo Su speechlessly stretched out his right hand and scratched the short-haired woman next to him. "Here it comes." However, just as Luo Su was scratching vigorously, Wenjing instantly pressed his right hand. At the end of their sight, a small convoy was slowly driving towards the high slope. However, as the convoy approached, Luo Su and the others looked at each other with some doubts. It's not that there's anything wrong with the convoy, but the escort personnel are really weak. There are only 3 emerald-level people in total, and 2 of them are limb-jointed demons. Forget it, no matter what, let's do it first. The 2 did not hesitate too much. Seeing that the convoy was getting closer and closer to them, they immediately chose to kill the group of demons first. The next moment, Xiao Wu and Wenjing's cards appeared in the convoy's field of vision. Enemy attack. However, the convoy had just issued a warning, and Xiao Wu and his team had already arrived in front of the convoy. Just a face-to-face encounter, the convoy lost a large number of low-level demons. After a moment, Russell looked at the battlefield in the distance, which had already stopped moving. The means of saving his life that he prepared were not used at all. "It feels a bit strange," Russell frowned and whispered, while Wenjing nodded in agreement. Neither of them was stupid. According to the information in the intelligence, if it was really an important experimental material, it would obviously be impossible to send out such a small number of garrison forces. Soon, Xiao Wu and his team returned to the 2 with the so-called experimental materials. But when Russell saw the items in their hands, he was stunned. It was a few tubes of blood, which reminded him of the sublimated blood he had obtained in Donglei before. Russell couldn't help but mutter in his heart, "Is this thing also an important experimental item?" But after all, the mission was completed, and the 2 chose to retreat first. As for the material that the only emerald-level demon at the scene had dropped, Russell gave it to Wenjing, and chose to let her pay him half of the points. A green emerald-level material was worth at most 7,000 points, and the key point was that he couldn't use it. As the two left, only the broken convoy full of demon corpses remained at the scene. Shortly after Russell and his men attacked the convoy, in a command room with a huge blue light curtain, a strange man in military uniform smiled. "Have you taken the bait?" At this time, a woman with a foxtail behind him whispered, "Yes, sir. Most of the convoys sent out by the strongholds have been destroyed. It can be confirmed that the Northern Defense Army does have a secret means of obtaining intelligence." Hearing this, the enchanting man stroked his smooth chin with his right hand. "Since the fish has been hooked, it's time to close the net. Notify them, let the cutters accompany them this time, and don't let those fleas run away." Hearing the order from the enchanting man, the woman immediately lowered her head and responded, "Yes, I'll arrange it right away." Listening to the sound of high heels gradually moving away, the corners of the enchanting man's mouth curled up. "Northern Defense Army, let me see how long you can hold on." Chapter 265 Conspiracy. Luo Su and Wen Jing rushed back to Jizhao Town. After handing in the sublimated blood, they did not have other tasks for a short time. Soon, other teams also returned to Jizhao Town one after another. However, there are always risks in carrying out tasks, and not all teams are as smooth as they are. Some teams even have elite cutters of the demon army, which caused a lot of trouble for some teams. But injuries and even deaths are very common in the Northern Defense Army, and the atmosphere in the city is not particularly heavy. However, Luo Su now doubted his previous judgment. Is it really just a coincidence that the team that Sister Wen and I encountered is relatively weak? He also went to inquire about it in the past few days. Some of the other teams, like them, seized sublimated blood, but some did not, but instead seized materials for other experiments of the demon army. Forget it, it's useless to think so much. Luo Su breathed a sigh of relief and suppressed his doubts in his heart. After all, it should be Guang Xiaoxiang and others who should consider these things, not him, a small commander. At this moment, Russell's phone vibrated. It was an internal encrypted communication, asking all the emerald-level card makers who were still active in the city to go to the camp. Seeing that there were 2 or 3 fewer emerald-level card makers in the camp compared to last time, Russell pulled the sleeve of Wen Jing beside him and said, "Sister Wen, the casualties this time should be considered relatively small, right? 2 or 3 emerald-level card makers are nothing for a border town of Jizhao Town. But in other places, even the weakest emerald-level card makers can easily suppress a small city without interference from the same level." However, after hearing his words, the short-haired woman who always acted heartless became serious. "No, every emerald level is a valuable talent of the Northern Defense Army. Even if only one person dies, it is a huge loss. But this is the Northern Defense Army. No one can tell whether they can see the sun tomorrow. Besides, Xiao Luo, why do you think we should shrink our defense line? You should know that the Ming Dynasty and the Demon Army have been deadlocked for many years. In the past, they were able to maintain a dynamic balance. However, in recent years, with the increasing frequency of secret realms, the Ming Dynasty has found it difficult to maintain the original long defense line." Sighing, Wen Jing whispered, "In fact, it has something to do with Yi Diantang. If there hadn't been a hall-level secret realm in Shu, our Northern Defense Army wouldn't have been so hard." After saying this, she seemed to have said nothing, and became as indifferent as before. "Oh, Xiao Luo, don't think too much, that kind of thing has little to do with us. We just need to follow orders." Hearing this, Russell nodded silently. At this time, the commander-in-chief Guang Xiaoxiang saw that everyone had arrived, so he said, "Everyone completed the last mission very well. It's just that I received another tip yesterday, saying that the demon army has another batch of experimental materials on the way." As he said this, the bald man glanced around at everyone present. But Russell was a little confused. So fast. In his mind, if he was the commander of the demon army, it would be impossible to arrange 2 escort missions in a short period of time. Because they lost so many convoys last time, the Northern Army almost told you that I can intercept relevant information. Just when Russell was about to report his guess to Guang Xiaoxiang, he heard him continue, "But this time, I hope everyone will be more vigilant. It is very likely that this time it is a trap set by the demon army, but we have to go." Hearing these words, Russell was stunned at first, and then he felt relieved. Yes, what he could think of, how could Guang Xiaoxiang, as the commander-in-chief, not think of it? And what the bald man said was right. This time the demon army used an open conspiracy. Even if we tell you that we can intercept our messages, it doesn't matter. Come or not. If you come, then we'll have a real fight. If you don't come, then they'll take the experimental materials away. The Northern Army dare not bet that there are no important items in the experimental materials. Thinking of this, Russell couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It still depends on whose fist is bigger. At the same time, Huang Shaoxiang's last words also reached his ears. The groups remain the same, everyone go back and prepare. Russell had no objection to still being in the same group with Wenjing. Not to mention that the other party took good care of him during the mission. Just in terms of the degree of tacit understanding, it must be that the two of them have been running in for a while and have a better tacit understanding. I just don't know if Wenjing's previous partner died or was transferred somewhere else. Just as he was thinking this, Wenjing put her arm around his shoulders in a somewhat unremarkable manner. This time we are going to meet the elites of the demon army. Are you really okay, Xiao Luo? Don't be so stubborn, otherwise I won't be able to explain to Lord Zhang if something happens. Luo soon knew that the short-haired woman was concerned about him, and he pretended to be deep and said, there is absolutely no opponent in front of us. Wenjing shuddered and immediately moved away from Luo Su, then whistled as if she didn't know him. The breeze blew up the snow on the ground, and the anti-skid tires left traces. In the middle of the large convoy, a humanoid demon with a leopard face was reporting softly to the 3 demon army cotters in front of him who were resting with their eyes closed. 3 adults, we are almost at the place where the accident happened last time. The cadre sitting in the middle replied casually without opening his eyes. Got it, let the people below pay attention to the movements around. Yes. In the distance, Luo Su and Wenjing were lying on another high slope. At this time, because of the thick snow, nothing unusual could be seen from the outside, not to mention that Wenjing also used the card ability to hide their breath. 3. Sister Wen, do it now. Wenjing shook her head slightly when she heard it. Wait until they are far away and relax their vigilance. As she said that, she couldn't help but glance at Russell's belt. After lurking for so long, she had secretly glanced at it several times, but still couldn't see anything special. But before setting off, the young man swore that this was his life-saving trump card, but nothing changed after putting it on. The reason why Russell did this was naturally to learn from General Duanmu's fine tradition of never leaving his belt. Seeing that the convoy was getting farther and farther away, Wenjing retracted her gaze and shouted in a low voice, do it. The next moment, Xiao Wu had already appeared behind the convoy in the distance. But unlike the last time, this time the black and white ruthless death god did not harvest many lives before being stopped by someone. Boom. The deafening sound splashed the snow all over the sky. It's you, high-risk target, 4-winged demon, unnamed. At this time, a voice came from behind the falling snow. Xiao Wu also recognized that the owner of the voice was Yale, who had fought with him in the siege last time. He threw the emerald green spirit spear in his hand, and instantly pierced a hollow mark on the snow. Ignoring the attack that brushed past his body, Yale turned his head and looked at the other 2 demon army cotters beside him. Is my ability permission already granted? Go ahead and do it, the master agrees. Hearing this, Yale smiled. Boom. A dull heartbeat sounded, and the low-level demons present covered their hearts one after another, looking at Yale not far in front of them in pain. Then countless blood gathered in Yale's hands. At this moment, behind him were mummies that had been drained of blood. Without any defense, the Scarlet Blade instantly passed over the position where Xiao Wu was originally, leaving a long and thin scar on the ground, and the bloodstains were particularly conspicuous on the white snow. Do you think this trick can shake me? A ruthless voice sounded, and Xiao Wu's intact figure instantly appeared beside Yale, and the spirit spear in his hand stabbed the other party fiercely. Ding ding ding. Emerald green and scarlet intertwined. The two had fought many times in just a few seconds. The other 2 demon army cotters naturally wanted to go to support Yale, but unfortunately Wenjing's cards had already entangled them. It's worthy of being a high-risk target, it's really difficult to deal with. The blood blade swept across, and Xiao Wu raised the spirit spear in his hand and wanted to block it. But what he didn't expect was that at the moment the 2 came into contact, the blood blade suddenly broke, and then condensed again on the inside of his arm. The next moment, a pale right arm flew high and fell on the snow, stirring up a flurry of snowflakes. What a pity. Seeing this, Yale smacked his lips and looked at Xiao who appeared in the distance with a headache. In the eyes of the demon, Xiao's broken right arm was recovering at a high speed at this moment, and it was restored to its original state in a few breaths. So you cards with unreasonable recovery ability are cheating. Yale attacked Xiao again with some irritation, and waved the blood blade in his hand recklessly around. Scarlet light scattered, and trees within a radius of several kilometers had been cut in half under Yale's attack, and the surrounding snow surface was even covered with dots of blood. However, Xiao, who had suffered a loss once, would naturally not be fooled a second time. Since close combat cannot defend against the opponent's attack, it is better to switch to long-range mode. Avoiding the blood blades that kept coming, Xiao lightly tapped his index finger, and several black virtual flashes cut through the air and shot towards Yale. It's not that he didn't want to use the Thunder Spear, but in such a large-scale attack, even if there were any experimental materials, they would have turned into ashes long ago. As the two fought, the snow gradually disappeared, revealing the dark brown frozen soil. Russell, who was far away, watched Yale spurting blood all over the place, and muttered in confusion, "Is the amount of bleeding so exaggerated?" At the same time, Yale's originally irritable expression calmed down instantly, and a bloodthirsty smile appeared on his lips. "Do you really think I will just stalemate with you like this? I got you." As he finished speaking, the scarlet bloodstains that had gradually spread across the battlefield since the fight with Xiao Wu suddenly turned into blood arrows and shot towards the direction of Russell and the others. Chapter 266 What have you protected? As a cadre of the demon army, Yale had killed at least 80 card makers. However, when he first met a card maker, he would foolishly fight the opponent's card for 300 rounds before finally killing the card maker. But later he found a way to quickly resolve the battle. That is to kill the card holder directly. And under normal circumstances, even if the card maker strengthened himself, it would be difficult to compare with the top existence of the same level. So Yale had already perfected his tactics. Every time he fought with a card maker, he would not immediately look for the holder to launch a fierce attack, which would only arouse the opponent's vigilance and make the loss outweigh the loss. Once the quick kill failed, he would face the embarrassing situation of being besieged. So the first thing he chose to do was to fight with a card to reduce the card maker's vigilance, then search for the card maker's traces by spreading blood, and finally kill him with one blow. Of course, facing a card maker like Fang Wenlong who personally played the game, these steps can be directly omitted. This tactic can only be said to be tried and tested, and most card makers may not be able to react. And this time, it was obviously his victory. Yale watched the blood arrow hit the target, splashing a burst of scarlet snow mist. However, the scream he expected came from the snow stained red by blood, but a strong music. Draw the sword with fire. When the second book overlaps, a powerful force will be placed in this holy sword. Wonder Rider. Dragon. Saber Lily. The dual attributes will sharpen the blade. The next moment, the blazing fire blade swept away the snow around. A figure wearing half red and half white armor appeared in his eyes. At this time, behind Russell, Wen Jing's mouth turned into an O shape, staring blankly at the young man who was protecting her and was completely wrapped in armor. To be honest, she didn't react to what happened just now. The belt of Russell next to her, which had been silent since she put it on, suddenly sounded music. Then the other party became like this. "Sister Wen, please ensure your own safety first." Hearing the clear voice coming from the front, Wen Jing came back to her senses instantly. She said without hesitation, "Okay." Feeling the terrifying aura coming from Russell, she knew that now she just had to hide her whereabouts and not cause trouble to the other party. After she finished speaking, she disappeared without a trace. Looking at the armored man who casually made a sword flower in the distance, Yale looked ugly and squeezed out a voice from his teeth. "I really didn't expect that a freak like you would come to Jizhao Town." Then he took a deep breath, glanced at the other two cotters who were in a stalemate with Wenjing's card in the distance, and then discarded the extra thoughts in his mind. The next moment, the earth trembled, and Yale suddenly rushed towards Russell. He knew that the only way to win was to kill the strange card maker quickly. In just one breath, he had crossed several kilometers and came to Russell. Swish! The whistling blood blade showed its sharpness. The ground behind Russell was instantly split in two, and a long scarlet blade appeared. However, Yale was watching the scene with a tight gaze. His blood blade collided with the opponent's armor and produced fierce sparks, but only a slight scratch was produced. What the hell? As the preform of the Hall level, Blade King Sword 10 Sacred Blades, the Flame Sword Lihiro has the most potential and strength among the Emerald level ones. Seeing that his attack did not work, Yale immediately wanted to withdraw. However, it was too late. The red blade slashed across, evaporating a large area of snow. In the rising water vapor, Yale looked at his charred chest and abdomen with a gloomy face. In the short fight just now, the pressure from the strange card maker on the opposite side was close to that of the melee card maker he had seen before. However, Russell was not the only one present at this time. Xiao Wu had already appeared behind Yale. Yale roared, turned around and slashed at Xiao Wu. Get lost. However, if he wanted to deal with Xiao Wu, his back would be exposed to Russell. Sensing the cold and piercing sword behind him, Yale roared, and instantly exploded into blood flower, and then turned into a sea of blood. Caught off guard, Russell was blown up with blood, but he quickly realized what happened, and immediately moved away from the sea of blood with Xiao Wu. Do normal organisms have so much blood? Amai's plasma slices all came from your blood bags. At this moment, a voice that seemed to come from hell echoed over the sea of blood. Do you think you will win? At the same time, two demon army cotters in the distance also noticed the situation on Yale's side. The two demons looked at each other in surprise, and both saw the meaning in each other's eyes. How can you force Yale to this point? Others may not know, but as colleagues, they know it too well. Once Yale transforms into this form, he will attack everyone present indiscriminately, and it will take a long time to return to human form after the end. This also led to most of the cotters in the demon army not liking to cooperate with Yale. Of course, since the damage that the opponent can cause in group combat is far greater than that of normal cotters, the cotters can only accept it with a pinch of their noses. You know, the battlefield is not short of blood. Looking at the raging blood waves that drowned everything in the distance, Xiao Wu asked in a low voice, Lord Russell, do you need me to deal with it? Russell stretched out his hand to stop his action. If Xiao Wu fired a thunder gun, it would not be clear whether he could solve the opponent. Anyway, the possible experimental materials would definitely be gone. Let me do it. Hearing Russell's voice, Xiao Wu nodded and retreated behind him. Then a book with a picture of a tall and beautiful woman with black hair appeared in his hand. Russell swept the book on the tip of the fiery red giant sword in his hand, and a burst of exciting music sounded. Hell-blowing snow fantasy driving book. Flame hell mist. Listening to the sound from the belt, Russell clenched the long sword in his hand, thinking silently in his heart, it really works. The next moment, as he swung the long sword, a fire tornado that swept the sky and the earth appeared in the center of the battlefield, and pressed towards the blood sea with great force. After a few breaths, the two met, and the blood sea was instantly vaporized, and Yale's unbelievable cry of pain came from it. In the dark, Wen Jing looked at the scene in the field and took a breath of cold air, and then choked by the cold air. She still remembered that before Russell transformed, the background music appeared inexplicably. And now it is the same when he uses the big move. What does Xiao Luo think? Wen Jing scratched her head and muttered in confusion, does he think it's too embarrassing to call out the name of the move? She could only think of this reason. But putting this aside, in her opinion, it would be a bit of a waste if Xiao Luo's new card was only used to save his life. Looking at the scene in front of her, she felt that it would not be a big problem for Russell to go up and fight with the opponent directly. Xiao Luo is not Master Fang's disciple, right? Why does he smell like Master Fang? Wen Jing was puzzled. Generally, card makers have a few requirements for choosing life-saving cards: high defense, fast running, and strong recovery ability. Attack power is the last thing to consider. She has never seen the belt-shaped card of Russell on a normal card maker. Generally, only Fang Wenlong's series will take into account attack power. Just when Wen Jing was thinking about it, the fire tornado in the field had dissipated into the air. However, the melting ice and snow around and the charred land were telling the brutal ravages they had suffered. But Russell pulled the corner of his mouth at this time. Because he didn't dare to experiment with the ultimate move in Jizhao Town, he didn't expect that the effort would be so exaggerated. Originally, he stopped Xiao Wu from using the thunder gun to protect the experimental materials. But Russell looked at the charred vehicles that were rolled into the air by the fire tornado and thrown everywhere. What did you protect? Inexplicably, such a voice sounded in his mind. At this moment, the two demon army cotters in the distance looked extremely embarrassed and could not help but look at each other. They did not expect that Yale would die like this. Moreover, he was roasted alive in the most powerful blood sea form, leaving only a core. Although the two believed that they were not weaker than Yale, they still chose to retreat immediately. because Xiaowu and Russell had already rushed towards them. In the end, the two demons successfully escaped from here at the cost of an arm. Seeing this situation, Russell did not intend to chase. His and Wenjing's mission was to snatch experimental materials, not to annihilate the demon army. At this time, Wenjing appeared beside him out of thin air. No wonder Xiaoluo is so confident. It turns out that you have been hiding this trick. But your speed is too fast. She was referring to Russell's card-making speed. Wenjing did not forget that the young man did not use this card when harassing the demon stronghold before. Hearing this, Russell smiled awkwardly. It was a fluke. You kid. Wenjing couldn't help but hit his arm, then half-crouched with her hand covering her right hand and breathing in the cold air. Because she didn't know whether the demon army would come back, Russell didn't cancel the transformation now. Sister Wen, clean up the battlefield. We should withdraw. Hearing this, Wenjing instantly returned to normal and started to clean up the battlefield with Russell. She didn't think there was anything wrong with the young man's decision just now. Things like experimental materials must be obtained. Obviously, Russell would not hold back in the situation just now. After searching for a while, the two really found a strange truck. Unlike other broken vehicles that looked like they were stabbed by transformers, this truck was still intact after suffering from Russell's harm, although the body was a little twisted. No way. The two looked at each other first, and then Russell stepped forward and pulled open the deformed cargo door. As the door opened, a coffin appeared in front of Russell and the others. A transparent coffin with broken data cables wrapped around it. Chapter 267, Encircled by Friendly Forces. Seeing the coffin, Russell and Wenjing did not expect that something could survive the attack just now. Russell walked into the car, carefully observed the transparent coffin, and then tore off the damaged data cable wrapped around it and dragged it out. It seems that we have caught a big fish. Wenjing muttered to herself at this moment. The two surrounded the coffin and found a man with his eyes closed lying in it. For the sake of safety, they did not open the coffin. Russell and Wenjing are not the protagonists in horror movies who are seeking death. If there is something wrong with the things in this coffin, wouldn't they be asking for trouble if they opened it? After looking at it for a while, Russell asked the ghost soldiers to collect it and prepare to hand it over to Quang Shaoxiang to give the scientific researchers of the Northern Army a headache. While they were studying the coffin, the corpses of the demons present had been collected by the ghost soldiers. Xiaowu respectfully handed a bright red bead to Russell. Sir, this is Yale's body. Russell looked at the bead in his hand and muttered, this looks good enough to be a golden finger for the protagonist in a fantasy novel. As he said that, he used his mental power to condense a piece of material and then crush the bead in his hand. Emerald level, Scarlet Overlord, red. Although Russell knew that Yale would probably condense blood-related materials when he fought with him, he was still stunned when he saw the Scarlet Overlord in his hand. It was because this card was too suitable for a card he currently had. Sister Wen, I need this material. When the battle merit points are settled, I will transfer 12,000 points to you. After putting away the material, Russell turned around and discussed the distribution of the spoils with Wenjing. Wenjing waved her hand. You killed all those monsters. If you want, take them. But after hearing Wenjing's words, Russell was not ready to do so. He knew that if Wenjing hadn't held back the other two demon army cotters, he would have no chance to kill Yale. So after thinking for a moment, he said, then let's do this. The remaining materials will belong to you, Sister Wen. In addition to the 3 emerald-level demon army cotters, the convoy also had low-level demons, but they were drained by Yale at the beginning of the battle. Hearing Russell say this, Wenjing glanced at the low-level demon corpses piled up by the ghost soldiers and roughly estimated the value. Okay, then let's do this. These low-level materials add up to about 13,000 points, and the difference with a handling fee is not much with 12,000 points. Seeing that the short-haired woman agreed to his proposal, Russell felt relieved. Although Wenjing had always acted a little out of tune before, she was still very straightforward in this matter, otherwise she would not have asked him to take the materials dropped by Yale directly. After the division of the spoils, Wenjing immediately grabbed Russell's arm, and then the two disappeared into thin air. In the early morning, Russell opened his eyes in his residence in Jizhao Town. It had been a while since he and Wenjing had completed the mission. After the two of them returned to Jizhao Town and submitted the materials, Quang Shaoxiang did not say much. Obviously, he was not a scientific researcher and could not see anything special about the things in the coffin. After that, other teams also returned to the city one after another, but most of them returned with injuries, and there were not many teams that could obtain the experimental materials of the demon army. Of course, the main reason was that most of the experimental materials were destroyed in the battle between the team and the demon army. Some were due to the aftermath of the battle, and some were destroyed by the demon army themselves. It is worth mentioning that the points for the previous battle to defend the city have been issued. Since Xiao Wu killed 2 emerald-level demons, he also received 20,000 points. Looking at his remaining points of 23,860, Russell touched his chin and said, "Should I upgrade Xiao Wu first?" Then he opened the points platform. But Dark Winged Bat Demon, 25,990 points. Why not go and rob it? Russell was a little speechless as he swiped a material that made him very excited. However, the next few materials that matched him required at least 24,000 points, which made him give up the idea of upgrading Xiao Wu. Forget it, let's talk about it later. Turning off the screen of his mobile phone, Russell sighed softly. Now he was not in a hurry to convert Xiao to number 4, after all, there was no emergency. If it was before he made the Holy Blade Belt, he might have borrowed some points from his senior sister, but now that he had the ability to protect himself, he was not so urgent. Putting the matter of upgrading Xiao aside, Russell moved a snow-white thigh away from his stomach. Climbing up, he couldn't help sighing as he looked at Fu Lilian, who was sleeping very badly on the bed. Without waking up the sleepy white-haired old woman, Russell turned around and went to the bathroom to wash up. At this time, Fubuki, who was wearing loose lace pajamas, was also washing up in the bathroom. Seeing Russell, a toothbrush immediately floated in front of him. It should be said that telekinesis is indeed convenient. Russell doesn't have to do daily washing himself. Gulu remembered to wake Fu Lilian up for breakfast later. A moment later, the young man who had finished washing up came to the restaurant and found Anohanaritsu preparing breakfast. Russell hugged her soft waist from behind and said softly, "Thank you for your hard work, Sister Lai. It's not as hard as you." Feeling his hands being patted, Russell loosened his waist awkwardly. He didn't know whether the gentle beauty was sincere or sarcastic. Walking out of the kitchen, Lily was sitting at the dining table with a solemn face, as if there would be a tough battle next. Perhaps it was indeed a tough battle for Lily. "Would you like to eat something to fill your stomach first?" Russell casually took some bread stored in the Shadow Kingdom and handed it to the petite girl. Seeing the bread, Lily's eyes lit up. "Thank you, Russell." Then she took the bread and gnawed it like a hamster. "Ah, Russell, you are so partial, I want some too." Little Spider listening to the extremely cheesy words in his ears, Russell shuddered and took out some bread again and threw it to Spider Girl, who was also waiting for dinner. Coming to the living room, Misaka Mikado was playing video games with Nell. At this time, a charming figure suddenly appeared in the shadows behind Russell, making him feel cold all over. It was the great ninja. "Stop it, there are children here." Russell's old face turned red and slapped the white palm underneath. Nami, who was watching TV at the side, rolled her eyes at this. It started in broad daylight. Bladeheart crossed his arms and said, "You are just jealous of the bond between me and my lord." Hearing this, a appeared on Nami's forehead, and she confronted Bladeheart on the spot. "What did you say?" Russell couldn't help but reduce his presence. He didn't want to get involved in the war between women. At this time, Misaka Mikado's white ears, who was facing away from Russell, were already red to the extreme. Obviously, everything that had just happened was too exciting for her, a junior high school student. "Russell, another day of disasters began." Under the night, a huge city was moving slowly. In the tent in the center of the city, many card makers were standing densely. Someone said solemnly, "Thank you all for your help this time." The person who spoke was Shangyi, the commander-in-chief of Ningigan City. About a month or two ago, the high-ranking officers of the Northern Defense Army issued an order to retreat to Ningigan City and Jianzhou City. The two towns that received the order immediately began to prepare, but unfortunately they had no way to abandon the city in this world. You have to know that it takes countless efforts of card makers to build a border town like theirs, and it is definitely impossible to stay in place and let the demon army take advantage of it. Fortunately, all border towns have the function of moving. And this time, the target of Ningigan City and Jianzhou City is Shanhaiguan. When the operation is over, the two cities will become satellite cities of Shanhaiguan to guard the front. Russell's senior brother Zhang Jinxing was also in the tent. Hearing Shang Yi's words, he just smiled slightly. "Commander Shang is polite, but we are just doing our job." Then, He sighed with some worry, but I always feel that this time is too smooth. Until now, the demon army has not made any movement. Hearing this, everyone present fell into silence. Zhang Jinxing's worries were not without reason. After all, the reason why Ningguang City and Jianzhou City retreated was because the nearby demon army was becoming more and more rampant. But this time, the Shubai army really retreated the defense line, and the demon army stopped moving. At this moment, Shang Yi's eyes flashed with worry, and then he pretended to laugh heartily. Maybe the demon army is tinkering with some demonization experiment and has no time to take care of us. Don't think too much, everyone. Thinking of the news that the master in front had sent to them not long ago, Zhang Jinxing temporarily put aside his doubts and sighed. I hope so. By the way, when was the last time Jianzhou City contacted us? Something big happened. In Jizhou Town, Russell had just finished his shift and was visited by Wenjing with a serious face. He rarely saw the other party showing such an expression. So he couldn't help but become serious. What's wrong? Wenjing just pursed her lips. Go in and talk. As she said that, she pushed Russell into the house. The young man, confused, brought the short-haired woman to the living room. At the same time, the ghost soldier placed a cup of hot tea in front of the two. But Wenjing couldn't take time to drink tea at this time. Jianzhou and Ningguang were surrounded by the demon army. The fewer words, the bigger the matter. Russell was shocked by the news at this time, but he immediately thought of his senior brother Zhang Jinxing's mission to support these two cities. He calmed down and calmly uttered two words, details. Wenjing shook her head and said quickly, I don't know the specific situation very well. Lord Kuang only said that Jianzhou and Ningguang were surrounded, and we need to send some more people to help. It's just that because Lord Zhang has taken a group of people away before, it is estimated that not many people can be sent this time. Russell was silent. He knew that Kuang Shaoxiang's decision was correct. If Jizhou Town sent the same number of people as last time, it is estimated that there will be one more city under siege. Sister Wen, you came to see me. I think we two were chosen, right? Hearing this, Wenjing's face looked a little strange at first, and then she laughed strangely. Lord Kuang seems to have taken a fancy to our previous mosquito tactics, so he specifically asked us two to go. But this time, we will act as a team to support them, and the purpose is to harass those demon army. When the time is right, the card makers in the two cities will naturally cooperate with us. Russell nodded slightly when he heard this. This time, there are no master-level card makers in Jizhou Town's support, not to mention diamond-level ones. In this case, they naturally cannot confront the demon army head-on. Guerrilla tactics are more suitable for their two-person team. I know, when are we going to set off? Lord Kuang means the sooner the better. Okay. Boom. The green spiritual light column penetrated the sky and the earth. On the wall of Ningguang City, many card makers looked at the earth-shaking movement of the demon army position in the distance with strange expressions. Since the past few days, they have found that there have been card makers harassing the demon army, and then they quickly figured out that it should be the card maker team sent by the surrounding cities. However, it is obvious that there are also differences between the card maker teams. The one that made the most noise was the unknown team that just came to the demon army. In the past few days, the demon army's position was bombed almost every 1 or 2 hours. Although it did not cause many casualties, it was really annoying. Not to mention the demon army, even their city was actually affected. Some low-level card makers could not enter meditation under such circumstances. And Zhang Jinxing had never seen Xiao Wu take action, so he naturally did not know that this was actually Russell's handiwork. Looking at the motionless demon army in the distance, Shang Yi could not help but mutter a few words. How can this group of demon soldiers be like turtles? If he were the demon army, he would have been unable to bear it long ago. With firecrackers being set off in his ears every day, he would have rushed out to find the unknown card maker. Then, the card makers in Ningguang City can launch a wave of counterattacks. At this time, far away from Ningguang City, Russell and Wenjing were observing the position of the demon army furtively. To be on the safe side, Russell asked Xiao Wu to release the thunder spear at the farthest distance. After all, the demon army position was so large that there was no worry of missing. How can you be so patient? Wenjing couldn't help but complain when she saw the demon army without any movement. But Russell's face was a little serious. We probably won't be able to use this tactic many times. I think the demon army should be waiting for us to let our guard down, and then deal with us. Wenjing was stunned. and then nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. I think so too. Hearing this, Russell glanced at the repeater beside him speechlessly. Let's go, Sister Wen. Go back to Shanhaiguan to rest, and then give them something ruthless. I hope my senior brothers can seize the opportunity. Chapter 268 Russell, what have I done? Russell's judgment was not wrong, because when he and Wenjing went to harass the demon army that day, a team of emerald-level demons flew straight towards their location. Fortunately, because Xiao Wu's attack distance was far enough, Wenjing had enough time to move. Back to Shanhaiguan, Wenjing wiped the non-existent cold sweat on her forehead. Fortunately, Xiao Luo, you have foresight, otherwise we would really be caught. But now, she felt that if this continued, they could play with the demon army forever. But Russell's expression at this time was not optimistic. It's hard to say if it comes a few more times. Maybe a diamond-level demon will choose to attack. But this was originally the purpose. If they didn't lure out the diamond-level demons, how could the card makers in Ningguang City counterattack? It's just that the risk is a little bit greater. Wenjing was a little hesitant when she heard this. It shouldn't happen. Right. She was not sure whether what Russell said would happen, but it was better to make more preparations. After a moment of silence, Wenjing said, or should we ask the masters from Shanhaiguan to come to support us? Her voice became lower and lower, and she was obviously a little unconfident. After all, she and Luo Su were just two emerald-level card makers. How could they make diamond-level card makers listen to them obediently? However, Luo Su's next words surprised Wenjing. Although I think the masters from Shanhaiguan may have been waiting for an opportunity around the demon army. But to be on the safe side, let's go and ask. Just like that, Wenjing followed Luo Su to the camp of Shanhaiguan in confusion, and then was told by the gatekeeper that the three diamond-level card makers from Shanhaiguan were not convenient to meet people at this time. She looked at Luo Su beside her with a look of surprise. You really got it right, Xiao Luo. Wenjing has been in the Northern Defense Army for a long time, and she still has basic judgment. Although the two emerald-level card makers can invite diamond-level card makers, it is definitely no problem to meet them. What's more, the young man next to her is the disciple of a master card maker by Yuming. Neither of them should be turned away. But now, let alone meeting each other, the guard just now didn't even bother to pass on the message. Russell was obviously not surprised by this result. He just shrugged and said, it should be a smokescreen. I just don't know which diamond-level card maker went to support. He didn't think that the three diamond-level card makers went to support Ningguang City. Shanhaiguan will send at most one diamond-level card maker. After all, compared with Ningguang and Jianzhou, Shanhaiguan is more important. Therefore, with this operation, if the demon army gets the news and thinks that the defense force in Shanhaiguan is empty, they are ready to raid Shanhaiguan. Then the diamond-level card makers who are still in Shanhaiguan will give them a surprise. In this case, we have to work harder. With a sigh of relief, Russell took Wenjing out of Shanhaiguan immediately. Inside the demon army besieging Ningguang City, an emerald demon was humbly saying to the seductive woman in front of him, My lord, if this continues, the people below can't hold on. Those sons of bitches don't need to rest, the people below need to rest. If they continue, I'm afraid the people below won't have the strength to attack the city. Hearing this, the seductive woman slowly blew out a smoke ring, and her white and tender toes painted with red nail polish gently lifted the chin of the emerald demon in front of her. As she moved, the fur of the unknown animal that originally covered her legs slid to the ground. Don't worry, I will take action tonight. Then those little mice won't be able to escape. At this moment, the emerald demon looked along the soles of his feet in front of him and swallowed his saliva involuntarily. In his eyes, the white greasy was reflecting an attractive luster under the candlelight. But soon, his back was covered with cold sweat, and then he lowered his head. Yes, I will notify them right away. Although the atmosphere was very charming at this time, the emerald demon did not dare to have any improper thoughts in his heart. He had seen the dried corpse that was carried out from the tent of this adult before. Seeing the emerald demon running out of the tent in a panic, the charming woman sighed with some regret. But she immediately licked her purple lips with her bright red long tongue. I hope the little mice can satisfy me this time. Compared with the demons, she still likes the card maker more. After all, she can squeeze out more of what she wants from the card maker. That night, after letting Xiao Wuka send 3 thunder guns to the demon army at the maximum distance, Russell immediately asked Wenjing to run away with him. However, where do the little mice want to run to? A slightly charming voice suddenly sounded from behind the two. Wenjing's pupils shrank, and she immediately grabbed Russell's arm and wanted to get away from here. Swish! Just the next second, amid the sound of flesh and blood being torn apart, an arm flew high. Ding 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 ding. Xiao Wu and Wenjing's cards fought many times with unknown enemies in an instant. Draw the sword with blazing fire. When the second book overlaps, a powerful force will reside in this holy sword. Wonder Rider. Dragon. Saber Lily. The dual attributes will sharpen the blade. Then Russell drew out the holy sword of flame from his belt without any hesitation and transformed into Kamen Rider Saber. Bang! However, with a huge force coming, Russell and Wenjing were instantly smashed into the rock wall in the distance. The sudden change put the two in a passive position. But fortunately, with the protection of the armor, Russell did not suffer much damage, but just felt a little chest tightness and shortness of breath. Emerald level? Diamond level? Russell, who climbed out of the rock wall, was a little unpredictable for a while. Logically speaking, if it was diamond level, then he and Wenjing should have no ability to resist at all. Thinking of this, he first glanced at the one-armed short-haired woman who had fallen into coma not far away, and then he clenched a flaming sword in his hand and looked in the direction of the attack. Only then did he see the appearance of the person coming. It was a barefoot seductive woman wearing only a piece of clothing. At this time, under the moonlight, the seductive woman seemed to be covered with a layer of gauze. She sucked her bloody index finger, and her face showed an abnormal blush. Then she looked at Russell with interest and said, "Huh? Little mouse, you didn't faint." Russell's body stiffened and he just remained silent. At this moment, in his sight, Xiao Wu and Wenjing's card seemed to be under a spell and stayed in place without moving. At the same time, in Russell's perception, 3 emerald-level limb-jointing monsters had also arrived not far away. "My lord, do you need us to take them back?" As the voice of the limb-jointing monster sounded, Russell's heart couldn't help but fall to the bottom of the valley. There is no doubt that the enchanting woman is a diamond-level demon, otherwise the 3 emerald-level limb-joining demons would never be so respectful. However, he couldn't help but have a doubt in his heart, that is, why the other party didn't just kill him and Sister Wen. Of course, compared to this, he was more thinking about whether to release the little spider to fight the gaze of the superior. However, the enchanting woman just waved her hand when she heard the question of the emerald-level limb-joining demon. Then she disappeared from Russell's sight. Just when Russell was a little confused, he suddenly felt a weight on his shoulder, and at the same time, a voice suddenly came from his left shoulder. "I feel. You smell so good. Maybe you are not a little mouse but a little sweetheart." It was the enchanting woman, who rested her chin on Russell's shoulder. Shua. The blazing blade wrapped in blazing fire suddenly slashed behind him, but only received a charming smile. "Don't be so angry, sweetheart." At this moment, the 3 emerald-level limb-jointing demons were silent, not daring to speak at all, for fear of disturbing the elegance of the adult in front of them. "My name is Luster. What about you?" Facing the teasing of the diamond-level demon, Russell was silent and just swung the holy sword in his hand, thinking about how to get out. But it was obvious that the only means he could think of at the moment was to summon a little spider to fight. As for the problem of his identity being exposed, he had to wait until he survived. However, just when he was about to do so, Luster came in front of him and gently stroked his face wrapped in armor. "How cold. But it doesn't matter, we will have a long time to get along later." Looking at the extremely charming female demon in front of him, Russell was stunned and motionless. It's not that he didn't want to resist, but he couldn't. At this moment, he was like Set's petrified by Medusa in the myth, and he couldn't do anything at all. Move? No. Counterattack? No. Even summoning the little spider can't work. Seeing this, Ruth nodded in satisfaction. She casually sucked Wenjing from a distance and threw her to the 3 demons behind her. "Don't let her die." Then she caressed Russell's body lovingly, and then said coldly, "And if anything goes wrong with my little sweetheart, you know the consequences." The 3 limb-replacing demons caught Wenjing, and their bodies trembled like sieves when they heard Ruth's words. "Yes, yes, Lord Ruth." Without paying attention to the 3 limb-replacing demons behind her, Ruth just whispered, "Little sweetheart, wait until I deal with the other little mice, and then let us have a good intimate time." After speaking, she hummed an unknown song and disappeared on the spot. Only Russell, who was motionless, and the 3 demons looked at each other silently. After a while, under Russell's gaze, Two of the limb-replacing demons respectfully carried him up, and then swayed towards the direction of the demon army's position. As for why there were not three, it was because there was still one person carrying Wenjing. But Wenjing was not treated as well as Russell. How did it turn out like this? Russell looked up at the bright stars in the night sky, and thought speechlessly for a while. He never thought that one day he would be abducted by a demon and become a prime minister. At least that's what he inferred. But when he thought that Wenjing was also taken back, Russell was a little confused. It can't be a double, right? Although he had imagined something like shaving, and then being picked up by an 18-year-old busty black stockings JK before crossing over. But if it was picked up by a two-way plug bus of unknown age, forget it. After thinking about it for a while and calming down, Russell began to think about how to get out. Fortunately, there shouldn't be any danger to his life in the short term. Since Ruth didn't kill him, it means that he must be of some use to the other party. As for whether he was really taken back to be a prime minister, or kept as a sheep, he didn't know. Although he was prepared to run into a diamond-level demon before setting off, Russell didn't expect that he and Wenjing would be the first to be found. Of course, it could also be that the noise made by Xiao Wu was too annoying. Seeing that he was getting closer and closer to the demon army, Russell still felt a little anxious. However, until he was carried into the demon army, no miracle happened. Of course, there were demons who asked about his and Wenjing's origins on the way, but after hearing that it was Lady Ruth who asked to bring them back, everyone fell silent. In this way, Russell and Wenjing were carried into a super large tent that was obviously a female residence. Then, the limb-replacing demon who carried Wenjing threw her to the ground without any sympathy. Russell was carefully placed on a large bed. The two emerald-level demons who were responsible for carrying him also covered him with a blanket. Smelling the strong fragrance from the blanket that filled his nose, Russell looked at the gauze curtain on the top of the bed expressionlessly. As the three limb-replacing demons left, the tent fell into silence. It was like this for a long time, and Russell blinked his eyes boredly. Blinked? Russell was stunned. He found that he seemed to be able to move, although it was still like being slowed down, moving slower than a snail. In addition, the little crow that was originally unable to be retracted had returned to his mind at this time. What's going on? Russell was a little confused for a while. But he soon cast his eyes on the belt around his waist. If there is anything that can interfere with the influence of luster on him, it can only be the knight armor that has not yet been transformed. Of course, there is another possibility, that is, the other party is dead. But this possibility is not great. Thinking of this, a book appeared in his hand. Straw Hat Boy Fantasy Driving Book. If Lily's Fantasy Driving Book can help him get rid of the negative impact slightly, then Luffy's Fantasy Driving Book will only be stronger in this regard. Anyway, he has no other way now, so he might as well give it a try. But now is not a good time. Russell thought with a dark look in his eyes, we need to wait a while. At present, the demon army has not yet become chaotic, and changing the driving book will only attract the attention of other possible diamond-level demons. It would be better to wait and see if there are any changes later. He still felt that his previous inference was correct. Shanhaiguan and Ningigan City would definitely not be without any movement. In the Ningigan City camp, Shongyu was asking Zhang Jinxing with a gloomy face, what's the situation? Hearing this, Zhang Jinxing let out a long sigh. Ruth has left, and Lord Shi and Shanhaiguan has already confronted her. Now is the best opportunity. With one less diamond-level demon, the effect of the binding barrier will be greatly reduced. Hearing this, Shongyu showed a grim smile on his face. These days have really made me feel very frustrated. Those dogs still want to trap us to death. It's really a daydream. The demon army has developed the binding barrier technology for who knows how many years ago. Usually, when they attack a city, they use the binding barrier to first trap the city of the North Army to prevent the city from directly moving its position. Then proceed with a normal siege process. In this way, the city of the North Army can only be beaten unilaterally, and even if they want to pursue, they will be blocked by the binding barrier. However, in order to maintain the binding barrier, in addition to the immortal species of the demon army, several demons of the same level are also needed to provide energy. The higher the level, the more so, but it is not necessary for gold level and below. Since the demon army besieging Ningigan City dared to send a diamond-level demon to hunt down the card-maker team cruising outside, and was caught by the diamond-level card-maker of Shanhaiguan, Shang Yi and his men were not prepared to wait any longer. Pass my order down. All troops attack. Hesitation will lead to defeat, and Ningguang City's commander Shang Yi chose F2A. In Ruth's tent, Russell silently placed his right hand on the hilt of the flame sword that had been inserted back into his belt. At this time, Lily's driving book had been replaced by Luffy's driving book. Glancing at Wenjing, who was motionless on the ground not far away, Russell gripped the hilt tightly. At this moment, the earth began to shake violently. Russell's heart was shocked. Here it comes. As expected, the card makers of Ningguang City and Shanhaiguan would never miss such a great opportunity. Whether it was hunting Ruth or attacking the demon army's position, there would be a huge commotion. It's not time yet. Wait a minute. Feeling the sudden noise of the demon army's position, Russell took a deep breath to calm his mind. Boom. The next moment, a huge sound like a meteorite falling suddenly sounded. Immediately followed by an angry roar, "Give me! Die!" After a brief deafness, Russell was thrown away by the huge shock wave. However, he was not panicked in the air, but suddenly pulled out a flaming sword. Rubber Man. Accompanied by the passionate music, a flash of light flashed, and the armor on the left half of Russell's body turned yellow. As expected. Seeing that his guess was correct, Russell felt relieved. At this moment, he felt relieved. Without any hesitation, he stepped on the gravel in the air and rushed towards Wenjing, who was in free fall not far away. After a breath, Russell held Wenjing in his arms and stabilized himself on the ground. Only then did he have time to pay attention to the situation around him. He saw that the originally neat demon army position had been plowed into a terrifying gully by something, splitting the entire camp into two. At the same time, loud noises and extremely strong winds were heard from afar. Just when Russell was about to leave, the threat from behind suddenly made him pause, and then he turned around and blocked the attack with the sword of the flame sword. Lord Ruth said that you are not allowed to go anywhere. The three emerald-level limb-replacing demons who carried Russell and Wenjing back launched the attack. Obviously, as Ruth's lackeys, the tents they lived in were not far from Ruth's tent. Therefore, as soon as the incident occurred, the three limb-replacing demons had already come to ensure that the card maker that Lord Ruth had asked them to protect was intact. But to their surprise, the card maker actually resumed action. Seeing the three emerald-level limb-replacing monsters staring at him unkindly, Russell sighed softly. Since you want to die so much, I will grant your wish. Even though he now needs to hold Wenjing in one hand and is trapped in the heart of the demon army, Russell, is still invincible in the world. The premise is that a certain beast milk lover is not there. As the blazing flames gradually wrapped around the holy sword in Russell's hand, the expressionless Xiao Wu also appeared beside him. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Wu had appeared in front of the three monsters holding the Emerald Spirit Spear. However, the three monsters did not have time to pay attention to Xiao Wu at this time. Because the sweetheart that Lady Ruth had specifically asked to protect ran away. While running, Russell couldn't help but complain in his heart, "Do you really take me for a fool? He is not Sakura Manchu, who can't kill with a girl in his arms." At this time, it is better to run first. But gradually, Russell stopped. Just when the three limb-joined monsters were confused, they saw the young man put the short-haired woman in his arms on the ground. The leading limb-joined monster was stunned for a moment, and then asked in a cold voice, "What? You are not going to run?" Russell did not answer, but turned around and drew his sword. Looking at the blazing sword that had come to his face, the pupils of the emerald-level limb-joined monster who was speaking shrank. Because of the existence of Ruth, the three monsters did not realize what kind of monster they were facing. Raising the weapon in his hand and barely blocking Russell's first attack, the leading limb-joined monster roared with difficulty, "Go catch that woman." But before he finished speaking, his face turned into despair. At this moment, at the end of his sight, many cards were rushing towards the demon army position. It is obvious that the card makers in Ningguang City have already attacked. This is also the reason why our Russell did not run. Before he could say anything, the leading demon shut his mouth forever. Ignoring the limb-jointed demon who was beheaded by a sword, Russell just turned slightly and whispered, "The first one." Seeing his boss being killed instantly by a sword, the remaining two limb-jointed demons were trembling. Faced with such a good opportunity, how could Xiao Wu not grasp it? He immediately used the emerald green spirit spear to kill one of the limb-jointed demons. Tisk. You have to know that Russell and Xiao Wu did not choose to take action before just because they were afraid of attracting attention. It would be bad if they were targeted by the cadres of the demon army. Even if Russell himself would not be in any danger, Wenjing, who was still in a coma, would probably die. However, just as Russell quickly dealt with the last person in the trio and was about to leave this dangerous place, a somewhat stunned voice sounded in his ears. "Junior brother. Why are you here?" Chapter 269. Don't let this happen to you. Zhang Jinxing never dreamed that he would see Russell in the base camp of the demon army. Although he was wearing armor, the black and white figure with 2 pairs of large wings beside him was too easy to recognize. When Russell heard Zhang Jinxing's voice, he looked up into the air, and then saw his senior brother looking at him with a strange expression. It was at this time that he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. "Senior brother. It's a long story. I'll tell you in detail after things here are over." Hearing this, Zhang Jinxing nodded, and immediately took Russell back to Ningguang City. In the city, after handing Wenjing, who was in his arms, to the medical staff beside him, Russell released his transformation mode. "Big brother, we came to support you under the order of Lord Kuang. It's just that we were caught by a diamond-level demon named Ruth when we were harassing the demon army on the periphery." Hearing Ruth's name, Zhang Jinxing was stunned at first, and then took a breath of cold air. "You met Ruth?" As he spoke, he looked up and down at Russell. But when he saw that Russell's sweaty face was just a little tired, and there was nothing else unusual, a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. "She didn't attack you?" Hearing this, Russell nodded first, but then shook his head. "She did, but after controlling me and sister when she asked her men to take us back to the demon army. That's why you met me there, big brother." Seeing the expression of his big brother, the young man was a little confused about what Ruth was planning for a while. Fortunately, Zhang Jinxing quickly answered his doubts. "Junior brother, this is your first time meeting that Ruth, so you don't understand the situation. Usually, the demon will directly drain the card maker's spiritual power. Even if you are lucky enough not to die on the spot, you basically can't be a card maker afterwards." Then he touched his chin again, looked at Russell's face and muttered, "But why did you, junior brother, get caught by her? Is it because you are handsome?" Ignoring Zhang Jinxing's joke, Russell felt a surge of fear in his heart. He probably knew why he was caught. After all, if ordinary card makers are considered appetizers, then he, Russell, is the finale. Who made his spiritual power talent different from ordinary people? Of course, it is not ruled out that he was attracted by Russell's beauty. Xiao Wu's transformation is imminent, Russell thought silently in his heart. If Xiao Wu can perform the second stage of returning to the blade when he meets Ruth, even if there is a high probability that he is still not the opponent of the opponent, it should be able to create an opportunity for him and Wenjing to escape. However, Russell did not have any resentment towards the Northern Defense Army for his near-death experience. After all, it was his own choice. Should he blame Huang Shaoxiang for sending him here? The other party just thought that he and Wenjing were more suitable for harassment missions. If he really wanted to blame someone, he might as well blame Jinping for letting him join the Northern Defense Army. If it weren't for the old man with the hooked nose, he would have basically no chance of joining the Northern Defense Army. Just when Russell was in a state of confusion, Zhang Jinxing said, "Speaking of which, little junior brother, you were not affected by Ruth. Normally, a normal emerald-level card maker would not be able to get rid of her influence on his own." He said this because after rescuing a card maker who had been attacked by Ruth, it basically required the cooperation of an elite medical team to relieve the abnormal state of the wounded. But he thought of how lively Russell was in the demon army just now, and it was obviously not the state he should be in when he was controlled by Ruth. Or does Ruth really like my junior brother? Hearing this, Russell shook his head slightly. My newly made cards can slightly resist some abnormal conditions. I think Ruth didn't expect me to get rid of her control. Hearing him say this, Zhang Jinxing immediately remembered the full cover armor he wore before entering the city. It should be said that from the breath he felt, the strength of the armor is definitely ranked first. If it weren't for the existence of Xiao Wu, he would have thought that it was one of Master Fang's disciples who came to support him. Although he was very curious, Zhang Jinxing still resisted the urge to find out the specific information of Fire Sword Fiery Fire, Holy Sword Blade Driver, and just patted Russell on the shoulder. "Thank you for your hard work, junior brother. But a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. Don't put yourself in danger next time." Hearing this, Russell nodded silently. He deeply realized that in the north, the emerald level is just a larger cannon fodder. If you want to truly have the power to protect yourself, you must be at least diamond level. But the level upgrade is not something that can be rushed. After entering the emerald level, Russell could clearly feel that the speed of mental power accumulation has dropped significantly. If the original gold level is a river, then the emerald level is a lake. The difficulty of accumulating the two is simply incomparable. And I didn't get promoted under normal circumstances. What Russell can do now is to transform Xiao into number 4, and then promote Nilu to emerald level. If possible, it is best to upgrade Zui Palace as well. Then, after Zui Palace is upgraded, Leolin must also be upgraded. There are also Sister Lai, Lily, Urzuzi and other cards that have not been made yet. Stopping his divergent thoughts, Russell pinched his brows with a headache. These are too far away. Let's transform Xiao into number 4 first. At this time, Zhang Jinxing asked him again, next, little brother, are you going to go back and rest first, or? Hearing the question from the eldest brother, Russell thought for a moment and replied, I will continue to go to the city wall to support the card makers in the city. He had just consumed a lot of mental energy before, and there was nothing else wrong. He could still send Xiao to participate in the battle by standing on the city wall. Seeing that Russell had made a decision, Zhang Jinxing did not dissuade him, but took him to the top of the city wall. After sending Xiao out to play freely, Russell looked into the distance in a trance. Then he rubbed his eyes. Am I seeing it wrong? Russell was a little confused. He seemed to have seen a few mountains in the distance disappear in an instant. Sensing his movements, Zhang Jinxing said, that's Commander Shang from Ningguang City. He's following the same path as Master Fang. He was the first to attack the demon army. But the battle should be over soon. Russell was stunned and asked subconsciously, are the diamond-level demons in the demon army so weak? He thought the end of the battle meant that Shuang Yi had killed all the other diamond-level demons. You know, the pressure that Ruth had given him before was like a mountain, and he had no ability to resist it all. But after hearing Russell's words, Zhang Jinxing shook his head slightly. No, the demon army should be retreating. They won't fight us to the death here. After all, whether it's us or them, every diamond level is a valuable asset. There was another sentence he didn't say, that is, this time the demon army had the upper hand. Even if they couldn't take over the two cities of Ningguang and Jianzhou, the other side could still occupy the land separated by the Northern Defense Army. Although Zhang Jinxing didn't say it, Russell soon thought of this reason. He pursed his lips and didn't know what to say. Just as the two brothers were silent, a brilliant meteor streaked across the sky and hit the direction of Ningguang City. However, when it was about to touch Ningguang City, the speed of the meteor suddenly slowed down, and then it turned into a figure and fell beside Zhang Jinxing. Seeing this, Zhang Jinxing asked the figure beside him, Master Shang, how is the situation? The Master Shang he was talking about spat out a mouthful of blood foam and grinned, that, immortal seed, has been beaten half crippled by me, and he should not be able to continue to use the binding barrier. Next. It's a pity that there are too many of them, and I can't kill him directly. But there should be something wrong with the old man. Ruth ran away in advance, otherwise I wouldn't come back. While he was talking, several demonic figures appeared in the distant sky. Seeing this scene, Russell's heart skipped a beat. Because Ruth was among them. Then he took a step back calmly and protected his senior brother Zhang Jinxing in front of him. Unfortunately, Ruth had already discovered his figure. At this time, the charming woman's face was angry and a little puzzled. She was staring at the young man on the top of the city wall. Sweetheart, I didn't expect you to have this ability. I underestimated you. As Ruth's charming voice spread throughout Ningguang City, all the card makers looked at the people around them in confusion, obviously wondering who the so-called sweetheart was. This included Shang Yi. The commander of Ningguang City could naturally detect that Ruth's eyes were looking at him. But the problem was that he had never dealt with the other party. Could it be Brother Zhang? He glanced at the ordinary man next to him, and then found Russell who was hiding behind Zhang Jinxing. At the same time, Zhang Jinxing whispered to Shuang Yi about Russell's experience. After Shuang Yi heard the story with a strange look on his face, he grinned and patted Russell's back with his right palm like a palm leaf fan. Good boy, awesome. At this time, Ruth looked like she was about to cry. Sweetheart, you really can't bear it. But before she finished speaking, she was interrupted by a figure beside her. Ruth, I didn't ask you to come here to make you horny. Are you really not afraid of the punishment of the Lord of the Army? Hearing this, the seductive woman put away her expression and sneered, don't use the Lord of the Army to pressure me. You bunch of trash can't even stop a few card makers, and you still have the nerve to say me. You. Ignoring the several diamond-level demons beside her whose faces turned red instantly, Ruth took off the pieces of hair that did not cover her body at all. The white and smooth body shone brightly under the bright moonlight. Russell was fascinated for a while. But with a cold snort in everyone's ears, the young man came back to his senses instantly, and fine cold sweat covered his back. Russell lowered his head and dared not look at the female demon in the air again. Seeing this, a trace of disappointment flashed in Ruth's eyes. But her move was not originally to attract the little sweetheart. At this time, the cards in the demon army's position had stopped their actions, and they all stared at the perfect body in the air in a daze. The remaining demons in the demon army took this opportunity to quickly evacuate the position. Seeing that most of the demons had evacuated, Ruth smiled charmingly and said, "Little sweetheart, I'll let you go this time. But next time, sister, I will definitely treat you well." With a flying kiss, Ruth and the other diamond-level demons disappeared instantly. Feeling the departure of the fiery gaze, Russell breathed a sigh of relief and immediately raised his head. Then he saw Shang Yi and Zhang Jinxing staring at him with curiosity. His body stiffened, and then he said righteously, "Bah, that demon just wanted my body, don't think too much, brothers." The two diamond-level card makers knew that Ruth just wanted to suck the person in front of them dry, but they were still a little curious about what was different between Russell and them. But in the end, they didn't break the casserole to ask the truth, but just tacitly revealed the matter. It had been less than half a month since Russell and the others went to support Ningguang City. Before and after Ningguang and Jianzhou successfully moved to Shanhaiguan, they followed Zhang Jinxing back to Jizhou town. Wen Jing was already doing basic activities on the third day after being sent for treatment. At this moment in Russell's residence, Wen Jing was bowing to Russell with a solemn expression and thanking him. "Xiao Luo, thanks to you this time." Seeing this, Russell quickly helped the short-haired woman up. "Sister Wen, you usually take care of me, how could I abandon you?" Then he asked with concern, "Speaking of which, Sister Wen, are you okay now?" Wen Jing first glanced at her pale right arm, and then a bitter look appeared on her face. "The hand is just a little unfamiliar. The problem is in mental strength. Although her right hand is not the original one, thanks to the treatment of the elite medical team of the Northern Defense Army, there is actually no difference between the two." After a pause, she continued, "I'm afraid I can only stay at the emerald level in this life." As she said this, the woman smiled bitterly. It may even fall out of the emerald level in the future. If cutting off someone's financial path is like killing their parents, then the extraordinary being cut off from the path to ascend is equivalent to being exterminated. Hearing this, Russell fell into silence. At this moment, he realized the horror of Ruth. He was glad that the seductive woman didn't take a puff first, otherwise he would have ended up like Sister Wen. But thinking that the other party had set his sights on him, the young man felt that his future was bleak. At this time, Wen Jing stood up and said hello to him. "Then I'll leave first, Xiao Luo. You have a good rest, don't think too much." It was not until the sound of the door closing that Russell remembered that he had not asked Sister Wen where she would go next. Would she continue to stay in the Northern Army? Or transfer to the rear to retire? But then he thought about it and felt that asking this question would be a bit offensive, so he gave up. Russell sat quietly on the sofa and didn't move until a while later. He took out his mobile phone and started flipping through it. The reward points for him and Wen Jing to support Ningguang City had been issued a few days ago, with a full 50,000 points. It was obvious that Guang Xiaoxian and the others also knew that the previous support mission was extremely dangerous, so the reward points were extra. This was enough points to exchange for 2 pieces of emerald-grade red quality materials. Russell's points balance had reached 73,860 points. Fortunately, it hasn't been sold yet. Looking at the information displayed on the screen, he bought the materials he needed without hesitation. Emerald grade, Dark Winged Bat Demon, red. Chapter 270, Number 4 Al-Qiara Cipher. After bidding for Dark Winged Bat Demon, Russell still had 47,690 points in his savings. Because he was on vacation, he did not encounter any obstacles when he reported that he needed to go out to pick up the materials. Just like last time, the place to pick up the materials was still Bidu. After hurriedly picking up the materials from Bidu, Russell returned to his residence. In the study, he looked at the How Are You Fusion feature in the information of Xiao's card, and couldn't help muttering, only one material needs to be invested to transform it. Doesn't it mean that there is no need to write a story? But when he put Dark Winged Bat Demon into Xiao's card, The corner of his eye couldn't help twitching. I knew it wouldn't be that good. Please continue to compile your story. Ulquiorra, who became the 40th Espada, lived a dull life until one day he received a mission from Aizen, the master of Hueco Mundo, go to the present world of Karakura town to observe the power of Kurosaki Ichigo and measure his threat to Aizen and the ranker. However, after a period of observation, he thought that Ichigo Kurosaki's ability was nothing special, so he returned to Hueco Mundo to report to Aizen. When faced with the doubts of the other 10 Espadas, he said that he would be responsible for dealing with Ichigo Kurosaki. A month later, Ulquiorra went to reality under Aizen's instructions to capture Ichigo Kurosaki's companion in New Orihime, and used her as a hostage to lure Ichigo Kurosaki into Hueco Mundo. And as Aizen expected, Ichigo Kurosaki entered Hueco Mundo with his companions. And Ulquiorra also fulfilled his promise. He took the initiative to appear in front of Ichigo Kurosaki, and then easily defeated Ichigo Kurosaki. Soon after defeating Ichigo Kurosaki, he first discovered that number 6 Grimmjow secretly took the hostage in New Orihime out of the prison to treat Ichigo Kurosaki. After finding Grimmjow, Ulquiorra fought with him, but was careless for a while and was imprisoned in the anti-membrane bandits. When he reappeared, he had been ordered by Aizen to be the guardian of the Palace of the Night. So he fought with Ichigo Kurosaki, who stayed in the Palace of the Night again. After using the return blade again, Ichigo Kurosaki could only barely deal with Ulquiorra's attack, but as the battle went on, Ulquiorra decided to show the other party what real despair was. He performed the second stage of the return blade. He said that this was a posture that even Aizen-sama had never seen. Then he completely defeated Ichigo Kurosaki. However, just when Ulquiorra was about to execute the rest of the people present, Ichigo Kurosaki changed into bull-headed form at the call of Orihime Inu. He was very surprised and found that he could not defeat Ichigo Kurosaki in the bull-headed form. In the end, because of the irreversible injuries to his body, Ulquiorra finally turned into dust and dissipated between heaven and earth. As the last word fell, Russell returned to reality in a trance. Then he took back the card that belonged to Ulquiorra floating in front of him. Number 4, Ulquiorra Cipher Rank, Emerald Quality, Red Category, Creature Skills, Ringing Hollow Flash Return to Blade, Black Winged Demon Thunder Spear 2-stage Return to Blade. Among the 10 Espada, Ulquiorra is the only one who can perform 2-stage Return to Blade. This is a posture that even Aizen has never seen. In this form, Ulquiorra's strength will be greatly improved in all aspects. Features: 10 Espada Steel Skin Super Speed Regeneration Heart of Nothingness Hangyu Strengthen. Although the imperfect Hangyu has been separated from his body, it still leaves some traces in Ulquiorra's body. He is now stronger and more perfect. Introduction. Heart. What is that? Advanced. Gold level Black Winged Demon. Ulquiorra Cipher Emerald level number 4. Ulquiorra Cipher. Bond. When appearing with Lord of Hueco Mundo, Azome, and other series at the same time, the effect, No One Can Beat Us in Front of Us, can be activated. When appearing with Stark, and other series at the same time, the effect, The Peak of Hueco Mundo, can be activated. The difference between the transformed, number 4, form of Kuroshio is not much different from the previous, Fengyu Fusion, form. It just has an additional, 2-stage Return to Blade, skill, and the Fengyu Fusion feature has been changed to Fengyu Strengthening. There is no difference other than that. Of course, this is just an appearance. Russell certainly knows how much the skill, 2-stage Return to Blade, will improve Kuroshio. If there is still a big gap between the normal Kuroshio and the first 3 blades, then the 2-stage Return to Blade Kuroshio can at least compete with number 3, Harable, and this is the Kuroshio in the original book. If it is replaced by the current Kuroshio, it may be no less than number 2, Bailagan, and number 1, Stark. That's about it. Next, we just need to wait until we have enough points to promote Nilu to Emerald level. Russell muttered to himself. With a little peace of mind, he couldn't help but stretch, and then entered into meditation to restore his mental strength. In a certain stronghold, the strange man looked at the charming woman who was eating grapes served by 2 limb-jointing monsters in front of him with some curiosity. Ruth, you actually came to me. Why? Because of what happened in Ningyin, the military commander asked you to come and atone for your sins. After hearing the words of the strange man, Ruth sneered disdainfully. The war in Ningyin is not going well. If you want to blame it, it should be those rubbish. How can the military commander punish me? I came here just for my little sweetheart." As she said that, her slender fingers began to draw in the air. Soon, the appearance of Russell and Xiao appeared in the air. "Tell your men to open their eyes and notify me immediately if there is any news about this person." With Ruth's strength, she could naturally sense how dangerous Russell's 2 emerald level cards were to emerald demons of the same level. They were the type that would undoubtedly be designated as high-risk targets once they appeared. And as a diamond level in the demon army, it was no problem for her to find out a location where the 2 high-risk cards first appeared. Then she came here. However, the strange man also knew that his colleague was a person of character, so he did not feel angry. He just looked at Russell and his cards with interest. "I know, I will give the order. But in exchange, you have to help me here during this period. Deal?" Then the strange man touched his chin. "The Northern Defense Army should be taking action soon. After all, I also put out a few baits last time. If they get those things, they will definitely not be able to resist." The previous fishing plan was a great success in the eyes of the strange man. While damaging a small part of the strength of Jizhao Town, it also laid a new round of bait. "I just don't know when the Northern Guards will take the bait." Hearing this, Ruth sneered. "Greg, you are still the same. I'm afraid that even if I don't come, you will ask the military commander for support." Greg shrugged without comment. Who knows? Russell didn't see Wenjing again in the next few days. He just thought that the woman went to the rear to retire because of the previous injury. But when he was notified to gather at the Jizhao Town camp one day, he saw her again. "Sister Wen. You didn't leave?" Russell asked in a low voice with some surprise. Wenjing was no longer depressed as she was when they met last time. Instead, she smiled and nudged Russell with her shoulder. "I didn't say I was leaving. Why, you can't bear to leave me." Looking at Wenjing, who had returned to her usual appearance, Russell smiled. "I thought you would retire in the rear." What he said was not without basis. After all, when he was in Donglei before, Yu Hengru's situation was similar to Wenjing. "It's just that I don't know if he was injured by Ruth like her." Hearing what Russell said, Wenjing paused for a moment, then pretended to be angry and hit his shoulder. "What are you talking about? Am I old?" Seeing that she was still in the mood to joke, Russell put aside his original worry and deliberately looked at her a few times. "Well, a little." Although Russell had not asked Wenjing's age, according to his inference, she should be in her 30s. Bang bang. Then he was hit twice again. Cough. At this moment, a cough interrupted the interaction between the two and stopped other whispers in the camp. Kwang Xiaoxiang glanced at the card makers present, and then said seriously, "The higher-ups have decided to let us conduct a siege operation." Hearing the 4 words siege operation, the camp was instantly quiet and even the sound of breathing could be heard. Although due to the special nature of the card maker's profession, they do not need to personally carry out siege missions on the front line, but this type of mission is still the most dangerous mission in the Northern Defense Army. Kwang Xiaoxiang continued, "The target is here." As he said that, he pointed to a large demon stronghold on the sand table in front of him. After seeing the location clearly, Russell was stunned, and then he looked at Wenjing beside him. Because the target was the starting point of the convoy they intercepted last time. Obviously, the experimental materials submitted by the two have gained something. If it is placed in the normal world, if an army wants to launch a military operation, it will take a long time to plan, and at least prepare the logistics first. But it is different in the extraordinary world. F2A is done. Daisen, you stay in the city this time. I will leave some manpower for you. The rest of you must follow me out of the city. Hearing this, Zhang Jinxing frowned. Will the city be too empty? What if the demon army? But before he could say anything, Kwang Xiaoxiang stopped him with his hand. The surrounding military towns will also cooperate with us, and the demon army will have no time to counterattack. Since the bald man said so, Zhang Jinxing naturally could not have any objections, and immediately nodded in silence. Go back and prepare. We will launch a surprise attack tonight. As Kwang Xiaoxiang finished his last sentence, the card makers in the tents retreated one after another. Russell also returned to his residence and began to prepare for the battle at night. But to say preparation, in fact, he just packed up the survival supplies in the Black Shadow Kingdom, and then entered into meditation. But what he didn't expect was that Zhang Jinxing actually came to his door. Big brother, what brings you here? Russell signaled the ghost soldier to make a cup of hot tea for Zhang Jinxing, and then started to tease. The reason why he said this was because his big brother, as the commander-in-chief of Jizhao Town, had always been elusive, and as a junior brother, he rarely had the opportunity to meet him. But after hearing Russell's teasing, Zhang Jinxing just drank a sip of hot tea silently. Seeing him like this, Russell couldn't help but become serious. "What's wrong, senior brother, what happened?" After Zhang Jinxing sorted out his words, he said, "Junior brother, I know that the new self-protection card you made is very powerful. But you'd better stay with me tonight. I always feel that this plan is still too hasty. Unfortunately, the order has been issued, and I can't change it anymore." Hearing this, Russell was stunned. He never expected that Zhang Jinxing came to him to talk about this matter. "I know. I will pay attention." The young man didn't ask too much about where the other party got the basis. At this time, just agree. Besides, a diamond-level card maker took the initiative to provide protection. This is a treatment that many people can't dream of. Although Russell felt that his senior brother would definitely protect the other emerald-level card makers present, at most he would pay more attention to himself. Hearing Russell say this, Zhang Jinxing couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The last time the young man in front of him was almost taken away by Ruth, he was already scared enough. He really didn't know how he would explain to the teacher if something happened to Russell. Therefore, Zhang Jinxing said that he would keep an eye on him this time. He even thought about whether to send Russell back. Although the coastal areas were not peaceful. "Then I'll go first. See you in the evening." Okay. Time soon came to the evening. At this time, a large number of card makers above the emerald level had gathered in front of Jizhao town. However, despite the large number of people, there was no noise. Even if someone was observing from a distance, they could not see the figures of the card makers. It was obvious that there were specialized cards to hide their traces. "Let's go." With Guang Xiaozhang's order, the card maker troops immediately set off towards the target demon stronghold this time. And Russell just followed Zhang Jinxing silently. Not long after, the demon stronghold that was going to be attacked appeared in his field of vision. In silence, the card makers present called out their cards one after another. Xiao Wu naturally appeared beside Russell. But Zhang Jinxing was stunned when he saw Xiao Wu. In his eyes, Xiao Wu, who had released the broken jade fusion form, had changed into a figure wearing a 10-blade robe, and the sense of oppression was far less intense than when he had two pairs of black wings. Zhang Jinxing's eyes flickered. At this moment, in his perception, although Xiao's aura was not as good as before, the power contained in his body was far beyond the level of a normal emerald-level card. As Russell's senior, he naturally knew that his junior had a series of cards that could greatly enhance his own strength through special energy. So the previous appearance was the appearance after liberation. He thought with some doubt in his heart. Out of respect for Russell's privacy, he finally did not ask aloud. At the same time, with a large number of cards appearing on the field, Russell and his men could no longer hide their traces. The demon stronghold with brilliant lights in the distance instantly sounded a deafening alarm. However, with two diamond-level Guang Xiaozhang and Zhang Jinxing here, a group of card makers who want to attack the city naturally only need to wait for the two diamond-level cards to break through the defense of the demon army stronghold. After Zhang Jinxing sent out most of his cards, he found that Russell beside him had transformed into a Kamen Rider again. Good habit. He couldn't help but exclaimed. The first thing every card maker has to do in a wild battle is to protect his own safety. Russell naturally understood this. With the protection of armor, he would basically not be hurt as long as the opponent was not a diamond-level demon. Of course, judging from Ruth's performance last time, the Holy Blade armor could at least take a few diamond-level casual attacks. At this moment, in Russell's sight, a group of diamond-level cards led by Sun-Chasing Giant, Khufu, had arrived in front of this large demon stronghold. However, when Khufu wanted to break its defense, several figures emitting terrifying auras flew out instantly to block his attack. When he saw one of the figures, Russell's pupils suddenly shrank. It was Ruth. The young man never expected to meet a charming woman here. And Ruth naturally discovered Russell's existence. The corners of her mouth slightly curved. "I won't let you get away this time." Hearing this, the card makers present thought that the female demon was just speaking harshly. But Russell knew that this was said to him. Unfortunately, although he is not the same as before, he can still open the eyes of everyone present. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 271, Bound Barrier Death Battle Theater. In the field, with the voice of Ruth, the battle officially started. However, the charming woman did not come to find Russell immediately. After all, this time was not like the last time when Russell was alone. Beside him were two diamond-level card makers, Guang Xiaoxiang and Zhang Jinxing. Although most of the diamond-level cards of the two had been sent out, they still had one or two diamond-level cards around them, not to mention that they also had self-protection cards. But Ruth was not anxious. Since she knew that the current scene was a trap set by Greg, she thought that the other party should have been prepared. At this time, Zhang Jinxing asked Guang Xiaoxiang softly, "Lord Guang, do you want to retreat first? I'm afraid it's impossible to seize the experimental materials and information." In his opinion, since the demon army was already prepared, the original plan to raid the laboratory and the demon base to seize the information could basically be declared bankrupt. After all, even if his group successfully defeated the group of diamond-level demons, the demons in the base would have destroyed all the experimental materials long ago. Hearing this, Guang Xiaoxiang nodded imperceptibly. "We will find an opportunity to retreat directly later." The two diamond-level card makers finalized the next plan in a breath, and then cast their attention to the battle in the distance. Seeing that the battle between the cards and the demons gradually reached a stalemate, Guang Xiaoxiang gave an order in a deep voice, "The whole army retreats." Soon, the card makers present were well trained to call back their cards to guard the surroundings. At the same time, a large number of demons and limb-jointed demons also emerged from the demon stronghold, among which there were also a small number of cards belonging to the card makers of the Gyai sect. Seeing this situation, Guang Xiaoxiang was not surprised. The long snake in the hand of Kufu just flicked lightly and spread a gully like an abyss on the ground, but then he fought with a diamond-level demon again. Although this move could not completely stop the pursuit of the demon army, it could at least delay the pace slightly. But at this moment, a regretful voice came from the large demon stronghold. "How decisive. If I hadn't been prepared long ago, I'm afraid I would have let you run away. But it's a pity that from the very beginning, you have already stepped on the stage I prepared for you." Curtain call. As the voice spoke, a transparent cage that covered the sky and the sun instantly fell from the vast sky, covering everyone present. Binding barrier. Russell muttered to himself in some confusion. After experiencing the two incidents in Donglei and Ningyin, it was not the first time he encountered this method of the demon army. But this time, the transparent cage gave him some inexplicable strange feelings in his perception. Before he could think carefully, the ground suddenly trembled. At this time, Zhang Jinxing obviously felt something and immediately wanted to grab Russell's arm. "Little junior brother, hold on tight." Just when he wanted to say something, the voice just now rang again. Binding barrier, death battle theater. The next moment, a sense of weightlessness suddenly hit Russell's heart. Immediately after a moment of trance, the young man found that the original land, the demon stronghold, and the card maker had disappeared. At this time, he found himself in the center of a supergiant theater, and the surrounding audience seats were empty. Opposite Russell were three emerald-level demons with ill intentions. Without any hesitation, Xiao Wu had already appeared in front of him. "Block it, Blackwing Demon." As the pale figure's voice sounded without the slightest fluctuation, the dark spiritual pressure rose from the ground, and in an instant, a magnificent spiritual power rain formed on the platform. Russell didn't have time to play a turn-based game with him. Seeing this, the faces of the three emerald-level demons, which were originally full of malice, froze instantly. They couldn't help but look at each other, and they all saw the bitterness on their companions' faces. There is no doubt that they have won the grand prize. But after feeling their current magnificent power, the three demons calmed down a little, and then a grim smile appeared on their faces. "Boy, you ran into SHH. The emerald spiritual spear pierced through the chest from behind. Two of the demons stared blankly at Xiao Wu, who had appeared behind them at some point. "How weak. How dare you challenge Lord Russell at this level?" Xiao Wu threw away the corpse on the tip of the spear and immediately stabbed the other two demons present. The two demons barely resisted Xiao Wu's attack and couldn't help but roar in their hearts, "You are fucking emerald level. You have to know that they have been strengthened by Lord Greg and are no longer just fillers like before." Swoosh. The fierce spirit spear flew over and pierced through the body of another demon and flew straight into the distance. It was not until it collided with the edge of the theater that a violent explosion occurred. Seeing that he was the only one left on the scene, The last demon roared, "What are you talking about? Don't talk nonsense, you will only make a fuss." A plain voice sounded from behind him, and then a dark flash suddenly swallowed it. After dealing with the 3 emerald level demons, Xiao Wu carried their broken bodies back to Russell. "Lord Russell, I have fulfilled your mission." But Russell's mind was on Xiao Wu at this time. "Well done." He nodded with satisfaction. It must be said that after transforming into the number 4 form, Xiao Wu's fighting power did not disappoint him. He only used a section of the return blade, and the 3 emerald level demons, which were at least blue quality when converted into materials, were almost killed by Xiao Wu in one encounter. Thinking of this, Russell extracted the materials of the 3 demons. The blue quality materials can be exchanged for some points. However, when he saw the quality of the 3 materials, he could not help but be stunned. White, green. What was beyond Russell's expectation was that the materials of the 3 demons were not the purple quality he expected, but the 2 lowest qualities of white and green. How could it be? Russell was a little confused, but soon he had an idea. Could it be that this space can increase the strength of the demons? This is also a reasonable speculation. After all, in his opinion, if this so-called binding barrier, death battle theater, was just used to divide the battlefield, there would be no need to make such a big scene. So what's next? Russell came to the edge of the theater with a confused mood. He stretched out his hand to test it and found that there was an invisible barrier preventing him from leaving. Then, at his signal, Xiao Wu released a thunder spear towards the distance. Nothing happened. Seeing this, Russell was a little confused for a while. Just as he was thinking about how to get out, several figures appeared in the center of the theater. They were demons. Large-sized trash fish that were slightly stronger than the 3 trash fish just now. Death fight. Russell took a deep breath. He might understand the meaning of binding barrier, death fight theater. Another theater. Zhang Jingxing and Kuang Shaoxiang looked at the group of diamond-level demons in the distance with an unpleasant expression. "What a good plan, Greg." Hearing this, Greg smiled slightly. "You are flattered. If it weren't for your cooperation, I wouldn't have been able to pull all of you into this space so easily. Fortunately, my preparations were not in vain after all." Greg spent a lot of time thinking about this binding barrier, death battle theater, and even used a lot of important props accumulated from the past. Only then did he successfully realize his idea. Then, as if to strike the two, Greg continued, "You two don't have to think too much. Unless you kill all the demons in the theater, you can't get out." Hearing this, the 2 people's hearts sank. They could naturally feel that the breath of the group of diamond-level demons in the distance suddenly became stronger after arriving here. Therefore, it was easy to infer that this space has the ability to strengthen the strength of demons. There is no doubt that the balance of victory is gradually tilting towards the other side. However, that was not all. Greg immediately said jokingly, "Perhaps you can expect to break through to the master level on the battlefield." Hearing this, the 2 remained silent. They knew that the master level would definitely be able to break through here. Moreover, let alone breaking through this binding barrier, death battle theater, if there really was a master level here, then all the demons present could be put into various positions. However, Greg had one more thing to say. In order to trap the only 2 diamond level card makers present, he drew most of the power of binding barrier, death battle theater, to strengthen the barrier of this theater. Therefore, if there is a being in the other spaces used to trap emerald level card makers who can touch the diamond level threshold, it will affect the rest of the spaces except this theater. "Okay, Greg, say nothing more to them." At this time, Ruth licked her lips and said impatiently, "My little sweetheart is still waiting for me." Greg smiled helplessly when he heard this. "Don't worry, I have already told the people below that they will not hurt him." The 2 demons' unreserved conversation made Zhang Jingxing's face darken. Of course, he knew who the little sweetheart was. But thinking that his junior brother should not be in any danger before the victory or defeat on his side, his mood improved a little. Of course, based on Zhang Jingxing's previous observation, with the strength of Russell's 2 emerald-level cards now, most emerald-level demons would not be his opponents. After calming down a little, the 2 diamond-level card makers immediately faced off against a group of demons. And at this moment, Greg, who had always been calm and as if everything was under control, suddenly showed a little surprise on his face, as if something incredible had happened. Then his face sank, and 2 figures instantly appeared in the theater. "Big brother. Junior brother. Sweetheart." As the figures appeared, Several voices with different tones suddenly rang out in the theater. Chapter 272 How can a boss enter the second stage right away? Exclamation mark. Time goes back a little. In the theater where Russell was, he watched Xiao Wu drag 3 corpses to his side and couldn't help but sigh. At this time, the broken demon corpses around him had piled up into a small pile, and he also harvested more than 10 pieces of white-green quality emerald level materials. Really, even if it's a death fight, can you get some higher quality ones? Russell muttered a little dissatisfied. He couldn't use the white-green quality emerald level materials at all, and even if he exchanged them, he wouldn't get many points. Normal card makers would never use such low-quality materials, not to mention gold and red, but any card makers who have a little pursuit would start with blue quality. Just when Russell was complaining, a voice suddenly sounded in the theater. I didn't expect there would be a strong man like you here. Hearing the voice, Russell turned his head and saw another emerald-level demon appearing in the theater. However, he couldn't help but frown slightly. This demon was very strong. It was far from being comparable to those small fish before. At this time, in Russell's perception, the new demon's aura under the blessing of Bound Barrier, Death Battle Theater, has far surpassed the Yale he had seen before. Although he has not yet touched the threshold of the diamond level, there is only one outcome for a normal card maker to face the opponent. That is death. Looking at the opponent's bloody hands, Russell sighed lightly. There is no doubt that other card makers have suffered from his poisonous hands before him. Xiao Wu. Go all out and let him see what true despair is. Yes, Lord Russell. The new demon heard the conversation between one person and one card as if it were a joke. He widened his eyes and laughed exaggeratedly. Huh? Do you want to make me laugh to death? Just the two of you. You are not enough to fill the gaps in Uncle Hansen's teeth. Before the voice fell, he had already come to Russell with a gust of evil wind. As a qualified demon, he naturally knew that in order to fight with a card maker, he must first deal with the card maker himself. This is the iron rule. Give it to me. Me. Die? The crazy roar of excitement sounded in Russell's ears, but he just stared at the demon who called himself Hansen indifferently. At this moment, as the opponent approached, Russell could clearly see the grim smile on his face. Unfortunately, the Holy Blade armor could even take Ruth's attack, let alone a small emerald-level demon. Although it was just a casual attack from Ruth, it was also a genuine diamond-level casual attack. Even without Xiao, Hansen couldn't do anything to him. Although Hansen couldn't see the expression hidden behind Russell's mask, he could clearly feel the other party's indifference. Boom. Before he had time to think about what it was, a huge spiritual power storm suddenly generated and rushed him out. Hansen, who flew backwards, stared at the scene in front of him with wide eyes in disbelief. This is... what? At this moment, the air in the entire theater was wailing. Darkness and miserable green intertwined, and the terrifying spiritual pressure engulfed the entire theater. Fear spread in his heart, and the world seemed to turn black. Fine cracking sounds continued to come from the void. Feeling the pressure on his body as heavy as a mountain and as boundless as the sea, Hansen couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Monster Lord Greg actually told me to show mercy. He had only felt this kind of terrifying oppression from the diamond-level masters in the army. In the silent theater, Xiao Wu said coldly, "It's an honor. If it weren't for Lord Russell's order, a scum like you would never have the chance to see me like this." As he finished his last word, the whole person appeared in front of Hansen. Seeing this, Hansen's pupils shrank, but at this time, the pressure that seemed to be real seemed to make the air sticky. The demon had no time to react when the dark palm covered his face. Boom boom boom. Xiao Wu grabbed Hansen's head and drew a long gully on the ground like dragging a ragdoll, until it finally hit the edge of the theater and raised a cloud of smoke. In the smoke, Hansen looked at the black and white figure holding his face tightly in front of him with bloodshot eyes. Ugh! As he struggled violently, the whole theater began to tremble. Unfortunately, the hand holding his face remained motionless. Your strength is as ridiculous as you are. Bang! In the end, Hansen's head was shattered in Xiao's palm like a watermelon. The demon who came out and spoke arrogantly turned into a headless corpse and knelt on the ground powerlessly in just a few dozen breaths. Russell collected a piece of emerald-level, war maniac, red, material from its corpse and frowned and looked around the theater. Is it my illusion? Hesitantly, he hid at the edge of the theater and let Xiao, who was under the second stage of the return blade, fire a thunder spear to the other side. Just when the thunder spear just touched the barrier at the edge of the theater, A familiar feeling of weightlessness struck Russell's heart. What's going on? I'm the challenger. Russell thought he was going to be transported away to fight with other emerald-level demons. But when he came to his senses, he found something wrong. His senior brother was staring at him blankly from a very far distance. Senior brother. Junior brother. Sweetheart. Hearing the name of Sweetheart coming from the air behind him, Russell's face changed and he rushed to the position of his senior brother. At the same time, Xiao Wu also blocked behind him. However, with an extremely strong suction coming from behind, Russell couldn't help flying backwards. He looked fierce and gritted his teeth and said, "If she likes suction, give her a hard one, Xiao Wu." But even if Russell didn't say so, Xiao Wu was ready to do it. In a moment, he formed a thunder spear in his hand and threw it fiercely. Swoosh! Seeing this, Ruth in midair couldn't help but raise her eyebrows slightly. "Sweetheart, what tricks are you playing again? Come on." Boom! The thunder spear exploded suddenly, and the terrifying spiritual power fluctuations swallowed up Ruth's words and all the diamond-level monsters in the air. Just when Russell was about to be affected, Zhang Jinxing's card arrived in time and brought him back. In the sky, the pale green light column expanded its volume unscrupulously. Russell looked at the scene in front of him with some fear. Although the card can't hurt its holder, he really has no interest in trying Xiao Wu's thunder spear himself. Not to mention the super-enhanced version of the thunder spear. However, Zhang Jinxing didn't have time to pay attention to the movement in the distance at this time. He just stared at the little junior brother in front of him in amazement. "Little junior brother, what's wrong with you?" He didn't ask why our Russell appeared here. After all, anyone who is not blind can see that it was sent by Greg. Guang Xiaoxiang also looked at Russell in shock. Hearing this, Russell replied with lingering fear, "My card activated its special ability, and then it dealt a heavy blow to the theater where it was. Then it ended here." Hearing what he said, the two of them cast their eyes on Xiao Wu, who was standing side by side with their card in the distance, and then stayed where they were. Because in their perception, if they had not been able to confirm that it was the card of the young man next to them, they would have thought that Xiao Wu was a practice work of a new diamond-level card maker. Although the breath was very weak, they could indeed feel a little diamond-level power. Moreover, the attack just now also proved Xiao Wu's strength. Zhang Jinxing turned his head and opened his mouth to Russell, but he didn't know what to say. Although he knew that his junior brother's card had a similar ability to release and could greatly improve his own strength, no one told him that he could directly raise a card from the emerald level to the threshold of the diamond level. And he also knew that Russell had more than one card with similar abilities. Doesn't it mean that as long as his junior brother wants, he will soon have several pseudo-diamond level cards? In addition, he remembered that he was not like this when he first met Xiao Wu. Could it be that the junior brother's card can be released more than once? Can it be released twice or 3 times? Zhang Jinxing fell into deep self-doubt. On the other hand, Guang Xiaoxiang obviously didn't know as much about Russell as Zhang Jinxing. So he had only 2 words to describe Russell and his cards. God. Apart from that, he really didn't know what to say. In his mind, there were perhaps only a few card makers above the master level in the entire Ming dynasty who could achieve this step at the emerald level. Guang Xiaoxiang had heard that Master Fang had a record of killing a diamond-level demon at the emerald level. But Master Fang did it after a long period of precipitation. He was also scared by Russell, and didn't realize that the young man had not actually killed a diamond-level demon. Russell seemed to have noticed what the two were thinking at this time, and just shook his head and said, "My card." The situation is a bit special. For Xiao Wu's situation, Russell himself felt that it would be difficult to replicate it a second time. You should know that Xiao Wu first promoted to emerald level, the world of nothingness, incomplete, Ulquiara, Fengyu fusion, and then invested materials to transform into emerald level, number 4, Ulquiara, cipher. It is difficult for other cards to replicate this route. Moreover, Xiao Wu's consumption after the second stage of the return to the blade is also really terrifying. Russell can't actually maintain it for long. If he wants to really cross the level to kill a diamond-level demon, he still needs to gather bonds, chain cards, and strengthen the field card. While the 3 were talking, the first thunder gun fired by Xiao Wu in the distance had gradually disappeared. The result was not beyond Russell's expectations. Although the diamond-level demons led by Greg and Ruth were a little embarrassed, they did not suffer much damage. At this time, Greg's face was gloomy, and it was obvious that the current situation that was slightly beyond his control made him feel uneasy. More importantly, because of the thunder gun that Russell fired before being transmitted, he had to disperse part of the power in this theater to maintain the entire bound barrier, death battle space. In this case, it is hard to say whether the two 2.1 diamond level card makers can be trapped. Ruth looked at Russell with a flushed face. "Sweetheart, you really surprise me more and more." As she said, she clamped her legs together, and her slender tongue circled on her index finger. "I really want to make love with you now." Hearing the words of the seductive woman, Russell couldn't help but shudder. Ignoring Ruth, who was flirting on the side, Greg first stared at Xiao Wu, then looked at Russell and smiled suddenly. "I am really surprised. The Ming Dynasty is willing to let a genius like you come to such a dangerous place in the north. Aren't they afraid that you will die here?" However, what responded to him was another thunder spear. Russell didn't want to answer the question of the demon in the distance that was obviously disturbing his state of mind. First of all, he was forced here by Jinping. Secondly, even if we don't mention those card makers above the master level, any other diamond level card maker would have walked out of blood and fire step by step. If others can do it, Russell can naturally do it too. Chapter 273, What the hell is this? Is this still China? In the huge theater where no audience existed, a fierce battle was taking place. Boom! The violent wind caused by the violent explosion blew up the hair of Russell and the other two. The dazzling light and heat made them squint. "I don't know if it's my illusion. Do you feel that Greg and the others seem to be holding back?" At this moment, Zhang Jinxing suddenly asked Russell and the other two beside him. He always felt that the group of diamond-level demons on the opposite side were somewhat restrained after his junior brother came. It seemed that they were restricted by something. It was obvious that there was only one more little crow on their side, which would not cause such an effect. Hearing this, Kwang Shaoxiang nodded slightly. He also noticed the abnormality, but he couldn't figure out what caused it for a while. However, Russell seemed to have thought of something, and hesitantly said, "Could it be that the attack I launched before was transmitted had some impact on the binding barrier, so they were afraid to go all out?" Hearing Russell's words, the two diamond-level card makers were stunned at first, and then touched their chins thoughtfully. If that's the case, then the two looked at each other and continued, "Maybe we can try it out." Russell was also a little unsure whether this was the reason, but seeing that the two people who were more powerful than him had made up their minds, he immediately kept silent. He was not surprised why the two were so anxious. Although the situation on their side was still good at the moment, it was hard to say about the other emerald-level card makers who were separated. After all, the demons had been strengthened by the binding barrier, death battle theater. If the barrier could not be broken as soon as possible, Jizhao Town would be seriously damaged this time. Although Russell felt that the losses were already very serious. On the other side, Greg, with a gloomy face, and a group of diamond-level demons were fighting against the cards of Russell and the other two. He glanced at Russell in the distance, and his heart was filled with dissatisfaction with Russell as an unstable factor. He never dreamed that there would be an emerald-level card maker in Jizhao Town who could actually have an impact on bound barrier, death battle theater. You must know that according to the information Greg had previously mastered, although Russell's two cards were very eye-catching, they definitely could not achieve this step at the moment. Thinking of how much effort he had put into this plan, Greg's face became even darker. Fortunately, things have not reached the point of no return. What's more, he still has a backup plan to deal with this situation, but the price is very painful, and he will never use it unless it is absolutely necessary. Just as Greg was thinking about what to do next, the card offensive led by Khufu suddenly became more fierce. Seeing this, Ruth frowned slightly, with a hint of impatience on her face. Wouldn't it be better to just die obediently? She was very annoyed now. One by one, they were wasting her time with her sweetheart. Greg was also a waste. He looked like he was planning everything before the battle, but a little mistake caused it to be like this. As the invisible wave swept through, the entire theater was instantly filled with a fragrant and greasy smell. Fortunately, Russell and the other two were still protected by diamond-level cards, so they were not affected much. Swoosh! Looking at the thunder spear that came to her again, Ruth glanced at Russell in the distance and said in a delicate voice, "Sweetheart, do you really want to stab me with a spear?" Hearing Ruth's fierce words, a big number slowly emerged from Russell's head. "No, sister, do you have to be so hungry?" He turned his head away speechlessly and ignored the seductive woman. Boom! As the thunder spear exploded again, the chaotic spiritual power fluctuations disturbed everything around, and the huge sound covered up the other fragmented sounds. At the same time, 3 diamond-level cards quietly left the main force and rushed to the edge of the theater. Greg, who was in the middle of the explosion, immediately noticed this abnormal situation and his face changed drastically. Not good. Previously, he had been intentionally or unintentionally pulling everyone to fight in the center of the theater, in order to prevent the card makers on the opposite side from discovering the trick of bound barrier, death battle theater. But unexpectedly, the other side still found out. Boom. With the earth-shaking loud noise spreading all around, the theater where Russell and the others were located began to vibrate. Unfortunately, the vibration only lasted for a few seconds and then stopped, as if everything that had just happened was an illusion. However, seeing this situation, the 3 of them couldn't help but feel happy. Zhang Jinxing smiled slightly and patted Russell on the shoulder. It seems that your inference is correct, little junior brother. As Russell's conjecture was confirmed, the 3 of them were no longer in the mood to entangle with a group of demons on the opposite side. They just wanted to break the barrier as soon as possible and take the other card makers back to Jizhao Town. Seeing that the card makers on the opposite side had already figured out the situation, Greg said in a deep voice, "Everyone, don't hold back. Go all out and just kill them quickly." As he spoke, he took the initiative to give up the space used to trap the emerald-level card makers, and used all the power in it to reinforce the theater he was in. If you don't make a decision, you will suffer the consequences. Greg still has this bit of courage. As the battle became more and more intense, Russell and the others also found something wrong. Because the barrier that was shaken by their attacks before has become as solid as a rock. The 3 people's faces sank at first, but then they got better. They also roughly understood what Greg did. Since the other emerald-level card makers have escaped, what they have to do now is to defeat the group of diamond-level demons in the distance. Russell. Is that right? You're fine. Thanks to you, my plan is only half successful. The cold and indifferent words suddenly rang in the theater. At this time, Greg's face was neither sad nor happy, and people could not tell his emotions. But it's not a loss to keep you here. Just as Greg was about to continue to say something, an extremely terrifying breath suddenly came from outside the theater. The faces of the demons led by him changed drastically. Zhang Jinxing and Guang Xiaoxiang showed ecstasy on their faces. Russell was stunned and felt the overwhelming and powerful breath. There is no doubt. It is a master level. It's Master Ji Weru of the Mountain Master. She is back from Shu. Guang Xiaoxiang's words that could not hide his excitement reached Russell's ears. Russell suddenly realized it. With his current level, he already knew that a master-level secret realm appeared around the previous hall-level secret realm in Shu, and that Master Ji Weru had therefore gone from the Northern Army to Shu to help Yi Diantang suppress the secret realm. It's just that I heard that the master-level secret realm had been almost dealt with the help of Yi Zhou, the only hall-level card maker in the Ming Dynasty, and there were still some things left for Ji Weru to deal with, so he had not returned yet. It was probably during the time when Russell participated in the national competition that Bai Yuming told him about this. However, just when Russell and the other 2 thought that everything was settled, a breath as terrifying as before came. Feeling this breath, the pale faces of the demons instantly returned to rosy. It's the Lord of the Army. I just don't know who it is. Greg breathed a sigh of relief, and then stared at the 3 card makers in the distance. He knew that the battle could no longer continue. He said coldly, "You are lucky. What a pity." As Greg's voice sounded, dense cracks gradually appeared on the edge of the theater. Just when Russell and the other 2 thought that this was a sign that the death battle theater was gradually collapsing under the pressure of the master, they saw a mocking arc on Greg's mouth. Goodbye. Bang. A crisp cracking sound was heard, and the theater collapsed into chaos in an instant. The disordered space turbulence began to tear up the bodies of Russell and the other 2. Feeling that the Holy Blade armor was on the verge of collapse, Russell gritted his teeth and replaced Lily's fantasy driving book with Spider's fantasy driving book. However, with a collision of 2 terrifying auras, the originally chaotic space was instantly shattered. Junior brother. In Zhang Jinxing's shout, Russell's eyes went black and he lost consciousness. My name is Amina. Baron Albert leads an ordinary textile worker. I thought I would live a peaceful life like this in this life. But on that day, the monster invaded our home. Lord Baron and Lord Knight were killed in battle. We were all taken back to the monster's nest. Just when I thought I would die like this, The priests of the church attacked the monster's nest. But the priests seemed to be unable to defeat this group of monsters. In the chaos, I hid in a cave alone. A day passed like this, and when I went back to the area to investigate, I found only the bodies of priests and monsters everywhere. I was very scared, so I hid in the cave again. Another day passed, and I was ready to find a way home. At this time, a tattered male corpse appeared in front of me out of thin air. No, he seemed to be alive. I dragged him back to the cave. It was so strange. I dragged him back, but there was no wound on his body. Could he be a noble lord too? In the darkness, Russell opened his eyes with some effort. I'm not dead. The dry words came out of his mouth. Russell's heart was full of relief for surviving the disaster. He really didn't expect that he could survive. However, after the joy, doubts climbed into his heart. Where is he now? Russell can only see the rough rock walls around him. It is obviously not Chizhou Town, but it doesn't look like he was captured by the demon army. He tried to stand up, but found that his whole body was weak and he felt pain like a knife cutting his body. The most important thing was that his mental strength was dry. The arrogance has also dissipated. Cough cough. He couldn't help coughing, his throat was burning and painful, and his mouth was full of blood. At this moment, a timid voice came from not far away from Russell. Are you awake? With a rustling sound, Russell felt a coolness flowing into his mouth. It was water. However, Russell was horrified. Because he didn't realize that there was another person next to him. Fortunately, the other party didn't seem to have any bad intentions. And the other party seemed to be speaking in English. What's the situation? Where am I? Russell couldn't help but feel a little confused, and it was at this time that he saw the other party's face clearly. It was a dirty little girl. You saved me? Russell asked dryly, and he could barely communicate with his English level. The little girl nodded imperceptibly, and then mustered up the courage to ask, are you a noble master? Russell was stunned. What the hell, what noble master? What did this mean to him? Exclamation mark. He calmly asked back, why do you think I am a noble master? The little girl shrank her head and said hesitantly, because you, sir. You look very beautiful. Russell's hair stood on end in an instant. Could it be that Ruth Speaker is playing some kind of fun with me? He thought of many possibilities in an instant, but Ruth should not be able to speak English. And you, like those noble masters, have God-given abilities. However, before Russell could ask what God-given abilities were, the little girl continued, are you hungry, sir? I still have some fruits left. As she said that, she took out a bunch of unknown small red fruits from her tattered bib. Out of caution, Russell politely rejected the little girl's kindness. The little girl withdrew her hand with some grievance, and whispered, Master, just call me Amina. After saying that, the little girl who called herself Amina shrank back to the corner, hugged her knees and did not move. Although he did not know whether the other party had any ill intentions, Russell still chose to enter meditation. His top priority was to quickly recover his mental power and gain the ability to protect himself. In his current state, even if the other party really had ill intentions, he could not resist. Seeing that Russell closed his eyes, Amina pursed her lips and quietly left the cave. When Russell opened his eyes again, Amina was gone. Feeling the slightly restored mental power, he breathed a sigh of relief, and then summoned arrogance to recover from his injuries. In just a breath, Russell stood up. After changing into the clothes taken out from the Shadow Kingdom, he stretched his body. The cards that were in culling have been restored. It seems that I have been unconscious for more than a day. Then Russell released a huge emerald-level mental power to sweep around. He found Amina, who had disappeared, but her current condition did not look very good, and in his perception, Amina was indeed just an ordinary person. On the other side, Amina limped in the dense forest. Oh, it hurts. She held on to a tree and squatted down with sweat all over her face. At this moment, a calm voice sounded in front of her, what did you do? Amina raised her head and saw that the noble master, who was extremely weak not long ago, had completely changed his appearance. Looking at Russell's neat clothes, a trace of envy flashed in her eyes, and then she took out another fruit that was completely different from the previous red fruit from her torn pocket. This is very sweet, do you want to eat it, sir? Seeing this, Russell was silent, then touched Amina's head and looked at the dense forest behind her. Since you are here, do you still need me to treat you? Amina raised her head with some doubts, but the next moment she was protected in the middle by the ghost soldier who appeared beside her. Feeling her body covered by a soft blanket, she stared blankly at Russell in front of her. There really is a big fish. I'm still wondering how this little thing survived alone. Shoo. As a malicious voice sounded, a bright sword light swept across and slashed at Russell. However, when the sword light was about to touch Russell, a pale figure appeared in front of him and grasped the sword with one hand. Chapter 274. Fortunately, it is still Blue Star. At this moment, the gorgeous long sword was motionless in the slender palm. The visitor's face was full of disbelief. He looked up at the indifferent Xiao Wu in front of him in surprise. U.S.H.H. Before he finished speaking, a pale arm had pierced his chest. As the body of the visitor slid weakly to the ground, Russell couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Because he had discovered the other party's identity. It was a demon. This meant that at least he was still on the Blue Star. To be honest, when he just woke up and heard Amina's description, he thought he had traveled through time again. What noble lords, what divine powers, it made it seem like a fantasy world. I just don't know where I am now. Russell did have some inferences. Through Amina's words, he felt that he was most likely in Europe. As for which country it was, France and Germany were ruled out first. Great Britain. Russell muttered to himself with some doubt. Amina's eyes lit up when she heard his voice. You are indeed a noble lord. Amina's words undoubtedly confirmed Russell's conjecture, but he just shook his head. I am not. You think too much? Hearing this, Amina tilted her head in confusion. Then why do you also have divine powers? And as powerful as the Baron? In her little heart, Baron Albert was already the most powerful person with abilities she had ever seen. However, Russell did not know who the so-called Baron was, nor how powerful he was, so he just touched Amina's head and did not say much. Then, he took out a prop card that he had obtained from the Spirit Begging Society and muttered to himself, let's see if we can go to Australia through the blood sacrifice ritual array, teleport, first. If he is really in Great Britain, the blood sacrifice ritual array should be able to teleport him back. However, for the sake of safety, he chose to anchor the point in place first. After all, if he really teleported away, Amina would definitely not survive alone. Since he had accepted the other party's favor, Russell would definitely not just leave her here. However, just when he chose to engrave the anchor point, the blood sacrifice array sent him a message. An unknown error occurred, and the anchor point update cannot be completed at the current location. Russell was stunned in place, and a sense of uneasiness suddenly surged into his heart. He used the blood from the demon corpse beside him to quickly draw a magic array on the ground with a gloomy face. Unfortunately, cannot be used. In Russell's perception, the blood magic array on the ground was just a facade, and it did not have the function it should have. Blood sacrifice array, teleport, did not react at all. So I really traveled through time again. Russell panicked, but when he glanced at the demon corpse beside him, he denied this conjecture, or am I in the secret realm? After all, when Gu Wu handed him, blood sacrifice array, teleport, he did not say whether it could be used in the secret realm, so Russell was a little unsure of the specific situation for a while. Of course, there is another possibility that he traveled to a place that is similar to the previous Blue Star, but the probability of this is really small, so Russell just suppressed it in his heart. Let's just pretend we are in the secret realm. He sighed, and then looked at Amina on the side. Amina, can you tell me why you are here? Under normal circumstances, in Russell's cognition, ordinary people like Amina would never appear in the secret realm. And once this happened, it could only mean one thing. That is, the local garrison was completely defeated by the demons, which allowed civilians to be captured at will in the secret realm. Of course, Russell inferred it based on the situation in the Ming Dynasty. It is possible that card makers and demons may have colluded in other places. However, as Amina told this story, the specific situation was not much different from what Russell had guessed. He subconsciously transformed the noble knight mentioned by Amina into a card maker, the god-given ability into a card, and the monster into a demon. As for the nest, it might be the secret realm. Thinking of this, Russell signaled Xiao Wu to take off an eyeball. As Xiao Wu crushed the eyeball, a projection of an extremely real space crack appeared in front of Amina. Amina, have you seen this? Seeing this, Amina nodded her little head quickly. Yes, the monsters use this to catch us and bring us to the lair. Hearing this, Russell sighed in his heart. Sure enough. The situation now is very clear. That is, he was transferred to this unknown secret realm in the space fluctuation caused by Grek's self-explosion, bound barrier, death battle theater. According to Russell's current speculation, Grek originally only wanted to cause casualties by self-protecting, bound barrier, death battle theater, but under the battle between the two masters, the space fluctuation was upgraded to space turbulence, and then Russell was innocently caught in the crossfire. Fortunately, I have the Holy Blade belt, otherwise I am afraid I really can't hold on and be transferred here. Russell felt a sense of relief in his heart. If he hadn't replaced Spider-Child's control fantasy book at a critical moment, he would have died in the space turbulence long ago. After all, Spider-Child is proficient in space magic, and can improve the corresponding resistance when he is hurt. The saber belt that uses the Spider-Girl Survival Diary fantasy driving book naturally inherits this part of the characteristics. Thinking of this, Russell let out a long breath, and then asked Amina, "Amina, do you remember which direction this entrance is?" Amina shook her head blankly at first, then lowered her head and pinched the corner of her clothes and said uneasily, "Master, I only remember where I escaped from." Hearing this, Russell did not blame the little girl. After all, an ordinary person can face such a dangerous situation and still live alone for so long, and even have the ability to rescue the wounded. This state of mind and ability are far beyond ordinary people. "It's okay." Russell touched her head, "I'll take you to clean it first. It's not appropriate to be so dirty all the time. Also, just call me Russell." "Yes, Lord Russell." In the Jizhao town camp, Zhang Jinxing listened to Jiweiru's speech expressionlessly, and immediately wanted to leave here quickly. But at this moment, a gentle voice called him from behind, "Master Zhang, please stay." It was Jiweiru. Seeing Zhang Jinxing turn around, the charming middle-aged woman smiled and said, "I have something to say to you, so I'll take up some of your time." Zhang Jinxing was silent for a moment, and said in a dry voice, "Master Ji, please speak." Jiweiru's face showed a trace of apology, and he said softly, "I'm sorry about your junior brother. But I was busy dealing with the commander of the demon army at that time, so I didn't pay attention to your situation. When Master Bai comes back, I will explain to him." Hearing this, Zhang Jinxing sighed silently in his heart. Of course, he knew that Russell's matter could not be blamed on Jiweiru, and he had been in the Northern Army for so long, so he certainly knew what kind of character this Master Ji was. What the other party just said was exactly what he thought in his heart. Now he only hated himself for not taking good care of his junior brother. Thinking of this, Zhang Jinxing whispered, "Maybe this is fate, and the junior brother is just missing. Maybe he is rushing back to Daming now." Jiweiru did not refute Zhang Jinxing's self-consolation. Although she felt that it was difficult for a normal emerald grade to survive in that level of spatial turbulence, no one could say whether a miracle would happen. Moreover, judging from Russell's resume that she had read in recent days, the young man might really be able to save his life. At this time, Zhang Jinxing bowed to Jiweiru and turned to leave the camp. However, as soon as he left the camp, he was hurriedly approached by an emerald-grade card maker. "Master Zhang, there is a diamond-grade card maker outside the city who calls himself Walnut who wants to see you." Hearing this, Zhang Jinxing's face sank. Of course, he talked about everything that happened to Russell in a loving family. Look, his fourth junior sister has come to see him. Perhaps the second junior sister and the third junior brother will come to see him soon. On the other side, looking at Amina who had been completely renovated, Russell nodded with satisfaction. He had already changed her clothes into the clothes that Misaka Mikado had stored in the Shadow Kingdom. There was no other way, because among all the cards, only the brown-haired girl was close to her. Then, he took Amina to the direction she had just pointed out. Soon, a ruin appeared in Russell's perception. However, unlike what Amina said, whether it was the card maker or the demon, he clearly sensed a very strong aura in the ruins at this time. But it was not a demon, but a card maker. "Do you want to contact it?" Just as Russell thought so, the aura obviously discovered him and rushed towards his location at a high speed. Boom! Amidst the deafening roar, a figure in a black robe holding a black book in his right hand fell like a meteor not far from Russell. The Royal Knights. Some strange English sounded, making Russell frown slightly. It was at this time that he saw the appearance of the person coming. He is a handsome young man with blonde hair and blue eyes. If you don't look at the other person's height of more than 2 meters, and the muscles that are about to burst the black robe, it can only be said that the face and the body are extremely mismatched. Because he was not sure what the royal knights in the blonde man's mouth meant, Russell did not answer the other person directly, "Who are you?" Rather than being led by the nose by the other party, Russell prefers to control the rhythm himself. However, his tactics were immediately seen through by the visitor. "You are not the royal knights." Russell was stunned. He didn't know where he revealed his flaws. Is it because he looks different from the orthodox British? Obviously, under the influence of vampire blood, he is now quite white. Fortunately, the next words of the visitor answered his doubts: knightly virtues, honesty. Members of the Royal Knights will not evade problems. So, swoosh. With a shrill sound of breaking through the air, the black book in the visitor's hand suddenly hit Russell. It was only at this time that he discovered that there was an iron chain in the other person's left hand directly connected to the book. At this time, the blonde man's voice followed closely. "I think it's better to catch you first and then ask you who you are." Chapter 275 Demon. Russell remained calm in the face of the opponent's sneak attack. Xiao Wu suddenly appeared in front of him, holding the black book tightly in his right hand, and hot sparks danced in his palm. It turns out to be made of metal. Russell's eyes twitched. He roughly guessed the identity of the other party at this time. Combining the background of Great Britain and the blonde man's dress, the other party is undoubtedly a Christian, but he doesn't know whether he is Catholic or Puritan. However, in Great Britain, Puritanism is more likely. But don't think that both belong to the same Christian sect. You must know that heresy is more hateful than pagans. Different Christian sects put together will definitely make people's brains blow out. Fortunately, Russell didn't believe these. He thought that a good explanation could still resolve the misunderstanding between the two sides. "Hey, let me tell you." But just as his voice sounded, the dazzling light suddenly enveloped the Bible in the blonde man's hand, leaving scars on Xiao Wu's body. Seeing that the other party clearly did not want to communicate, Russell's face darkened. "Forget it, beat him half to death first." With a slight movement of his mind, Xiao Wu immediately forced the blonde man away. "Block it, black-winged demon." The pale green spiritual pressure rushed straight to the sky, and then a heavy rain of spiritual power fell on the field. At the same time, Russell had transformed into a masked rider and took Amina away. Amina's little head was full of doubts at this time. She couldn't understand why Master Russell would fight with a priest. But what puzzled her even more was why Master Russell's divine ability looked so evil. It was just like what was said in the promotional brochures issued by the priests. At this time, Russell actually had a subtle sense of déjà vu. He thought of the animal that Teacher 98 referred to when setting Xiao Wu, which was a bat. And bats generally play a role in Christianity. Devil. Well, Russell's face fell. He knew he was right. This time he really couldn't wash it off even if he jumped into the Yellow River. But is Great Britain still so feudal? Still controlling the card-making type? Russell couldn't help but mutter in his heart. You should know that there is no such saying in the Ming Dynasty. It's okay for you to make fun of the Zhou family. At this time, the blonde man in the field looked extremely angry, and his eyes seemed to be spitting fire and staring at the pale figure with black wings stretched out behind him. "I have said that a big purge should be carried out in the jurisdiction. Otherwise, there would be no reptiles like you." As he spoke, golden flames gradually formed around his body, and then burned his black robe to ashes, revealing his exaggerated muscles. Die? With a roar, the Bible was swung towards Xiao Wu like a small sun. Wherever it went, the air was distorted by the scorching temperature. Feeling the Bible approaching him, Xiao Wu's face remained unchanged, and he used the ring to instantly come to the front of the blonde man. However, when he stabbed the emerald green spirit spear in his hand at the blonde man, he suddenly found that the golden flames on the other party had climbed up the spirit spear without knowing when. At this moment, the spirit spear in Xiao Wu's hand was getting shorter and shorter, and soon the golden flame spread to his arm. Then he flew back and away from the blonde man. Feeling the stinging pain from his right hand, Xiao Wu cut off his right arm without changing his expression. Russell, who was far away, looked at the scene in the field with a solemn expression. There was no doubt that the blonde man was following the same path as Fang Wenlong, and he was even stronger. Xiao Wu, who was at the first stage of the return to the blade, couldn't take him down. I can only release the second stage of the return to the blade. However, just as Xiao Wu was about to perform the second stage of the return to the blade, a glow appeared between Xiao Wu and the blonde man without any warning. Seeing this, the blonde man seemed to have thought of something. Although his face was still full of anger, he still stopped his actions. At this time, a gentle voice sounded in the field, "The two of you should stop here. There is no need to waste meaningless energy." The glow dissipated, and a beautiful woman with a layer of veil on her body appeared in everyone's eyes. However, her slightly shaking pointed ears revealed that she was not human. The sudden change made Russell temporarily stop Xiao's second stage return blade. "Long time no see, David." The person who spoke was not the inhuman woman, but a brown-haired man who appeared next to the blonde young man. The blonde man called David extinguished the flames on his body, bowed slightly and replied, "Long time no see. Leon." "Your Highness." Hearing David's words, Russell couldn't help but touch his chin. If the other party's address is correct, then Leon here should be a member of the British royal family. After greeting David, Leon turned his head and looked at Russell in the distance. "Your Excellency is not from Great Britain, right? I have never heard of a talent like you among those devil worshippers. And those crazy people are not so kind." As he said, he pointed to Amina, who was hiding behind Russell. Seeing that his identity was exposed, Russell nodded, "Yes." Then, he asked curiously, "But are you so sure?" Hearing Russell's question, Lion laughed dumbly. "Now I am more sure that you are not from Great Britain. After all, His Majesty George VI is a MasterCard maker. As long as something happens in the United Kingdom, it will not escape his eyes. I just don't know where you are from." Russell was stunned. He really didn't understand what the Great Britain in this world was like. But thinking that the area of Great Britain is not large, a MasterCard maker is indeed enough to suppress the entire country. And facing Lion's question, he was not prepared to hide his origins. After all, the Holy Blade Armor and Xiao are both very recognizable cards. Damning, Russell. Because he didn't know how to translate it, Russell simply didn't translate it. However, after hearing that he was from the Ming Dynasty, Lion and David were stunned. Especially Lion. He originally thought that the young man in the distance came from the other side of the sea, and never expected that he actually came from the distant ancient country in the east. Thinking of this, he said with a strange look on his face, "I wonder if Mr. Russell can tell me how you got here. And you appeared directly in the secret realm." Russell had already told his origins at this time, so there was no need to hide how he appeared in the secret realm. Then he told the two about the war between the Northern Defense Army and the Demon Army not long ago. Of course, some information that was not suitable for them to know was deleted. After listening to Russell's story, Lion couldn't help but show a little disappointment. "What a pity, I thought you broke into the secret realm by force." But he soon explained to Russell why he said that. "The exit of the secret realm has been occupied by the fallen cult, so if you want to get out, you must find a way to eliminate them. The key to the problem is that there are a lot of them." Russell was stunned. "The fallen cult?" "Yes, the fallen cult." Lion nodded and explained to him, "The fallen cult is an evil organization that is widely active in our Great Britain and France. Their leader is the MasterCard maker, Chris." Hearing this, Russell silently chanted the name Chris in his heart. He always felt that this name was familiar. Then he remembered that this was not the Master Xiao Nanyang he had seen in Australia before. However, there was no difference on his face, and he just sighed. Every family has its own problems. The Ming Dynasty has the Qi sect and the Qi Ling Society, and there is also the so-called fallen cult in Europe. But Russell soon discovered a blind spot. He is just a MasterCard maker. With His Majesty George VI here, it should be easy to deal with this fallen sect, right? In his opinion, this fallen sect has been causing trouble in so many countries in Europe, and should have been cleared out by these countries. At this time, Lion hesitated, and after glancing at David beside him, he said embarrassedly, "The fallen sect recruits children who have been blessed. In Europe, there are a lot of such things. This blessing is not the same as that blessing," and Russell obviously realized this. He couldn't help but look at David, and saw that the blonde man's face was as black as charcoal. As if to make up for it, Lion continued, "Of course the main reason is that, Chris rarely takes action. So the fallen sect can always exist." Hearing this, Russell couldn't help but ask, "Then can't the priests not bless children?" Lion's body stiffened. To be honest, he didn't understand why the priests of the Vatican loved children so much, especially little boys. They were all like being contaminated by memes. Because he couldn't answer this question, he could only choose to brush off the topic. "I think your two cards are not weak, Sir Russell. Maybe with your help, we can really break through the blockade of the fallen sect." Lion had already observed Russell's cards. Whether it was the card that could release a devil-like posture, or the armor card that was now on the young man, it made him feel a little palpitating. Hearing this, Russell was a little non-committal. So why are you two here? It was Lion who had been asking before, and now it was his turn. David had calmed down his emotions at this time, and said without any fluctuation, I came to save the lamb of my lord. Lion hesitated for a while before speaking, there are materials I need in this secret realm. Hearing the different reasons given by the two, Russell had a general idea in his mind. It seems that the foul insect had not yet blocked the secret realm when they entered. In his speculation, there might be some treasures in this secret realm. But no matter what it is, it has nothing to do with him. Now he just wants to break through the blockade of the fallen sect as soon as possible and return to Daming. At this moment, Leon suddenly said, I haven't got the material I need yet. I hope you two can help me get that material. I will reward you handsomely after you succeed. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.